الله نور السماوات والأرض، مثل نوره كمشكاة فيها مصباح، المصباح في زجاجة، الزجاجة كأنها كوكب دري يوقد من شجرة مباركة زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نار نور على نور يهدي الله لنوره من يشاء ويضرب الله الأمثال للناس والله بكل شيء عليم.
هذه آسيا.
الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله.
Peace must be upon our Prophet Muhammad.
أصحاب السمو الملكي، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، قادة وخبراء القطاع العقاري في المملكة والعالم، السيدات والسادة، أهلا بكم إلى منتدى مستقبل العقار في نسخته الثانية الذي يقام هذا اليوم تحت رعاية معالي وزير الشؤون البلدية والقروية والإسكان الأستاذ ماجد بن عبد الله الحقيل، بمشاركة أكثر من 100 متحدث وبحضور أكثر من 30 دولة من القطاعين العام والخاص. يعقد المنتدى هذا العام في وقت يشهد فيه القطاع العقاري بالمملكة حراكاً كبيراً ورعاية وعناية متنامية، لا سيما بعد موافقة مجلس الوزراء على صدور عدد من الأنظمة العقارية التي تعكس حرص خادم الحرمين الشريفين وسمو ولي عهده الأمين حفظهم الله على هذا القطاع الحيوي في بلادنا. ونحن في منتدى مستقبل العقار نواكب الرؤية.
طموح يبنى لمنجزات عقارية تحكى وتروى بهمة تعانق عنان السماء نحو التطور والنماء والبناء. ماذا لو ذهبنا في رحلة إلى المستقبل؟ ماذا لو قفزنا إلى عام 2030 ورأينا كيف تبدو بلادنا فيه؟ سعي حثيث من بلادنا للعمل على تطوير القطاع العقاري، مما عزز لدينا الدافعية لإطلاق النسخة الثانية من منتدى مستقبل العقار. نناقش القضايا والمستجدات والمواضيع المتمحورة حول القطاع العقاري، لما يمثله هذا القطاع من ركيزة أساسية تؤثر بشكل مباشر وغير مباشر على كافة القطاعات الأخرى. هنا أتينا لنساهم في تحقيق مستهدفات رؤية 2030 في الحدث العقاري الأضخم، برعاية كريمة من معالي وزير الشؤون البلدية والقروية والإسكان الأستاذ ماجد بن عبد الله الحقيل. ويأتي ذلك بعد النجاح المتألق الذي حققته النسخة الأولى وتحدثت عنه لغة الأرقام بحضور عالمي ودولي. منتدى مستقبل العقار زادك المعرفي للثقافة العقارية والبوصلة التي ترشدك للمسار الصحيح من خلال عدة محاور مثل الميتافيرس، الذكاء الاصطناعي، أنسنة المدن، المدن الذكية، التنمية المستدامة. وعلى هامش المنتدى ستكون هناك مراسم لتوقيع اتفاقيات متعددة بين القطاعات العقارية. نلتقي بكم لنكمل المسير في المحفل العقاري الثري بالخبرات والتجارب المحلية والدولية الناجحة. معا سنواصل رحلة تحقيق الإنجازات ضمن رؤية لا حدود لطموحها.
السيدات والسادة، على مدار 3 أيام من الجلسات وورش العمل المتخصصة يناقش المتحدثون مجموعة من الآراء حول القوانين والأنظمة والتشريعات لمواجهة التحديات المتوقعة في هذا القطاع. كما ينظم المنتدى معرضاً عقارياً بمشاركة أكثر من 60 جهة محلية ودولية من الجهات ذات العلاقة بالقطاع العقاري.
تشارك الهيئة العامة للعقار اليوم في منتدى مستقبل العقار كشريك للمستقبل العقاري، منطلقين من إيماننا بالشراكة الفاعلة معكم للوصول بإذن الله لقطاع عقاري حيوي وجاذب يتميز بالثقة والابتكار. ولتحقيق أعلى مستويات التشاركية فإننا في الهيئة العامة للعقار حرصنا على التواجد في هذا المنتدى باعتباره منصة تفاعلية نلتقي بها مع المستفيدين والشركاء للاستماع لهم والعمل معهم من أجل تحسين مستمر وتطوير دائم، فجميعنا اليوم شركاء في بناء المستقبل العقاري.
انطلاقا من رؤيتنا الطموحة في تعزيز الموثوقية والشفافية في القطاع العقاري بالشراكة مع شركاء النجاح من قطاعات حكومية والقطاع الخاص، يشارك السجل العقاري كراعي استراتيجي للنسخة الثانية من منتدى مستقبل العقار لمناقشة حاضر ومستقبل القطاع العقاري في المملكة العربية السعودية، ودوره في تحقيق أهداف رؤية 2030 كمجتمع حيوي ووطن طموح واقتصاد مزدهر. وسنعلن خلال المنتدى عن خدماتنا ورؤيتنا وخطتنا المستقبلية، وندعوكم لزيارة جناحنا بالسجل العقاري للتعرف عن قرب على خدماتنا وأهدافنا بما يخدم هذا الوطن المعطاء لرفع مستوى التنافسية بالقطاع العالمي العقاري ويخدم خطط التنمية الوطنية للاستثمار.
إن النهضة الكبيرة والقفزات النوعية التي يشهدها القطاع العقاري بالمملكة في ظل اهتمام وحرص ومتابعة القيادة الرشيدة يحفظها الله يأتي تجسيدا ومحققا لأهداف رؤية المملكة 2030. ونسعد في الوطنية للإسكان كوننا الشريك الاستراتيجي لمنتدى مستقبل العقار لإيصال رسالتنا التي نساهم من خلالها لتمكين المطورين العقاريين ودعمهم في تنفيذ المشاريع والضواحي السكنية ومتابعة الأعمال التي يقومون بها، لنساهم في توازن نسبة المعروض العقاري ليكون متناسبا مع نسبة الطلب العقاري في المملكة، ويساهم ذلك في تحسين ورفع جودة المنتجات السكنية التي يقومون في تنفيذها.
It is a great privilege to welcome you to the Real Estate Future Forum, where the industry gathers to share knowledge, best practice and valuable insights into the trends that are driving this exciting sector. Held under the patronage of His Excellency Majid bin Abdullah Al Hagail, the forum will continue the conversation started at last year's inaugural event, shining a light on 10 key topics ranging from legal evolution and investment patterns to advanced technologies, human development, and the crucial issue of sustainability. Welcome to the Real Estate Future Forum.
نتطلع من خلال المشاركة في منتدى مستقبل العقار كشريك استراتيجي للقاء والتواصل مع أقطاب صناع التطوير العقاري من داخل وخارج المملكة العربية السعودية، وكذلك تبادل التجارب والخبرات والمعلومات لتطوير القطاع العقاري. ولأهمية هذا المنتدى في تحسين جودة الحياة سعت شركة وسط جدة للتطوير في المشاركة، مما سيسهم في تحقيق إحدى مستهدفات رؤية المملكة 2030.
هذه المشاركة تأكيد من الشركة العقارية لمدى أهمية هذا المنتدى الذي بالفعل هو اليوم يعتبر أهم منتدى لنقاش وطرح الأفكار وعمل شراكات في القطاع العقاري.
نسعد بمشاركة ريتال في منتدى مستقبل العقار شريكا للتطوير العمراني للسنة الثانية على التوالي، إيمانا منا بدورنا الداعم في تقديم أفكار خلاقة ومستدامة عبر خوض نقاشات مثمرة نتبادل فيها الخبرات مع رواد المجال وإخواننا المطورين وطرح توصيات مؤثرة في القطاع.
نسعد في شركة أجدان للتطوير العقاري بالمشاركة في منتدى مستقبل العقار 2023، ونتطلع في المنتدى ومن خلاله بتعزيز العلاقة ما بيننا وبين الأخوة في القطاع العام والقطاع الخاص المشاركين لتعزيز المنتج العقاري في المملكة. ونعتقد بإذن الله في عهد سمو سيدي ولي العهد الأمير محمد بن سلمان أن القطاع العقاري سيشهد قفزات خلال ال5 سنوات القادمة ونحصل على أفضل المراتب العالمية في هذا القطاع.
يسعدنا في شركة رؤى المدينة القابضة أن نكون شريكاً للاستدامة في منتدى مستقبل العقار تحت رعاية معالي وزير الشؤون البلدية والقروية والإسكان الأستاذ ماجد بن عبد الله الحقيل. يقوم مشروع رؤى المدينة لرفع الطاقة الاستيعابية لزوار المدينة المنورة بإضافة 47 ألف وحدة ضيافة. كل التوفيق نتمناه لكم معالي الوزير وللقائمين كافة على منتدى مستقبل العقار، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
طبعا بكل تأكيد يبدو بأن هذا تصفيق للفيديو وليس لمقدم الحفل، ولكن شكرا جزيلا لكم. تماشيا مع رؤية المملكة 2030 وتحقيقا للمستهدفات الوطنية للإسكان في تفعيل شراكاتها مع القطاع الخاص من خلال دعم المحتوى المحلي وتوطين الصناعات التي تثمر عن بناء مجتمعات سكنية عصرية كما تابعنا في الفيديو السابق، تأتي منصة مواد الإلكترونية لتقوم بتسهيل عملية الربط بين المطورين العقاريين والمقاولين ومصانع وموردي مواد ومنتجات البناء، مما سيعزز الإمكانات المحلية ويعظم الفائدة من القوة الشرائية الوطنية لبناء اقتصاد قوي ومستدام. الآن ندعو معالي وزير الشؤون البلدية والقروية والإسكان الأستاذ ماجد بن عبد الله الحقيل إلى تدشين منصة مواد الإلكترونية.
Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, brothers, of course, the forum has been directed to attract a number of speakers and specialists in the field of real estate, that really resulted in a number of workshops and meetings as well, so as to point out the most important topics as well to be discussed in the sessions of the forum. And now, for example, it gives much a pleasure to invite His Excellency, the Minister of Housing, Rural and Municipal Affairs, Majid bin Abdullah Al-Khair, the patron of this important forum as well, so as to deliver a speech, of course, in the cage of such an important event. In the name of Allah, of most compassionate, God's peace and mercy be upon Prophet Muhammad. God's peace and mercy be upon Prophet Muhammad and on our Prophet Muhammad and his disciples and family members today, gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, honorable guests, God's peace and mercy of Allah be upon all of you. I'm going to welcome their Royal Highnesses and their Excellencies, will international experts, specialists, and of the real estate related issues. We'll distinguish guests in the Forum of the Future Real Estate 2023. I would like, for example, in addition to this, to extend my appreciation to your participation in this important opening ceremony. And of course, the real estate sector actually is supported limitlessly by the wise leadership, but being considered one of the most important sources of the national economy. That the Saudi government actually has done a lot so as to improve the mechanisms of supervision on such important sectors, and to raise the efficiency, effectiveness, and encouraging investments in it, and so as to increase to increase the GDP and its participation in the GDP. Based on this fact, the Ministry of the Rural and Village Affairs and Housing, in addition to General Authority of Real Estate, have both hastened all the efforts based on its belief of the important and strategic role to be achieved in the future, and based on this forum as well. In the first, the main goal of this forum was actually intended to be a gathering, an international platform to discuss the realities in addition to the future of the real estate in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. At the same time, and actually the future real estate forum will be coming in time where there will be actual real estate mediation, which is going to be one of the most important enablers so as to achieve the governance and the governance and the digitalization of its operations, and to serve all the beneficiaries as well, so as to make the real estate sector vital and very attractive, and actually motivating investors based on transparency and integrity in all the real estate activities. In addition, actually, the scientific registration is one of the most important priorities as well for this comprehensive strategy, which is directly related to the attractiveness of this sector. And last year, in 2022, we have seen very deeply rooted change and very great change that truly, and where we have one reference authority and entity so as to register real estate, or just like the property with the General Authority of Real Estate, in addition to the issuance of the registration system. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and of course the future Forum of Real Estate has witnessed in its first edition the great support, the concentration actually of achieving the integration elements with all the government entities, in addition to the system of the development of the real estate in general particulars, will unforeseeing the future. And actually within this local participation this year, for example, we plan to make this forum to be local, region, and global as well, concentrating on all the local enablers in addition to the international ambitions in this regard. And this forum in the second session will tackle 10 topics, strategic topics, such as the following: the role of the provinces and the municipalities to enable the real estate sector, based and the global region efforts and its impact on the real estate, the future of real estate, and the real estate systems, in addition to audit and control and supervision, and the private sector and its role in the real estate, and in addition to many other related issues as well. And we invited more than 150 speakers, for example, at the head of which comes the Royal Highnesses, the governors of provinces, their excellencies, ministers, deputy ministers, and high senior officials in the government entities, in addition to experts in the real estate sector representing a number of companies, establishment, corporations, and entities, in addition to well-known figures from inside and outside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In addition to, with an exhibition that is going to be the venue for 6 exhibitors as well. At the conclusion of my speech, I'd like to extend my appreciation to all of you, and my appreciation extended to the group, the teamwork of the ministers who supervise the organization of this forum, in addition to the sponsors, and for their efforts as well to achieve the success of this forum, and hoping actually that the recommendations of this forum will achieve the subjective goals, and the speakers and the participants in this forum will enrich the topic, and through their experiences, practices, and expertise as well, to come up with very meaningful recommendations that would help our community and will contribute, God willing, to developing this important vital sector, so as to achieve exactly the goals of the Vision 2030 of the Kingdom, and asking from the bottom of my heart Allah to actually to grant us His success and to support, for example, our great leader, the custodian of two Holy Mosques, and His Royal Highness Crown Prince. And with this, I come to the conclusion of my speech with God peace and mercy be upon all of you. Thanks very much, Your Excellency. And please, Your Excellency, could you stay on the stage so as to sign the agreements which come on in the opening ceremony? I would like to extend His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Mash'ad bin Saud, the governor of Al Qasim province, the governor of Al Qasim province, so as to participate in the first in the signing ceremony of these memorandum of understanding or agreements. And for 3 days, of course, the forum, for example, will witness a number of agreements signed that will be an total amount of 10 billion riyals. Signing a memorandum of understanding of cooperation between the Minister of Housing and the Minister of Investment and Yorpass company. And the second agreement of memorandum of understanding between the National Company for Housing and Downtown, signed downtown for building strategic relationship between the two companies, will so as to enrich the culture of sustainability in the model cooperation model work, for example, in the field of building residential complexes. Signing a memorandum of understanding agreement between TOM Investments so as to actually establish 4 real estate funds to develop the commercial tourism projects and housing projects at the same time. Signing a memorandum of understanding between the Saudi Real Estate Company and the Al Tahaluf, real estate company, so as to build 250 residential units, for instance, in an area of 94,000 meters square, in an area estimated by 94,000 meters square. Sir. Signing actually as a memorandum of understanding of a real estate fund in collaboration with ASIL. signing a memorandum of understanding between Raven Real Estate, Bloom Invest, in collaboration with Asil United. As we can see very clearly on the screen right now. And the agreement of a Nargis fund between United Asil and in collaboration with Marvin for Real Estate. Signing a memorandum of understanding with establishing Nargis fund between Asil United and LRB Financial in partnership with Raven for Real Estate. Second, well, now of course they're signing a memorandum of understanding between the Corporation of Development Housing, second, and the Bright Waterhouse Company for consultations to implement a number of strategic initiatives that will actually target find, of course, net incentives and motivation in the real estate, sector. Signing a memorandum of understanding between the second and pay Dowley's signing a memorandum of understanding between second, this is the National Housing Development Housing Company, and the Society of Consultants, Administrative Consultants, the Saudi Society for Administration Consultants, so as to provide a number of advisory services in administration.
Ladies and
gentlemen, based on these successes as well, actually will never be achieved unless there is integration between the success partners as well. Now it's time to honor the future, the General Authority for Real Estate. Real Estate General Authority. It's time for honoring authorities, entities, in addition to companies.
شريك مستقبل العقار شركة السجل العقاري.
Well, it's the company for real estate registration company. RER. RER.
الشريك الاستراتيجي الشركة الوطنية
للإسكان. Partner, the National Company for Housing, our strategic partner.
الشريك الاستراتيجي
the strategic partner, Roshan for Real Estate. Roshan Company for Real Estate, our strategic partner. The rural construction development for all development and construction and development company, retail, construction development company, retail, construction. Our strategic partner, Amin Wasat Jeddah Company for Real Estate Development, Jeddah Central Development Company. The strategic partner, Amin the Saudi Real Estate Company, Al Aqariya. I mean, quality life partner. So, Ajdan for real estate, our partner of quality life. Sustainability partner, Al Madina Holding Company. Al Madina Holding Company. And major sponsor, Rafi Company for development. Rafi Development Company. Rafi Development. Company. Platinum sponsor, Khazan Real Estate Company. Platinum sponsor.
شركة فيو للتطوير العقاري.
Sponsor Cure for Real Estate Development. View for Real Estate Development.
الراعي البلاتيني شركة إسناد للتقييم العقاري.
For Real Estate.
البلاتيني شركة لدن للاستثمار. الراعي البلاتيني شركة أمان. الراعي البلاتيني شركة ساس العقارية.
ساس for real estate.
الراعي البلاتيني صندوق التنمية العقارية.
I mean real estate. Fine. Development fine.
الراعي البلاتيني البلاتيني شركة المنصة الوطنية العقارية عقارك.
National Platform Company.
الراعي البلاتيني شركة داماك العقارية.
Damac Real Estate Company. Damac. Live the luxury.
الشريك المصرفي بنك الرياض.
Our banking partner, Ariad Bank.
الشركة المنظمة عيون المدن.
عيون المدن. The organizing company of this important forum. عيون المدن.
شريك التقنية شركة ثقة لخدمات
Technology
الأعمال.
company. ثقة for business services or for business. ثقة for business services.
الشريك المهني الهيئة السعودية للمقيمين المعتمدين تقييم.
تقييم the Saudi authority for the certified evaluators. The Saudi authority for accredited valuers.
الشريك المهني شركة أصيل
Of
المالي.
course, Al Asil company.
الشريك المهني شركة رافن العقارية.
For real estate. Robin Real Estate Company.
وأخيرا الشريك المهني
Our professional part, of course.
عبر المملكة
Across or
العقارية.
Trans Kingdom Real Estate Company. عبر المملكة.
شكرا يا صاحب
Thank you very
المعالي
much, Your Royal
سمو
Highness,
أمير
Your
منطقة
Excellency, of course,
القصيم
I invite His Royal
للبقاء
Highness, the
للمشاركة
Governor
في
of Al
الجلسة
Qasim, Prophet, of course, to participate in the first session of the Real Estate and Future Forum, of course, for this year, 2020-30, about the role of the Brothers as Minister, of course, in achieving, actually in enabling the real estate sector. This session is going to be moderated by Mr. Abdullah Mudhaifer. Of course, now I leave you with the first session of the Future of Real Estate for this year, for the second edition, 2023. this is the topic. Now the title of the topic for the first session is going to focus on the role of provinces, governorates, ministries. In enabling the real estate sector. This is the title of the topic of the first session for the Real Estate Future Forum 2023.
عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Peace and mercy be upon all of you, ladies and gentlemen.
السلام عليكم
God's peace and
ورحمة
mercy
الله
be upon
وبركاته.
all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, good morning, everybody.
حياكم
And of
الله
course,
في
good
هذه
morning, everybody.
الأسبوعة
Wish you all the best in this
التي
important
تنطلق
morning as well, which is
بنا
really
من
take
القصيم
us from Al-Qasim
إلى
to
الأحساء
Al-Ahsa
ثم تعود
and then to returning
بنا
back
مرة أخرى
this
إلى
journey
الرياض
to Riyadh.
لتحط
So as to finally reach, for example, Amman, Muscat, Amman. It's a journey. In such journey, we are looking for the future of the real estate. And of course, in the forum, and that's been a change, for example, from its first edition, from a local forum to an international and global forums. In this actually ballroom forums, we can see the participation of 37 countries in a great transfer and shift as well, as a great shift in this important forum, which is really very special and exception as well. That foresees, this forum foresees, expects, creates and makes as well at the beginning of the day. Of course, on your behalf, I would like to actually welcome His Excellency Prince Dr. Faisal bin Mishal, the Governor of Al-Qasim region. Good morning, Your Royal Highness. Please, could you talk about Al-Qasim, Your Royal Highness? In the name of Allah, in the name of Allah, in the name of Allah, most compassionate, God, peace and mercy be upon Prophet Muhammad, for example, and his disciples and family members. At the beginning, I'd like to extend appreciation to my brother, for example, His Excellency, the Minister of Housing, in addition to my colleagues, ministers, and my brother, His Royal Highness, the Governor of Al-Ahsa province, and all the guests as well here, for example. So and it's a great honor to meet you on this important morning as well. Al-Qasim is a great part and a precious part of this great country, and we always confirm the integration between all the governorates and provinces of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. If there are any incentives, competitive incentive, of course, in each province, or a relative, for example, advantage that will give each province this kind of preference as well. And I can say that Al-Qasim province is very various place geographically, or but the most important thing is the labor and the manpower and human capital. And we have to actually stress the fact that those who are working in the industrial commercial sector, they are always given support and care as well, based on the great support of the rulers and the leaders of this great country, and at the head of which comes the efforts of the Custodian of Two Holy Mosque, and the support of His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman as well. Focusing on the importance of human capital and achieving the development, the growth, and the vision of this great country, plus country as well. Undoubtedly, we have great potentials, the great resources all over the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and in Al-Qasim province as well, for before and for the time being as well. So we have great potentials to participate with other provinces. We have great advantages as well. If anything we can concentrate on, I can say that, as I said before, and I would like to mention that I would like actually to congratulate you on extending your term for 4 years. And of course, and this comes from the love of the people, the love of the citizens of Al-Qasim province as well. I'm so proud, and I'm very much honored, honored for the great trust and the trust and confidence of His Royal Highness the Custodian of Two Holy Mosque and His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed. We have a common proverb: if the heart does not love them, so they will never love us. I exchange my love. I love them, and I ask Allah so as to help me to do my job and to work to the best of my ability for those who are just giving the oath, or this the military or the ambassadors, who are those who actually perform the oath in front of the leaders. For example, Allah mentioned this in the Holy Quran, and this actual oath is great. They said, when they said this oath is great if you verily know. So I hope that this will continue. Your Royal Highness, please let me just get in the bottom of the matter on the topic, the real estate issues. Let's talk about real estate in Al-Qasim province. Real estate, for example, undoubtedly in Al-Qasim, of course, has been witnessing a great progress and a great shift as well, which is not easy, frankly speaking, I can say, and also speaking, and those who are not living in the province of Al-Qasim, they do not see exactly with their own eyes. And the projects, for example, that have been established in Riyadh, for instance, these great and hyper and mega projects as well, like real estate and expansion, commercial malls, and actually urban construction movement as well. This has actually led to look for alternatives because of the pressure, the population pressure in the capital Riyadh, in addition to the traffic actually mobility in it, that led the leaders to look for actually investing real estate in other provinces such as Al-Qasim province as well. And the most important actually competitive incentives and relative advantages in the province, the strategic position they have. And when we talk about the strategic position, for example, Al-Qasim province in the political sciences, that communication is the pillar of economy, or the means of transport actually are the pillars of economy. We have highways, and we have, for example, that really can be that can reach Al-Qasim province until Hail and Jouf, and actually in the north across the Jordan borders, our borders with Jordan. And we know the trains are, for example, passes by Al-Majma', then Al-Qasim, through Al-Hail, then Al-Jouf, and then Prince Naif International Airport. Now we have more than 13, 14 aviation companies as well, airlines as well, from the Gulf states and back forth. And in addition to the great, network of roads as well, this made Al-Qasim province closer to the capital. And if we say, for example, honestly speaking, it's a supporting province to the capital, to Riyadh, and in all its plans and projects and strategies for one. And we don't exaggerate a lot if we say that is what we really see now. The area is very large, is very high, and actually the geographic nature is there, and we have great skill-brained men, and we have a great actual facilitations and great service as well. But praise be to Allah, whoever wants to invest and wants to change, for example, the investment fields related to real estate, actually the floor is open for all investors, and we have open great opportunities. And we have been witnessing the first edition of the real estate forum in Al-Qasim province as well, and we were very thrilled by the performance of their excellencies, the ministers and the participants as well, and the companies of real estate, who really thrilled us and astonished us by their participations. And it was a great forum as well, and I'm sure that there were many recommendations taken actually based on the former forum, asking Allah Almighty so as to support everyone, and we welcome everybody. And even I would like to repeat my words again, as I said before in the first forum, all the public sectors, all the government sectors working so hard to facilitate all the measures and procedures, for instance, to either, for example, the plans or facilitate all the real estate related services, and so as to expand in this field as well at the same time, and to make the housing prices affordable to all the citizens as well. Actually, Allah only knows that really I have this silent care, this concern. I would like to see the prices are within reach of the citizens. I mentioned this before to all my colleagues and all our entities, government entities, that routine bureaucracy is the enemy of development. And once there's actually facilitation of measures and procedures, either, for example, through the municipalities of the provinces, the Ministry of Housing, in addition to many other related sectors, if there is facilitating a process of all the measures and measures as well, and not making them complicated, this will lead to simply rendered or provided service. Even investors as well as the citizen will find it very easy just to deal with such kind of measures and procedures as well. As we can see that this ballroom is full of the real estate developers and owners of fluctuating investors clearly speaking, what are the most important investment opportunities available right now, for instance? And we know, and you can tell us, this is the sector, this is the province as well. We would like to talk. We would like you to talk directly about the most important and prominent investment provinces. Opportunities in Al Qasim. We have numerous opportunities. Undoubtedly, there are lands. There are lands, very big and very large areas of lands as well, and not surrounded by seas or mountains. And there is actually a way to expand. And there are many actually partners who can participate with the new investors as well. We have the ruler and the tourism. We have actually, which is really extremely important. We have farms, old farms. We have actually heritage houses and ancient houses. We have heritage, cultural, sites as well. We have the floor is very open that allows more partnerships and alliances in the field of this great ambitious sector, which is the rural tourism. I invite everybody and to actually to come to plan in such a field. The other thing I want to talk about is that there are many cooperative government entities that are actually giving support to companies of real estate. I'm sure that really the owner of the real estate, for example, has friends and must have been asking about what's going on in the market of real estate, even through the social media, even through things that really they are actually given it through ads and commercial ads. I'm sure that everybody's going to find very big and huge opportunities in the province as well. So now you actually talked about a very important topic as well, the rural tourism. Can Al Qasim be, for example, a capital of the rural tourism in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? Now we are talking about the capital of rural tourism in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Can it happen? Can it happen? Is there a plan? Are there facilitation measures as well? Or yes, Mr. Abdullah, distinguished guest, for example, all the provinces of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for example, the rural, urban that are closer to the capital of Riyadh, or the western or the eastern, they have rural areas and countryside, areas. But actually, in the eastern region, for example, we have an Ihsa governorate where we can actually have rural tourism. Medina as well started rural tourism as well. This thing is there region between Al Qasim and that can be a good place for rural tourism. But now we have the product of dates. We have, for example, palm trees. We have other types of oranges and lemons and citron products as well. We can actually have rural tourism in such kind of farms and such kind of cultivated areas. And honestly speaking, I don't want to concentrate in one province against other provinces. For the time being, we have rural tourism, have great opportunities and potentials in rural tourism as well, in addition to the other actually places in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and so as to achieve balance as well and to achieve integration among the provinces as well, which is the closer. Yes, Al Qasim is very close to Riyadh. It's leading in its production of dates and leading place and in its rich soil and its rich water resource. And there is a big opportunity to make Al Qasim a rural tourism, and we wish this to happen. And we invite actually ambassadors come to the region. We receive official visit from ambassadors, and I call for open the floor for for inviting ambassadors to spend the day in one of the rural farms and to see the clay constructed houses and facilities as well, so as to see the differences from the city. And actually atmosphere in the city is completely different from the atmosphere from that of the countryside. We know in America and in Europe and actually Eastern Asian countries as well, that tourists who go there, they want to see the rural places and they spend many days there. We wish one day, for example, to have the same kind of thing, to have this rural tourists who can come actually to any province in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that can attract actually the tourists not only from inside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia but from outside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to see what he doesn't see in the city as well. People, for example, actually become very bored, and they want to get rid of the rush hours and the heavy traffic as well. They want to spend one day and the weekend, for example, in a calm place, in a quiet places, and actually to achieve to find looking for peace of mind, peace of heart, and comfort. Well, so we hope that actually Al Qasim is going to be an attractive rural place for tourism, rural tourism place as well. I wish, and I agree on the fact that every country completes the other, every province completes the other. For we complete Hail, Medina, Riyadh, a part of the great entity of the Saudi Arabia, of the kingdom, sort of, undoubtedly, and the distinguished guest, Mr. Abdallah, I would like actually to, again, I would like to give an example. For example, the services that are provided, and I have been talking about this to their excellency ministers, even the budgets allocated by the government as well to each government, to each governorate and to province and to Al Qasim, for example. Now the university actually serves all the cities, and hospitals serve, for example, not only the people of Al Qasim but other villages and rural areas as well. So the province of Al Qasim was not only confined to its people, dwellers, but for instance, we have students who come from Al-Zulfi governorates and from Al-Shinan in Hail. We in closer come from adjacent areas and neighboring areas, for example. So the Al Qasim province is not only confined through its services to the people of Al Qasim as well. This actually what achieves the patriotism and the national sense among all citizens. And actually, His Excellency the Minister, when I was getting together with him, guys, I propose that actually there must be and I wish that the product that we have, for example, can be commercialized in the western region, for example, or actually such as, for example, al-sukri dates, for example, in Taif, in Jeddah, and we get the pomegranate, and we promote products like pomegranate from Taif, for example. So we exchange we hope to exchange the products, for example, between the provinces products as well. Why want to focus on the national sense and the national feeling as well, with one goal to develop all the provinces as well and to complete one another, for example. Upon the arrival of investors, if the investors come to the province, what are the services that can be provided to the investors who want to invest in Al Qasim? Actually, and honestly speaking, with my colleagues as well, I have the governor of the province as well, we have the deputy governor, along with our brothers and colleagues as well in the province as well. Our hearts are open, and doors are open. Our doors are open, and actually don't consider in the Ministry of Trade, for example. We have an office in the Ministry of Trade for investors services, and in the chambers of commerce as well. Consider my office personally as an office of services for investors. For anybody who wants to look for something, of course, you have to come to my office. My office can be actually, an office of services provided to investors. Any for example, as a businessman or any business owner, for example, can come actually to my office, and as we said before, both hearts and doors are open, and we never actually stop, and we never actually put any obstacle. For example, investors are getting scared. Facing routine bureaucracy. That's the feeling. I don't know anything about that, and sometimes, for example, sometimes they say the capital is coward, and if there is a good visibility study and coordination, former coordination with the officials and with the public entities and government entities based on visibility study, so it will be very possible to achieve success, because we actually the thing that we were thinking about is to make such kind of projects successful as well. And however, any project, for instance, or for example, if any project does not have any visibility study, for instance, will suffer a lot. For example, they will be getting stuck. And in Rajhi housing projects, there has been a story of some bureaucracy and routine. So an investor, for example, does not want to get into the bureaucracy or routine, and actually, let me say, the misleading basis of the government entities. Actually, Sheikh Sulaiman Al-Rajhi project actually put the cornerstone, and the cornerstone was built and was constructed by the hand of the King of Tuhul Mosques. Later on, we have a problem, for instance, and I hope that their excellencies, for example, let me talk about this and raise this issue. The problem that you are facing right now, for example, even it's in the kingdom in general, that the investor builds the building or the facility, and then he says that really I want to leave the building, for example, concrete, and then actually I need the lycée make the finishing of the building. This is what we're suffering as well. And I think that really that I asked the minister to give me the mission, the permission, for instance, if the owner of any facility, for example, has for example deformed the city with its building without finishing or accomplishing it, for example, I will actually demolish this real estate or facility. For example, the government spends billions so as to fight, for example, visual pollution, and then we find an investor, for example, come up with a project without finishing it and starting a building without finishing it. So, and he says that this is my building, but it didn't have any kind of a lesser, for example. So we tell him that really you did not study, you didn't have a feasibility study. So it's a hard project of Al-Rajhi, and we know that Sheikh Suleiman and his sons were doing a great job, and they actually constructed the project as well. What is painful that a project, for example, which is actually founded, the first break is founded by the Casino of Tula Mosque, who is a higher authority, and then this actually building does not continue or is not finished. Actually, we found out a number of problems, for example, and so many projects as well. Actually, even we still see some of the problems that take place, for example, in the monetary offices as well, and notary offices as well, and even sometimes we get together in my office with the notary office as well, so as to accomplish the project or to facilitate the accomplishment of the project. And once we finished the project, the Ministry of Housing helped us and took a part of the project. Still, there is a part of the project actually remaining. So which part? They took a part of the project of the Sahar for the public housing? Yes, it has been distributed actually. I mean, 5 months ago, we distributed the part of the project. Actually, His Excellency, the Minister, Deputy Minister were with us, and we distributed it actually. We distributed a number of parts to the housing development, projects as well. And we hope to expand in towers. We have tens of towers that are actually located in main streets, King Abdullah, King Khalid roads, and we have very important projects as well, and buildings as well, by the way. And what actually motivated me, for instance, so as to push forward the projects is one thing, that sometimes some ambassadors come to us, some guests of high senior officials come expecting that this big project with its high towers, they're expecting that this project, for example, is made by the country, by the government. And they told one of them asked me, for example, has the country, is the government Manlis or when bankrupt or something? No, he said this is a private sector project of Al-Rajhi, and the project, and Al-Rajhi distributed it to his sons and to some companies. So they asked me a question: why such a project is not completed and finished as well? So formerly it was a concrete only; it was a concrete block, and before I sent my assistants to finish the external bars as not to constitute actually a visual pollution of the performance as well. These are some of the examples of the very failed programs, projects as well, that sometimes we have that cause visual pollution of cities. I know that this is not the thing that really we have it in Al-Qasim province, we have in Riyadh, we have in Sharqiya, in the eastern region, in the western region as well. And of course, so now we actually put an end to the projects that are facing problems. You mentioned ambassadors more than once in your talk, and I want to exploit this actually to give you the final question. There has been success story, for example, of a foreign investor who came to invest in Qasim. Their foreign investors came to Al Qasim and they achieved success. We have tens of investors. We have 10 of investors, and I will tell the story now. Yes, and for example, one of the Saudi businessmen, he had a housing project closer to the northern parts of Breda with four investors from the Arab countries, and they work together. And now, for example, they are in the final phase of finishing the building on this project as well. This is what I know. In addition to many other foreign projects as well, who really had successful experience in through their project as well. And they are about to finish their buildings, and they are going to actually to deliver. And as well, we have a city, a complete city, ruler city in Al Qasim, in the circular western road from Breda to Anaiza. And actually now we are working on it, and the future is going to be open. And a part of this is actually a foreign investment. Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness, for this great contribution. You enriched actually the forum as well in such an important session as well, which comes in the as the first morning session for the first day of the Future Real Estate Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, we extend our appreciation to His Royal Highness. And now a special honor from the Real Estate Future Forum, which is actually provided by His Excellency, the Minister of Housing. We extend appreciation to His Royal Highness, Dr. Faisal bin Mashhad bin Saud bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Governor of Al Qasim Province, for his participation in the first session of the Real Estate Future Forum in the second edition 2023. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. And we thank His Excellency, the Minister of Housing. Ladies and gentlemen, and now I invite to the stage His Royal Highness Prince Saud bin Talal bin Badr bin Saud bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Governor of the Al Ahsa Governorate, to participate in the next session.
So for the second session, His Royal Highness Prince Saud bin Talal bin Badr bin Saud Al Saud, the Governor of Al Ahsa Governorate.
Don't try. 5 minutes will come. Of course, the second part of this important day as well. Welcome His Royal Highness Prince Saud bin Talal bin Your Royal Highness. Welcome to the second session of the. Of course, you came by land. This question, of course, about, for example, the journeys or the trips between Al Ahsa and Riyadh. Of course, some people say that there's a shortage of journeys, of trips, or. Now we have aviation, we have train, so of course all the trips are available as well, but we want actually more visits as well. So we want, actually today we have His Excellency the Minister of Tourism, of course, who is really supporting tourism projects. So we want, for example, to raise the performance of the rail, services as well. In your language, the language of the Minister of the Royal Highness, there's a new language, for example, that talks all about integration, between all among the government entities in planning and execution. Well, this is a beautiful language, of course. And what's Your Royal Highness? What are the most remarkable concerns as regards to the file of integration? And the file of integration, as you see, is very important, especially which is actually related to the governorates and provinces. When the Minister of Government is working under one umbrella for all, that will be very able actually to blend in a better way. Today, I can set example for the Development Authority as well. The Development Authority brings all the plans, initiatives as well for execution and for implementation as well. So when the project starts, there is a priority. The priority, for instance, for example, can be measured actually according to the available projects as well. projects we have according to the strategy that we have. The strategy, which is really that we are launching, of course. Now it will started today for the next 3 months, and there will be more priorities will for the most important issues. It will concentrate. This is the main goal of integration by all the government entities, so as to support this in this important step as well, and to put all the projects and the generous funds as well, which have been actually allocated by the government as well, so as to focus on the priority of the province itself. And I mean, the people of Al Ahsa, for example, they're asking about their early authority. They're asking about the CEO, our CEO. There are more than one question, of course. There are more questions. I want you, for example, to actually shoot your point of view as regards of this. The development authority today, yesterday, we had a meeting, a very important meeting as well. Praise be to God. We kicked off and we started the budget, allocating the budget from 2023. Starting, for example, we came to put the mechanisms of the strategic plan. For example, the government's committees have started their work in the second quarter of this year, of course, and they will actually appoint and name the CEO, and will launch and all the formal launch projects in the eastern region will be actually in the hands of the authority of Al Ahsa, and all the projects as well of Al Ahsa. The main goal of such is to have a strategical hierarchical structure of the city, and as well, and at the same time to focus on the real estate. Real estate is not only housing but actually agricultural plan, in addition to economic and housing as well. The most important goal of this important goal is to introduce all the opportunities of real estate. Al Ahsa, for example, is characterized by a number of agriculture projects, for example, as pointed out by the Minister of Housing as well. And we are getting together, for example, so as to launch new residential units and projects as well. We have a great plans, industrial plans as well. I mean, the goal of which is to provide logistics place and a hub not only for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia but for the Gulf country as well. Now, let's talk about the authority. Now, many questions, for example, what about the relationship between the development of Al Ahsa and the development authority of the eastern province? Are there any mutual conversations? Or, I mean, the authority of developing Al Ahsa, actually, His Royal Highness Ahmed bin Fahd is the head of the authority as well. Now, for example, it has been actually separated and divided based on the royal decree, and most of the projects that have been under the auspices of the Eastern Region Authority of Development of Eastern Region have been transferred to the hands of the Al Ahsa Authority of Development as well. And are there, for example, efforts, for example, to increase the supply, for example? So many people, for example, find problems to change some of their products into actually farming and agricultural plan. And this is going to be through the integration between the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Housing, and the Ministry of Tourism as well, based on the demand. The demand in Al Ahsa, we have more than 35,000 demands. And the request is about how many people, for example, are serious out of the 35 businessmen. We have 6 available. And current projects estimated by 6,000 units and houses under construction. And all of these okay. And how many people, for example, will buy? So we have mega project for such as, for example, the BIF project as well are based on the main strategy. For example, once completed as well, we can actually come to recycle the real estate. And the real estate, for example, is completely different from the market. If there's a problem, we'll actually find it. It will lead to a challenge. We don't want to increase, for example, the supply, just not to lose the quality of life. We want to enhance the quality of life and to provide a very good housing environment and a good environment that we need, for example, to be in it. What about the agricultural planning? For example, inside you can say, for example, the urban construction areas as well, in collaboration with our colleagues in the Ministry of Housing, Rural and Villages Affairs as well. So now I see, for example, Engineer Assam, the municipality, the mayor, and he has a great cooperation with this, because once it is in the urban construction areas, fulfilling the demands requirements. I'm an investor, and I want to go to Al Ahsa, for example, for kicking off my business. What are the most important real estate opportunities available for investors as well? I don't want, for example, to surprise. There will be, for example, a forum for the investment opportunities as well. So we will provide all the opportunities. But however, the most important opportunities today, for example, that are within, for example, under the auspices of the Ministry of Housing, that actually put the cooperation between the private and public sector. Each municipality has a company, and once the company, for example, wants to actually to lease the project can actually come into investment partnership. This is the plan that has been established in 2016 accordingly today. The most important thing is the cooperation between the public and the private sector, for example, the commercial private sector. This is our goal. And this is great. This is good what you have said. But I want you specifically focus on the point. You talked about, for example, the industrial, commercial, real estate. What is the most important attracting place in Al-Ahsa, for example, for real estate? There's high demand. And in Al-Ahsa, there is high demand, for example, in buying lands, and this is what you want, for example, from traders and businessmen and investors. But according to the strategies of the new minister as well, today I was talking about some of the challenges with His Excellency, the Minister of Industry, and we're talking that that strategy has been tailored according to the available demands. According to we have King's Man City in the north, we have industrial city in the south, and do I need, for example, to expand to the east or no? And this is one of the most important strategic goal that has been actually provided by the Minister of Industry. And we are discussing this issue with the investors and actually the municipality city council. They have previous industrial zones, for example. Do they want, for example, to invest in the infrastructure? And this is a very important question as well. We need will now, for example, you talk to your Royal Highness, for example, about the incentive, actually the competitive incentive as well, or advantage that this area can or province can provide. I'm talking about a company that has finished this project and the companies that are working on under construction project as well. So, for example, now for the time being, we have two companies, and I think that really, and one of them, Ethal, one of them it was honored a short time ago. And we have the innovative investment that has been constructed 1,200 units as well that come to the to the funds of the money market. I mean the financial market. I mean this is one of the most important goals. The products that are produced in factories, in Saudi factories, and according to a mechanism, a complete mechanism for the supply chain, and from the beginning to the end as well by Saudi hands and made by Saudi hands. And then could you tell me a story of the investor and a success story of an investor at Ethal? There are many. I didn't want, for example, to talk about others. This list, others should be a little bit, embarrassed, but of course, what I'm talking about, for example, a company that got into the real estate funds, and the real estate funds has a great trust and trusted by citizens, especially in the authority, Saudi Arabian Authority, Financial Market Authority. There is high investment return. And what about the facilitations? What about, for example, the incentives? And the housing system. The housing system has a fund, a real estate fund, and it has actually great abundance. There has actually the selling on the map as well committee as well, in addition to the national company for housing, which is not a real estate developer, but it is, however, it is an enabler of all the real estate and developers, the small ones. And this is the main goal of establishing and founding it. Now, for example, the national company for housing, for example, it provides the infrastructure and supervises the infrastructure construction and actually distributes the zones to the developers so that actually they can find quality and actually the language, the common language, and the common language actually for the governors. You can actually see him, and not only as a political figure, but actually as investor, and all of them, they working within investment mentality, and based on what has been said by the governor of Qasim Al-Ahsa. What is the final word, for example, that you can say, for example, what is the thing that really found in Al-Ahsa, and you want us, for example, to come to see it? Al-Ahsa, for example, has a great advantages and incentives as well, like the first of which comes generosity, and the great generosity and warm welcome of its people as well to foreigners. Well, now, based on the fact that Al-Ahsa is actually surrounded by the sea, for example, eastern and the Wazis from the north, so it's actually, and the infrastructure that's been done by the rule affairs and the municipality affairs and city council, His Excellency, in the strategic plan through towards, for example, the major plans and the major, for example, them based on the cooperation from the leadership, between the leadership and the government entities as well. Any investor, for example, comes to the prompt as well. We find added value on investment and participability in addition to good quality as well. So now, well, I extend my appreciation to all of you, Your Highness. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your speech. Your Highness Saud bin Talal bin Badr Al Saud, the governor of Al Ihsa region. Our colleagues Abdullah Mdaifer will be take a part in the next section. We will talk about the alignment between the regions and the governments and how we make the enable all the real sector and real estate sector in order properly. We have also in front from the Her Excellencies from the Al Qasim governor. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to get onto the platform. The Ministry of the Adjust and the Ministry of the Tourist. The Minister of Majid Al-Haqi, the Governor of the Minister and Housing, Your Excellency Badr Al-Khraif, the Governor of the Investment and the Chrome, and the Munir.
أترككم إذن مع هذه الجلسة التي
يديرها زميلي. Leave you now with the session and the chairman of this session, Mr. Abdullah Mdaifer. In the third part of this forum, we'd like to introduce my speakers in order to speak deeply about the real estate sector. And we'll start with Your Highness Dr. Sheikh. Good morning, Your Excellency. So my first question about the legislation adjustment that will affect the real estate sector in general way, and as well as I will ask you about a very important story which is related about the verification of the attitude. In the name of God, the greatest and the most merciful. No doubt that the legislation in the real estate sector is very important and they take a highly consideration. And before I get deeper to the questions, it's most important to know about the period, of the legislation that affects the real estate sector directly and indirectly. And from they achieved about that, there was agreement has been issued that adopt all the real estate sector, and also additional to others attitude and other problems. A period ago, there was a lot of questions and a question about how we're gonna verify the agreements and all the real estate agreements. In that conference and that forum, we must assert that all the legislation, that the new legislation, there is no any laws that is stop if or cancelled if it's not completed, if it not was completed. Any agreements that has been issued from the government authority, it's not completed. However, then the same procedures that we then do within the policies that we have. So the verification of all the real estate and the property is very high important, and it's considered as a first priority. So any kind of laws or any kind of agreements must be verified from the ministry, and I want to make sure that now, no doubt that within the electronic verification files, there's no any doubt about that, and it's most important in order also to talk about the legislation issue, that we have variety about the services in the real estate sector. Therefore, the legislation of the real sector is very important in order to serve the clients, and also we have to take in consideration the speed and the period of the time to achieve all this kind, and also that will help us in order to avoid any problems and any challenges that we might face in terms of verification, and without going for any kind of law man. And that we will collaborate together with the Ministry of the Housing and also with the funding authority and commission. All of them, we will gonna work together to achieve, and also that will help us in order to give the best solutions, and hopefully with a few years we will achieve with all our challenges. So Your Excellency, Mr. Ahmed Al Khatib, I want to ask you a questions about, since you are about the Qasim. How is that tourist tour in the Qasim and the rural tourism? Is it going to be one of the first component? Do you think that is a station and it's a global station for grabbing all the attention of the tourism? Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to thank the Excellency, Mr. Abdullah, for this invitation to participate in this invitation. And since the real estate sector is one of the most important, and it's related to the tourism sector and gas and oil and fuel for all other sectors in some countries, representing the real estate sector has been reached to 15%, such as France and Spain. And today we start in 2019, before the COVID-19 pandemic, and we reach 4%. And our objective also is to reach 10% of this is the average, the global average of the situation. So this means that we will add 70 or 80 million dollars. This is the total of the outcome, the local outcome in the market, in Saudi market. And also I would like to add that will open a new job opportunities for all the citizens, and that will create a new job criteria. So the Highness that mentioned that each region and each area has its outstanding roles and outstanding manners. So the tourism and the tourism sector plays on the good also, for example, the golden priorities. For example, Maldives plays and concentrate on the coast, since it has of course. So some areas they do not have a coast, so there will be a mechanism of that. We have to establish a mechanism in order to grab the attention for the tourism. For other countries, places they have the mountains and the mountains of snow that will grab at it. So basically we have to know why the 1,600,000 travelers for the tourism in 2019. For example, this is the basic before the COVID-19 pandemic. 30% they were traveled in order to find coast and beaches there. And also 20% of them they will travel in order to gain a cultural knowledge that will, for example, there's a cultural places and locations that will based and registered in UNESCO. And these areas. After this, also there was some others. They have objective in order they want to travel and to see a new areas. So the education such as for the education, sports, and the wellness and the medical methods. So in the kingdom, what we have, God has given us a bliss, and we have a big country. We have the mountains in the summer area. It's very. We have Taif, Al Baha, Asir. All there is magnificent atmosphere, especially in the summer, and also especially in August. We have also the Al Sahab Park in Abha. I swear to God that there was the 38 degrees there, and you're gonna not feel it as 18 degrees. So this is the outcome that we have a competitive. We are considered as a competitor to other areas that will develop all the real estate, and the government has been away, and they funded the projects, all the projects, and the soda projects in Abha. It's gonna be a magnificent and significant projects in order to grab all the tourism attentions. And that we also we launched up the Asir strategic in the tourism. And in other hands, we have the seas. We have the Red Sea in the east area, starting from the middle of Jeddah, as you have seen today, until we're gonna reach Neom and Panama. So and all the services we have has been displayed. The Red Sea will be a mechanism of 3 festivals, and the Sandala will gonna be worked in the first quarter of the next year. So we think that the ministry has been highlight about the tourism. So some people they like to go to stay in their house, and this is one of the establishments that we launched in 3 months ago. So for example, if someone own a house, if you want to put it in the platform, so today you can do that. You can collaborate together in that platform. You can appreciate that you have another house, it's able for rental. If you have a farmer in Ahsa or Qasim and you want to rent it, and you want to exposure to renting, if you and you don't have the knowledge, you may go and make a consultation with the Ministry of the Tourism that will help you in order to give you the full knowledge about how to contribute in the platform. For example, how you're gonna build 200 rooms or 100 rooms that will and also you're gonna build services that will help all the tourism to grab attentions. And what my advice also, especially in the rural tourism, for example, somebody they will just add their and download their project about they have house and they have. However, we want to concentrate. If you have you have the content, the full content that related. For example, we have entertainment facility. oud facilities and instruments sessions, so musical sessions. We need a content and a full program that will grab all the tourism attentions and will stay for 4 days, and they will get back again. So how are you gonna help them? As you are a Minister of Justice and Minister of Tourism, how are you gonna help them? Well, we have two management. We have two agencies in order to developing the tourism area programs. So we welcome anybody to come and to meet the agents. For example, if they have any notion or idea and they're gonna meet, so we will develop the tourism that based on some statistics. So how in Qasim region, people they search for 1, 2, 3, 4 areas. In Ihsal, others they have other opinion and others. So this is related to the consultations. So in the other hands, we have the funded and the box funded. Tourism has been funded 500 projects in just 1 month, and it will be cost in 50 million. So we will make alignment with the bank. For example, here we choose a Riyadh Bank. We make a collaboration together in several projects, and also in Mecca we made a 40 or 70% that we're gonna pay, and that all others we will continue by funding as a competitors and within a longer process of payment. All of these policies we have established in order to place to all this sector will be the best as much as we can. So we tried now, we collect the best opportunities, Your Excellency. That's what we are trying to do. And this is what was, now the question is to Mr. Mazen Al-Hikail. What is the new procedures on the real estate sector? I just would like to rethink all the organizers and all your excellencies about these invitations and what's about your richness speech. I would like to assert that real estate is very important. Today, the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Ministry of Tourism, and Ministry of Transport, all of them considered as a partner. So without each other, we will not be able to continue and to proceed our objective. So 5 years ago, the ministry and the authority of the real estate has been achieved what is going to objective during the Vision 2020, and they were concentrated on 4 pillars, which one, the governance of the real estate, 2, the sustainability and enablement of the real estate, 3, mechanism and activating the market, and 4, the qualification with a partnership and alignment with the partnership. So today, if we're gonna say about the governance of the real estate, the investor in the real estate sector, for example, they have multiple partners. So how the governments, how the relationship between other parties, and that's what happens with the Sheikh Walid. How also the Ministry of Justice has been done. It was multiple beneficiaries between how we're gonna change also the laws. So today we don't have any cancelled laws and cancelled agreements unless we have to continue with something. So today we establish a new system. This is which is related about to put this registration system in you, and we'll distribute it with other areas. What's you gonna get benefits and take advantage that will give a reality and a reliable data that will give you, so you'd not be able to go down. Everything is encountering. Also above that will give a verification about the commitment between the 2 parties. So the whole process and the whole procedures will be pursued and will be verified between the parties before you're gonna start the project. And also, for example, all that you're gonna need as your investor, and will be some limitation of the multiple laws and multiple agreements. For example, also we have the agreement and agreement of the ultimate. This is one of that issue that we have been published in a period in a couple of months ago, and sometimes so always you have heard about that. Always we about the agreement, and we made all of this. Especially indeed, we have to check again and again. So also has been 2 weeks ago has been launched 2 agreements. Today we have more than real estate agents, more than housing real estate agents, more than notion and ideas, multiple ideas about. We don't have to choose or to know which one the most reliable, and that we need something to make it clear as much as we can. And also in a short period of time we're gonna meet together with a fund of the real estate. Today we have to know how we will achieve and how we're gonna make it as much as possible and to achieve in different areas, such as these successful parts will be taken advantage. That will give us an opportunity in order to expand our vision, in order to put also, for example, system for trips, for system for markets and for purchasing and selling. So all of this we have to make sure that there is a governance, a clear governance in the market. Today we have to ensure and guarantee that commitment in different partners. For example, as we have spoken about the tourism, we have tomorrow multiple opportunities. You're gonna see the biggest partnership, it is from the tourism. Why you're gonna see that? Because today we were kind of focusing in order to increase the real estate sector and as well align with the tourism sector. Since we have strategies, these strategies contain a main components. So it's going to be difficult in order to rental and in different areas. So we have to make sure that we have a disposal about for example today if we have to build an hotel with 5 stars, I have to create a new jobs. This will allow me to create new jobs, new opportunities in the souk, and that will give me a good opportunity to get deeper and to get into the market. And also about the industry sector. Industry sector needs a lot of objectives. So all of these considered as one government and as a unit of governments that will help us in order to partner all the partners together, in order to align with all the partners together. So today, as we have seen today, a different nationality, all these nationalities that they are keen in order to develop and success the real estate sector clearly and reliably.
من لغة الشراكة، كيف ممكن القطاع الصناعي يطور القطاع العقاري؟
From a partnership point of view, how the sector and the real estate sector would gonna develop with other sectors together. Good morning, everyone. I would like just to congratulate my colleagues about the big achievements, since the real estate sector is one of the main important sectors in the economy of Saudi Arabia, and this is considered one of the most important sector that could be as a brother to that, which is be an industry sector. So today we have the needs of this sector, that we develop the needs of the most of the needs of these sectors we have achieved from the industry and the local industry in the country. And this will be under of the 2030 vision. What's happening in the housing sector, especially, and in the construction sector, all of this considered as a mechanism to increase the demanding of the operating demand. And this is what happened during the last periods under the vision in 2030. This some of the real estate sector has been achieved. Very important pillars and very important objectives. This is with our colleagues, Mr. So today we're gonna see on this real estate that we have a high demanding of the services, and also from the mean also this considered as one of the pillars that will give and provide the raw materials such as cement materials and others, and the iron materials. So this will considered as a one chain that collaborated with each other, starting from the raw and the natural resources for the oil and gas and others, and also the mineral resources, until we're gonna reach the instruction materials. So one of the outstanding components, which is we have the mechanism of demanding, and we have a recognition. We have recognized that there's a high demanding services and numbers that will help us in order to increase the development and the growth in different in the different markets and in different sectors. In other hands, exacting a sustainability in the sector that will motivate the investment, not just the investment, and also that will create an opportunities for creating and innovating. So always, as we can collaborate together with the Ministry of Housing to help each other in order to adopt a new abilities that will give us a speed that will speed up our action in order to transform the industry, whether you are in this location or it's not, and also for the support and for those who are the people for the initiatives, who is responsible for the initiatives. So as you're gonna see about the fund of the investment, they are concentrate in investing and success these whole procedures. These all the main components that say that are very important in order to implement our ministry, that will help us also with a high quickly, and also we will avoid other costs. And this considered as a golden opportunity for all the factories to enhance and to having and to be one of the appropriate partnership in the market. And as we are from the economical point of view, we have to target the very big segments that will reach the international market. And during the previous period of the time, we have achieved a lot of growth, and that will enhance more over than 80 countries. Above all of that, we have a scarcity of the needs. We will be able in order to create new objectives. So, Your Excellency Mohammed Al-Guais, from your point of view, about as the government of Ahsa and the Prince has been spoken about the deed of in the real estate sector. So, from this point of view, his point of view about the mechanism and activate the market and the financial market. What do you provide for the financial market? Well, before we get deeper in the financial and the real estate, let me introduce the real estate sector in different point of view. So, the real estate sector represent. If we are going to combine it with the legislation sector, they are one main component, and they will not going to separate between these two sectors. And we consider the biggest sectors in the Saudi economy today. And always we are seeking in order to build a further and a bigger sectors in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia align differently from the oil also sector. And today I would like to highlight about our citizens, the female and the man and woman citizens. They considered one of our objectives, and we have to invest in them. So this sector has a main challenge. This is challenge that we have a density of the capitalism, in terms of the instruction, and it needs a very high amount of money that it needs shares, and also invested funds in order to achieve our objectives. So traditionally, when we talk about the funding, we will base it's the fastest idea will come into your mind about the banks. So we don't have about. However, if we're gonna to highlight about the funding between the banks, and we're gonna move it into for the investors and the individual funding, or for the development of these sectors in different areas, we're gonna found since 2014, we're gonna reach 2020. You're gonna see that the whole funded sectors, they are a collaboration which is 100 million riyals. If you're gonna see from 2017 until the middle of 2022, we will find the funding of the market, Saudi market, is versatility that will reach 1 million riyals. So they are equally comparison together. So these two numbers equally the same. So we're gonna focus about the oldest and the most expanded, which is related about the funded sector, which is especially about the real estate funded that we have the real estate sector started in 2006, and today have reached 172 million riyals, and today is considered one of the biggest sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and above all of that, considered as the most versatility and growth, since it contains the income and the outcome sectors and also other categories. And one of the outstanding, the funded of the Saudi, that there was the decision that happened last year. Even the funded that have been used, that they use and investors from inside the Saudi Arabia and out and from the Medina, and what's of our objective in order to develop the whole procedure and the whole area in different area within the small companies that are working in the real estate sector. So no doubt this is the first important pillars that we have to concentrate on. And in addition to that, the high demanding of the action. Today we're gonna recognize a lot of companies and real estate companies and agents. They are working about to achieve a new development that will also make it to quick the mechanism about the area and the works. And also we have the momentum of the works that we have recognized. The third part, which is about the debt funding. Yesterday and in the past, we have recognized about the debt. It's something related to the government. However, which is the very speed in developing, we will gonna find that the small companies from the private sectors, they consider that is something related about the needs. They're gonna meet with the needs, since the needs are very maximum. So we have also the market that debt will give also that sector open new opportunities for all the investors. For example, so they will give you a loan. For example, a loan that will be estimated for the 4 to 5 years. recently, what I want to say this is what I give you a vision about what happened in the past, and today how we're gonna change and transform it and also for about the income and the revenue that we're gonna take in we have a very speed in the revenue, and today you have all the tools that you can to verify about all of this. And finally, the last but not least, which is the process that we're gonna see, which is the technical or the fintech, I could say, as we have recognized a very important models in the fintech that related for the real estate sector, and within this, which is development of the funded and the investor funded, we have recognized a rapid and a vast expanding of the funded, and also now we recognize a platform that related and allow all the partners in order to collaborate together and interact. So 1 week ago we allow these platforms to open a date platform and a date section that will help you in order to provide you to collaborate and to contribute in the market and in the financial markets in order to meet our eye to eye our objectives. Impressive. Will actually, you have all the investors, they have to meet, and also we have to concentrate on the shares sectors, which is related about the funding. So we have also, actually we have to highlight with the banks that we are together equally, we are working together. So this is, actually the market is very competitors, and we are in competition in the markets. Well, frankly, and in general way, we have to invite. So today we have a new language, which is in the market sector. So with the Ministry of Justice, you have spoken about legislation. Today I would like to listen about your services in terms of the real estate sector. And please, could you please tell us more about that something that we have to put it under the spot of the light? Regarding the services in the Ministry of Justice, we have to start from the operating and exchanging the individual services, and also in the 1 year ago, last year, we have more than 51 agreements that will shape 30% of the total between the exchange of the real estate sector. And also we provide services not just within the Ministry of Justice, we also depend on other parties, which is the depender and the verification parties. So all of this, we have one main component, and we have to meet the quality of the service within the climate and the demand of the clients. So today we have the real estate is considered as a product real estate, and it should be done in high quality. And one of the process and the methodology that in the Ministry of the Justice, and also for the Ministry of the Rural Life and the Housing Minister, we during the 2 years ago, we have recognized very activation and collaboration together, and also we have a collaboration and with others and with a bank, with a central bank, in order to know more about the property of the real estate and how we will follow. In addition to that, we have a main rule that related to the size of the real estate sectors, and that will help us in order to find a very high amount of financial amount. And also we have the SNAD Center, which is related to collaborate with the private sector, with the partners in the private sectors, will help us also to collaborate with all the groups, financial groups, and that will help them in order to guarantee the financial amount of money and to other sectors. And during the coming 2 years, there will be expanding of the ISNAD center, and it's not be of course to transfer of the government and the justice and the court. Finally, also, addition to that, we have some national and that will establish from the Ministry of Justice. We have objectives that related to also from the Housing Ministry. That we will collaborate together in a digital platform and a digital way. And today we have more than 100 services, electronic services related to the real estate sector, and also we have one of the objective that related to the ministry, that without going deeper without collaborating directly with the agent. So, your ministry, there's a lot of investors, a lot of business developers. So, what do you need from them? In a wide way, just in a brief, what do you need? In as simple as much. For example, in Riyadh, inside Riyadh, outside Riyadh, what do you need exactly? Well, actually, what we have to know also what they need in order to be as much as good provider for them. And thanking God that Saudi Arabia, we have reached 8.8%, bigger than the biggest countries of the 2020, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been achieved #1 for getting back to our routine and the regular life after the pandemic. And since we are opened the visas and the tourism visas until September 2019, and so we have been. And then we just started to 2022, and this year from the Ministry of the Tourism, we expect that we will reach the numbers of the 2019, the same number before the pandemic. So we have to concentrate about the 3 years, coming 3 years, to set our legislation and our system and policies in order to grab all attentions of the investors, and also in order to provide the quality and the good services for all the investors. And I think from here, Your Excellency, you are from the private sectors, and also from, if you want, most of our daily works from the private sector. So what's our important here? We have to invest and to put the best area in order to invest our financial amount of money, and that also will reach and will avoid us from the higher numbers of risk. That's what we keen on in the Ministry of Tourism, and also to provide some materials and products that are bigger than the previous product. And all of these has been launched and issued by a certain laws and legislation. And also we established the economical fund in order to support the investors of the sector. And also we issued on the website of the tourism sector and tourism ministry of tourism, that will help all the clients and all the contributors to know where is the best opportunities of, is there any traffic in Qasim, any traffic in Ahsa, where we have to go, where we have to visit a new area. And this is all of these will gonna be it, and also the average of the rooms that are available, and you're gonna recognize the prices as well as the new opportunities and what's the offers there. All of this you're gonna find it in the platform. And if you need, for example, hotels and accommodations, so what our role as we are legislators, so to establish all the legislations that will enable the private sector to invest easily and properly. We have here some of the sectors in private sector in Saudi Arabia. All of them, they are vision under the Vision 2030. So today, I think the tourism sector in Saudi Arabia, from the infrastructure of the legislation, they is considered as a fully complete from the motivations, and we have the fund that provide a lot of motivation sectors and a lot of motivational area that will help all the investors to grab their attentions, and all the people grab their attentions. As we have seen, we have 1 million visit visa tourism we have issued in 2000. We will reach in 2030. So we will also hopefully we will reach 8 million. So most of the people, they identify the tourism when someone who will get out of his house and gonna sleep. However, this is in the West or the informed people, they were gonna see a difference. However, if we talk about someone who will get out from his house and just booking in an hotel and stay, this is considered as a tourism visit. However, so this is what our goal in under the 2030. We have to reach 1 million locally tourists and locally and internationally, and also 40 million of the locally tourists. So we have reached 65 million in the last year of the amount of the tourists. So this is the interior of the invest. So as you can see in the summer, so in Abha we have recognized that no any accommodation is available. So, for example, do you think that this is going the 35%? Are you going to raise it? Of course, yes. We're gonna raise our services. So 30% is one of the most our objective, because we are concentrate about the international tourists, since they will gonna see something new, and that will help to increase the tourist sector. So I think, from my point of view, and also I would like to hear from you, and I have some from the minister. So each minister of his must today he must to meet 150 people of the citizens. So today we have to hear your voice. We have to hear what you want. What's your challenging? What's something that's challenging in Medina, in Jeddah? So what's the challenging factors that you are recognized? And this is what our ability in order to go negotiate all together. Well, I really appreciate that one of the rule of the ministers to listen to people. So before I get out, so today in Riyadh, what do you think? Today we have a 40,000 kilos, and Riyadh needs more than will need more than 40,000, and we will looking forward in order for Qiddiya and other city to achieve. So what's also we found that this is something very important. We have reached from 50 million in 2022 within all the services that we have provided, and for all the investors that is coming from the private sector, as well as this considers something impressive, and these numbers is very impressive. So what's the priority? The priority actually for the hotels and accommodation is considered as a one chain and a unit, starting from the aviation until the airports, and also to provide cabs and taxis. And so all of this is not our supervision. However, we are collaborate with the Ministry of Transport and Ministry of the Municipalities, so in order to provide all these services that we are responsibility directly, and also for the accommodation and hotels and the aviation companies and the airlines companies. Within the 2030, in the market will be able, even in the Red Sea or Asir or Jeddah or Baha, more than 700,000 new key and queue accommodation services that will achieve the wellness and also the quality of tourism. So your Ministry of the Housing, there was a big achievement and transportation and transformation of this changing. Could you please explain what's the main role of the ministry in these terms? If we get previously about the housing program, there was the three phases: the phases of the 2030, and also phases of will end in 2020, and the second phase will end in 2025, and the third phase will end in 2030. There was a procedures for the real estate sector, and since that considered as a very important of the real estate. And the third component, which is the sustainability of the real estate, this will have been in the third phase from 25 until 30. So we concentrate on three main pillars, which is the legislation and the policy of the funding, and supporting the citizens and all the people, and also setting the legislation and the policy and the transformation that all will help all these sectors. When we start about the funding sector, all the banks was a little bit afraid, and they have some hesitation, since they have to collaborate with this in these projects. So we have to explain about the revenue and the outcome and the income of the banks. So it's considered, since the private sector considered as one of the main competitors to us. So today we could say that all banks, and in the recent lately 4 years, we have found a very growth from approximately 2.9 until 2.9 trillion. More than 50% have been done to the funding and the central funding sector. So the whole companies and the whole institution has been acknowledged about all these new criteria. So today we also dealing about the raising of the taxes and the income, and also what's the readings after we see the studies. We're gonna see after 2 years we're gonna see a decreasing of the income and the outcome of the taxes amount. That will give us an indication that all the shares will decrease. And also today, with the banks considered will provide the best solution, the best products, in order to give the beneficiaries and to avoid and to calculate some of the amount of the money. And hopefully, there's a lot of positive things we're gonna recognize, that all of us we will guarantee from the company that reinvesting Saudi company SRC will work until today. We have did more than 20,000 million riyals, and we are looking forward in order to double these numbers in the coming years. Also, we established the access and the assets and the government, the guarantee also, in order to help all the developers and the citizens that they have abilities in order to get the loan and the investing. So, and the funding is investors. So actually, I would like to say that we have now reached 8,000 families, and I hope that we will increase this number under the Prince Crown Vision 2030, and within, for example, for 40 years ago, it was equals and 8,000 within these programs. So that, on the other hand, we have to motivational, which is motivational the investors, and we have today we are proud. We have another local and governmental local institution. Today we have more than 15 developers that they have to put more than 51 institution, and we have over than 80 investor and developer that could able to have a project, and we have also until 500 and also 500 and 600 investor and developer we concentrate on, and in order to grab their attention to collaborate together. And also, if we work about the industry sector, we try hard as much as we can in order to develop and increase our collaboration with the industry. Since it's very good, however, some industry today, if some instance has been done, if we have to also raise the quality of the factory and of the services, today most of the real estate projects, 60% of the real estate sectors and institutions, they use the electronic version of the work and the business, and that will help them in order to get deeper in the real market and considered as one of the main components with the Ministry of the Industry. So the industry cost has been equally for the traditional way of building, for investing. And the third part about the legislation, as I mentioned in the 2 minutes ago, as with the Ministry of the Justice, Ministry of the Commercial, and Ministry with the other municipalities. So from the automation and automating sectors, and then the housing sectors has been played with us as enabling partner, and as today they have worked more than 500 projects, over than 3 million Saudi riyals, over than 100 million riyals for the private sector and the funding. They have a lot of pressure and a lot of infection and also inflammation of the infrastructure. So today we're gonna see about all of these sectors and of the infrastructure and in the private sectors. So regarding the automation, today we're gonna see how we are dealing with the digital government. We have more than 500 ministry, and also we give over than 500 beneficiary in order to find the best products, and that will help them in order to give them the best solution for fundings and for investors. I will not get deeper in that. I will not take more time. So as my colleagues has been spoken about today about the deed sector and the other and the dates, as today we have considered one of the a main part that play a main part of our sector in the economy, in our economy. And so, and we don't have to forget about the funding and the tourism and also the industry and the medical funding. So today the deed sector and deed market, we have to concentrate and to put it under the spotlight in order to also grasp all the fundings and financial from outside Saudi Arabia. Of course, Your High Excellency, I was a visit and a tour in one of the banks. There was 260 million. Immediately or suddenly has been increased. This number has been increased in a very high amount. So we're gonna say this is as related about the housing ministry. So this is as considered about this mechanism, this very impressive raising of numbers that's related to the Ministry of Housing. So we have always a keen, and hopefully we will be in this successful as much as we can. As you gonna spoke about the new generation, about the fourth generation, I would like to know more about what's the challenges that have been affected the market, and is the market aware to solve all these challenges? Well, actually, some of them, they took our money. So please let us some money for the industry sector. Well, actually, the project has been worked upon different phases. We have something related to the material development, which is related from the material. How today we will provide a special materials, quality with a high quality that will also preserve the energy with the Ministry of the Energy in order to develop all the petrochemia and to see, and we use it as alternative in the instructions and in different also in sectors. So this is one of the our main objectives, and that will and also the energy sector could be as a supporter for the demanding and also for the chemical products and products. So as we have seen in the kingdom, we have all the kingdom must have beneficiaries in order to develop our and enhance the quality of the products that we use in exporting and importing.
في نظام البناء نفسه في كيفية تسهيل مشوار المقاول.
We have to recognize about the easiness of the relators.
تنفيذها في الصناعة في المدن الصناعية في المصانع.
How all the factors and all the other factors that we have to fund it within something related, and how to transform it and transport it even to other locations within, and that whole procedure and the whole area will be as implementing and adjusting. So the third part, which is related, that we are also experimental, which is related about the trees and the printing press. So this considered as a lot of countries around the world has been spoken about, especially in the commercial sector. All of this something related to develop and enhance the mechanism, the process of the projects, and especially the instruction projects, and that will also open any new opportunities in order for the technical and for the raw materials that we use. So eventually this considered as a combination, as a unit combination between all the sectors. And also for the real estate sector, that there will be a good collaboration and relationship with the ministry and the economy sectors, and that we will concentrate, that considered as about the real estate and the instruction sectors. One of our objectives that we are looking forward, that will be growth and success, and as my colleague Muhammad has mentioned, this sector has a very amount of in the market, and it's very plays an important role in the market. And our objective, how we're gonna raise all the competitors and all the consumer and all the participants in that part and in that sector. So today the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia keen a lot about the renewable energy. This is one of our also basic and objective and missions in the Ministry of in the ministry, and how we will make the real estate and all the buildings needs and consume less amount of energy. All of these details are related to our work and our jobs. So please, Your Excellencies, we don't have much time. We have to rapidly, please, could you please give me the conclusion rapidly? 40%? Okay, 40%. So I just want to wrapping up how you can meet between the rental fund and the real estate sector and the real estate fund. We have spoken about that today. The funding is considered as the oldest and the most important rule in the funding. So if we get deeper about the funding, we will gonna recognize the real estate funding is considered has a different solutions. They will gonna get services to develop it, and we could also separate between all of these kinds. And there are also some investors that will invest all of these fundings, and that will take all of these products that gives all the beneficiaries an outcome in the revenue. So we have from the third categories that's related between the rental fundings. It's related to the rental services that the needs of this in the market is considered as a shares in the financial market. And all of these class standards and the classification that allows the funding, one of the biggest, however, it's not within the sector in 2019, today has been reached the biggest numbers of the beneficiaries, and also the quicker growth and the quicker success in the real estate sector. And if we're gonna recognize what's the cause here, why that happens between the developer, we're gonna recognize there is some several causes, which is what we have a very flow of money, a financial flow, what's related about the interior and the exterior of the kingdom, and there was something related difficulties. So this about regarding the flow, financial flow, considered one of the main outstanding component and pillars of the funding, since there is something related about the outstanding and saying about the funding or funding for the REIT. And the third point, which is related about the versatility, since the one is not going to invest in one real estate, and he could invest in different and several property. All of this, we have recognized that the retail sector, we can see a fluctuating and a fluctuating. So it's related about not stable in the market. However, we can recognize something related about fluctuating. We will not see that related about. So we're gonna see wobbly inflation, as today we will see in the market in collaboration with the developing countries. All of this income and the income and the revenue will affect it and equally with a negative way. So we will shape as one of the as a protect factor. All of these that grabs all the people's attentions. So Your Excellency, there's something about there's something related about the Majd Fame company. Others they speak about other services in the tourism, how we will ensure all the tourist people, that the tourists, and they will come, they will feel some satisfied, and they will take a satisfied journey. About today, if you could say about the life quality, this is one of the main terms under the Vision 20. About we need the life quality. Give me anything, any clue about the life. Is it regarding the investing? The investors, either he will go directly to the Ministry of Investment, and everything he needs it's in the ministry, all the enabling factors. And today we are working about the eventual and the last project, that which is the utilizing and also the cost of the investing sector in tourism. So we're working about upon 1 year we have been working on this project, and we're working about the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, one of the most important and one of the most beautiful countries, in order to grasp all the investors and to come and to recognize and to see, and also to grasp all the investors in order to invest in Saudi Arabia and to display their investing and their interests. As we have, for example, we have Rixos, one of the example. They are building in the Kingdom Abdullah economy, and also they are building in multiple others in the East region. So they have a multiple opportunities and multiple notions. So today the Kingdom of Saudi considered as one of the sectors, and investing in Saudi Arabia is very important, and we grabs and one of the most grabbing attentions for our programs will develop and will concentrate on Saudi Arabia to be one of the most satisfying country to live. So how are we gonna achieve the social and the life quality from the social part? So the infrastructure and the social life. So infrastructure is considered as education, medical and communication, and medical sector, and this also we have also showed it, and the life equality we have made something really achieved a really magnificent outcome. So for example, all the smartphones, all the application. So how are we gonna put also about the infrastructure today? If we could took Riyadh as one of the representatives, and within 5 years we established a restaurants that is very important. That so we have some limitation related to the retails, and that's related. So for example, that the experience of shopping in Saudi Arabia, so the shopping experience, it must be very important and very satisfying. However, I will not blame him if there is the procedures of the shopping is different. However, we are working hard in order to expand our objectives and expand our services in order to make the Saudi Arabian Riyadh one of the outstanding destinations. So there's a lot of questions about the numbers, the validity, the reliable numbers. So please, how are you gonna comment on that topic? So the bourse and also the real estate considered about some lack of information. So we have the platform in order to exchange and also to provide the real and the clear vision about the numbers, and also considered as a platform that will give something related about the experience. And also we have a Rachel then sectors that will also will ensure the verification and also the clarifying of all the sectors and the numbers. So I just would like to conclude with ministry, with the municipality and the housing. Is there any vision to grasp a new information in the real estate sector or in general sector? No doubt. Today, as I mentioned, so the numbers of the developers in Saudi Arabia, we are so proud of them. However, we need other successful experience that will help us and to be as a supporter. So today, the maximum, as you mentioned, about the life quality, they have actually more than something related to that. So today, we will announce some of names according to the regional area, and not just for so and also about the competitors, not just local. So Saudi market needs very good players and good supporters in different area, and this is what our notion and our objective today. This is when we highlighted with the Chinese minister and what highlighted a negotiation with so are you going to say, are you saying that a Chinese company? Well, let us until we gonna give a full agreement and we'll sign the agreements, and then we're gonna discuss that topic. Well, today I just want to say that the Saudi market needs more than that to avoid. So until today, we have a multiple vision of Saudi Arabia. We are meeting the realtors of Saudi Arabia. They will not govern the existence and the needs and the demanding. So today we need something about the putting it. We have seen today raising of the cost and the numbers and the prices. So we need the inflammation, a deeper and a bigger inflammation, and within the government and the support from the government, we make sure that we're gonna reach all the citizens, and especially they will reach and the life equality, and life equality as this is the first our objective to give the satisfaction for all the tourism and for all the citizens and as well. inside the country and outside the country. So thank you very much, Your Excellency, Minister. We're gonna move until to the last period and the last trip from Saudi Arabia, and for the regional and also for the Ministry of Sultanate Oman. And also with my colleagues Nadine. Thank you very much for your listening. Your attention much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, I would like to honor sector of this session, honoring Excellency Walid, the Ministry of Justice. And honoring Ministry of Justice for his contribution and his collaboration and participation in this session, with also Your Excellency Majid Al Hakail, the Ministry of Rural and Municipality and Housing.
الأستاذ أحمد الخطيب وزير السياحة.
أحمد الخطيب, Ministry of the Tourism. Your Excellency Badr Al Khurayef, the Minister of the Mineral Sector. And Ministry of Muhammad Al-Wais, Minister of the Chairman of the Corporation and the Capital Market Authority, and Dr. Abdullah
يستحق التكريم الزميل عبد الله المديفر.
Mr. Abdullah Mdeifer, our colleague, the chairman of this session. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for your participations in the session, and to talk about the role of the municipalities and ministries in order to implement and enable the real estate sector.
السيدات والسادة.
Gentlemen, our guests, to now one of the most important sessions that will have been held in the Real Estate Future Forum, that will be talk about the efforts of the private sectors and the growth of the private sectors. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite on the platform Dr. Khalfan Al-Shuaili, the Ministry of the Municipality and the Housing in Sultanate Oman.
وتدير هذه الجلسة.
The chairman of this session, my colleagues Nadine Al-Hani. Please, I will let you with this session and about the real estate sectors with Dr. Khalfan Al-Shuaili in Sultanate Oman. For sure, I would like Nadine and Hadi to chairman will not also be taken with the Nadine. If Abdullah Mdeifer has spoken to took the chairman of this session will not be ended up until the noon. Thank you very much for my colleagues. Abdullah. Good morning, everyone, and hello, everyone in the Real Estate Future Forum that has been taking time in this year under the authority and the government of Saudi Arabia, with the Ministry of the Housing and also with the funding and the international. That also will help it as a deeper and to alignment with the all ministry. It's such a pleasure to be here together in Riyadh in order to collaborate and to negotiate about the vital. بالمناسبة هل تسمع? Do you yes, is it clear? Okay, so we listened in the morning about the most outstanding transformation in the real estate sector, and today now we're gonna focus about the real estate sector in Oman and what's the most and the other opportunities. In Sultanate Oman has been issued the 2040, and that will help them in order to change their economical and how they will stay within the growth, sustainability growth, and to change about this to change that will help them in order to achieve new opportunities and building.
تحقيق الازدهار الاجتماعي والاقتصادي في المناطق الحضرية والريفية وكل ذلك مع المحافظة على الاستدامة المالية.
Of course, in that, of course, the real estate sector has an important role, for example, so as to achieve the national goals of the Sultanate of Oman. Of course, let's understand more about those goals, of course, in addition to the great opportunities provided by the real estate sector. For example, let me just meet His Excellency, the Minister of Land in the Sultanate of Oman, Mr. Thank you very much for coming for today. And thank you very much. I'd like to extend my appreciation to you all at the beginning of my speech. Let me just in the name of Allah, most compassionate, God, peace and mercy, be upon Prophet Muhammad, the day of judgment. And it gives me much pleasure to extend my appreciation and congratulations as well. Actually, my colleagues, my brothers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for organizing this great real estate conference and wishing them all the best, for example, and wishing, and we came from Muscat as well with a very limited participation so that we can actually communicate our voice with the real estate developers and investors as well, and to get them familiar with the most important opportunities actually in the future in the Sultanate of Oman in general. And now, for example, let's hear from you, for example, to all of these efforts. Before talking about the real estate sector, the Sultanate of Oman has a great story to tell. Undoubtedly, for example, passed by a very hard time, actually at the beginning of the pandemic, but after the pandemic, within the improvement of the oil prices, and within, for example, the number of reforms that have been actually conducted by the Sultanate of Oman, the public budget is on track as well, with the growth of 5.5% of growth. I'll talk about could you talk about these reforms before talking about real estate in the Sultanate of Oman? And praise be to God, because we passed in 2020, actually, before the pandemic, where the death of Sultan Qaboos was announced, and then with the new coming ruler of the Sultanate of Oman, that was the transfer, and directly actually like the rest of the world, we passed by the pandemic and got into the pandemic, followed by very heavy negative repercussions of this pandemic, as well, in addition to the financial as well as the economic crisis in the gas and oil sector, and with the comprehensive vision overall, for 2040 of the Sultan of Oman, which has been prepared before, actually by the Sultan Haytham bin Tariq, and actually it was very clear upon the announcement of such important vision that focus on the great goals and the great expectations, will to have a great shift actually in the urban construction. A part of this vision is named the financial balance program is named, and within the last 3 years, actually it was very highly considered by the government through reforming the principles and the laws and the regulations as well, starting with the restructuring of the government in general, in addition to focusing on some of the financial related problem improvement as well, through incorporating a number of the public corporate in the PIF of Oman, and with the continuous improvement of oil prices, and we could reach the goals in our program, the financial balance program, for example, within the coming 5 years, for example, achieve them in 3 years. And with the coming of this year, in the beginning of this year, the transformation of the financial balance program has been changed into financial sustainability, and taking into our consideration the financial stability in addition to the economic growth. And this actually coped based with the within or in the light of the repercussions of the pandemic, which affected both investors and real estate developers and citizens. In addition to the national programs, we came up with the big national programs, diversification of economy under the umbrella of the Ministry of Economy and NASDAQ program. Let's invest and let's grow, which is focusing on attracting and providing incentive to investors under the framework, under the umbrella of the Ministry of Trade and Industry, in addition to the other important program, which is the social protection, and to achieve balance and more sustainability and the transfer towards the next epoch and peer area. This is, we call it the comprehensive transformation. It's and many change. We achieved a number of transformations, and they will be successful. They will push actually our successful initiatives as well. Your Excellency, the vision of the international transformation, this vision they're talking about, for example, has pillars through sectors as pillars. You would concentrate on what are the pillars and what about the role of the real estate to achieve, for example, the vision goal. You mentioned, for example, a number of the features of this vision as well, which is being very closer to the vision of the Kingdom 2030, which has been launched by the Crown Prince as well, especially in the main goals and the main principles, such as focusing on the society, the citizen and governance, in addition to the economy and environment as well. And with, for example, with the launch of the Omani Vision 2040, one of the most important thing we came up with, for example, was that the Sultanate of Oman, for the last before the 5 years before the launch of the vision, had a very strategic and urban construction plan. This is strategy studied the number of factors in general and completely in a way that to achieve, for example, the global sustainability standards within the United Nations standards. And of course, we came up with a national framework, very clear, focusing on the goals, national goals of the for the 20 years of urban construction. And we have a regional framework, for example, including 11 governorates in the South of Oman, that really, with the launch of the vision, has looked at a regional construction vision for every governorate. So based on this investment and development roadmap, it was very clear that really through it we came to know and to recognize the goals of development and growth in population, and for example the goals of the economic development, all the incentive, and competitive incentives and advantage as well, the number of the employment of the work, the jobs. This map helped the government in the Sultanate of Oman and all the sectors so as to actually to move ahead very fast towards the implementation phase, naturally and normally, with the new renaissance as well as we witness it. The same thing in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, that the real estate sector, if we look at it actually generally, as the sector of the urban construction will be the most important source for everything that we're going to achieve, for example, in the light of the implementation of a certain vision, for example. So the expectations of the society are changing. And the Sultan of Oman today, for example, there has been a statistic, for example, 1.2 million are at the age of childhood, for example, less than 17 years. And this generation, the coming generation, the current generation, they have actually more expectations in the urban construction, the quality of life in housing, and are completely different from the generation before. So it's a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity as well for a new launch and to achieve these goals, the goals of the urban construction and the social construction. And this is incorporated in the programs of the minister, especially the ministers of Ministry of Economic Planning and Trade as well. So put everything on dots. A number of projects that are going to be constructed within a few years to come, and they will be launched, for example, based on the future sustainable smart cities in the big cities, in the main cities of the country, that will fulfill actually a great leave as regards the housing requirements, and providing radical solutions, for example, example, completely different from the past, from what we have been used to before, as regards the, for example, the housing issues. In an expanded, in a very large area, governorate cities, governorates, provinces as well. Before, in the past, for example, the tools of the urban construction were completely different from today, from the requirements of today. I think this, God willing, will be achieved, and many of the elements of such important projects have been actually completed for implementation. Now, I would like to shed light on a very simple difference, a simple disparity as regards the speciality of the Ministry of Housing and Economic Planning, being familiar with the experience of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And there are different schools of planning, but in the Ministry of Housing and the urban planning as well, we one-stop shop. So we call it one-stop shop. The ministry is responsible at the beginning for the strategic planning, urban planning, and the place and all details. So everything that's related to, providing the lands and distributing the lands as well in the different sectors is the responsibility of this ministry. The ministry as well is responsible for organizing the real estate sector. We don't have, for example, an authority of real estate, a separate authority. This will help to find regulations and providing information at the same place as well. The ministry is responsible in managing, for example, the real estate registry, in addition to the lands and the ownership of the citizens, and giving lands to citizens in different places, in different venues. And the other thing which is related to urban planning, urban construction and planning, the real estate sector, and the social housing as well. The ministry is playing an important role in actually providing support programs to the social housing related programs, and this is a long run program. Let me just ask about it. Why? Because when we were talking about, for example, housing, let's talk about housing issue. 30% out of the population, for example, are expatriates. But now, what are the priorities of the expatriates? Completely different from those of the citizens. How can you deal with these different requirements? What about your plans as well for the expatriates housing and the requirements of projects as well that can be commercially viable, for example, for business? On the other hand, the residential, the housing issues of the citizens. Now we have the strategy very clear, and we have clear numbers. And even if to the extent that we can determine, for example, the expatriates, the residents, for example, Oman, and in any sectors, we try to sort them out. So it's easy, for example, to replan the city according to the compliance of utilities and the residents or the dwellers and have. So the vision is one. We don't have, for example, a vision related to the citizens only, and another vision to the residents. And now we have, for example, the owners of ownership of foreigners or expatriates, or just in specific areas, actually with the goal to expand the population. For instance, in Muscat governorates and Muscat city, we have a new concept, the concept of the big Muscat, or we have which has 4,400,000 people. For example, 60% out of them are expatriates in our foreign residents. Actually, the population growth within 20 years is going to be will reach 2.7 or 3 millions of people as well. So the administration of the urban planning, and if we try, for example, to apply this to the real estate sector, this is going to be very clear for the families and even for Omanis. But in the capital, we need, for example, to move a transfer to a new era, a new phase of urban life, and so that the Omani families for example, they are changing as well. So the average of the family, the average for many family is 8, and it might be less. It might reach 5 persons or members of the family as well. So the needs might be completely different. So let me ask you, as regards, for example, you wanted to talk about this social housing. I don't know if you want to concentrate on this point or topic as well. So I want to expand your perspective. For example, what about for the contribution of the real estate in the GDP? What are your goals, for example, for the time being, and actually to actually to describe this real sector as well, and we are trying to actually to deal with this problem, the real estate, for example, and in the commercial and the residential, for example, related issues, which tourism is a part of it. 6%, it's made by 6%. We have the construction sector, and it has another contribution in this regard. We have goals, and we have now, for the time being, having a general consensus on them within the programs of the vision that can reach to 10%. And as the most important thing, as a piece of information I would like to release, is that the percentage of ownership of the family, of the many families, can reach 89%, which is the highest internationally. So this is as an indication, the indication that will actually will have a positive impact on real estate. So our perspective regards the urban planning and construction, we are on track of making something special, something making difference as well. So we're not we don't have shortcomings as regards the perspective of the expansion in quantity, especially in the main cities, the major cities as well. So we are focusing on the urban development, for example, comprehensively in a way to comply with the latest technologies, the latest changes in building and construction of cities, and this is what the Omani citizens want. Let's talk about the public spending. Undoubtedly, building a new era in cities and developing, for example, the governorates and cities require spending on the infrastructure. Now, for example, there has been an improvement as regards to the public spending, according to the president of the interest, which has been actually declined to 44 in 2022 from 63. To what extent this has been an improvement of the public spending as well, and to what extent this will impact the other projects as regards, for example, the infrastructure, the main infrastructure in Oman. We need to get back to at the beginning of 2010. In 10 years, from 2010 to 2020, the government has been actually allocated the great funds. It's the largest funds in the investment funds and the infrastructure. Now the infrastructure, such as airports or seaports or highways or on roads in general, even the basic infrastructure in electricity and water sectors. Now, undoubtedly, this is complete now. What is required actually from us today is to go to the infrastructure market, is to make is to build on what has been achieved before. And within the framework of, for example, the implementation of the public budget in the government, for example, we have a continuous sustainable growth program even before the pandemic. However, what we really want to do and what we have to do is to have a very close look at the investment and the social return on this development. And in Muscat, for instance, and for example, and as you know all, as well as many governorates, the big concern which is related to the real estate development, it's not only an infrastructure, for instance, to build these cities, and it's the infrastructure is available, is there, but we need to build products, for example, real city products, and actually to bridge the gaps in the entertainment projects and in tourism sectors, and Brace put a guide. This will help us a lot to will help the developers to get great returns and direct returns, and actually and they don't have to with the government, for example, to inject funds and projects. So you concentrate on putting the mechanisms that facilitate the role of the private sector. Could you give us more details what you are doing, for example, to activate the market of the real estate and the tax policies and the finance and the granting, or just now let's talk about the volume. What about the expectation, for example, within the coming 10 years? Yes, we have a vision 2040, but at the same time we are talking about, for example, about the goals from 2030. And according to the demand on housing, nearly estimated by 300,000 housing units, residential units required until 2030. Yes, and what 300,000? Required residential units, additional units in Muscat alone, because Muscat has 30% out of the population. This number is estimated by 100,000 people as well. The programs of the ministry, and within the framework of providing or or complexes, complete complexes, building complete residential complex as well, will be actually take 100,000 out of this number of people will accept. But the biggest performance at the beginning is specifying lands and providing lands in the hearts of cities. And praise be to God, in the Sultanate of Oman, we had a previous vision by the late Sultan Qaboos. So as, for example, to keep very special places in the middle of cities. So the next development and growth will be focusing on central areas and on central lands with good areas, with large areas in the heart of cities as well. Basically, it has have a great value, and this will help, will be a strong factor and incentive and motivation for the real estate developers to be in the right place. And on the contrary, we are not actually obliged, for example, to have a scroll of the city outside its normal, boundaries or scope. But the other thing that you mentioned, and as regards, for example, the real estate finance and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for instance, has done a lot, for example, on the level of ministries and the financial markets, and actually in coming up with the different mechanisms. We heard about the support, for example, through helping banks for lending. Now, for example, the rate prices, for example, are very high, so we want, for example, the citizens to avoid paying the extra or the value of the interest rate, and we want actually facilitate developers to get the finance or to get funding. So in the funding issue, for example, the housing bank is enabled, and we have a strong relationship. And now the government is supporting, for example, we have the development bank, the Omani Development Bank, which actually helps the developers, the estate developers in the real estate or in the industry or in tourism as well, much better. And then we actually will raise, for example, the level of lending. And in this regard, undoubtedly, there are some incentives that you are working to actually increase so as to activate the real estate sector, especially after completing the requirements of the financial balance and the control of the public spending of the country, of the government as well. This is going to be one of the most important enablers to help us within the coming few years. I think as for the real estate developers, the biggest enablement comes from providing the land and in addition to the fact that the government does not need to have the return on the value of the real estate. And we think that the most important incentive for the citizen is to own the house or the unit without calculating the real value of the real estate as well. Could you explain this idea? How you can facilitate this? How can you make this attractive to the developers? If we suppose, for example, the value of the residential unit, for example, normally in the normal case, as it has been before, for example, the citizen gets the land or buys the land, and let's say, for instance, for 40,000 riyals, and then he builds in the amount of 100,000. Now, for example, that the real estate or property has become in the amount of 160,000, and he needs finance as well. When the government comes in the planning of the lands directly to this, giving directly to the citizens, the value of the land gets down from 6 to 20, just like providing the service. This is a great support in amount of 40,000 riyals. This actually constitutes 30% out of the total value of the property by the end of the day. This is the most important incentive that can be provided to the citizens will directly from the government as well. In addition, there are many financing programs as well in different percentages and different rates, but the volume that you are talking about, for example, I don't think that's not easy for the government, for instance, to finance this volume to 100,000 or 300,000 residential units. When we talk about the requirements or the needs, for example, the needs of the real estate market for houses as well, and you mentioned that there are many opportunities for entertainment in addition to many other related activities. How do you see, for example, the horizons, the future? For example, you say that there is demand. Is there the ability, for example, to fulfill this demand? Numbers, for example, we reviewed the numbers. Thank God. We actually, once we get out of the pandemic, 2021, for example, the growth rate was 4%. 2022, for example, the growth rate or percentage was 6% in the real estate. Do you think that this percentage as well is in the case the volume of the transaction, real estate transactions? Yes, it's a great index for the growth in this sector, and the available opportunities for the real estate developers are various, and some of which actually can be seen in the housing sector and and building these cities. But however, there is the tourism sector, and in Oman we call it the tourist complete complexes, and these areas have a great tourism enablers, either in the most important tourist places. We see lands looking over the sea in Muscat or Salalah. This is a part of the real estate development because our experience in the Sultanate of Oman is to link the tourist enabler, such that hotels with the real estate development, and we created, for example, very successful experience within the last couple of years. We have expansion. For the time being, we might actually revive some of the former projects that in the Muscat in particular. And Your Excellency, for example, let me ask a question, for example, as a journalist, for example, who looks at the real estate sector. I was notified by the GCC figures and numbers, which notably and considered in the recent years, the volume of the transaction of real estate, which took place from January to October, $133 billion more, which if we talk about the division or distribution of these transactions, representing 81% of the growth. And Dubai is a special case, for example, because they are keen as for the prices, and the high prices was higher, 35% higher, 12, for example, high prices of real estate in Dubai. We have a big question mark. Why? Because the whole world actually the witness, for example, recession, and the Gulf area witnessed a very unexceptional era as well. Do you consider the rise in prices? What about the challenges that facing you today, that are facing Oman in particular, across time in its steps, the achieved both confidence and sustainability, and these great leaps, yes, undoubtedly, because we came to be affected by for example, the repercussions as a result of the development of real estate, in addition to the regional status quo. But still, I don't want to say that really you are very, for example, cautious. But as a matter of fact, investing in the real estate sector must co-pace with visibility study and economic visibility as well, to keep this stability. Sustainability is the culture of the manners, is one of the most important components of the Omani culture in the programs of the vision as well. In addition to this, we need, for example, to talk about the urban situation, so as to co-pace with the transformations that taken place, for example, and to create quality and to create, for example, lifestyle co-pace with the age and with the ever-changing transformations. As I mentioned before, now we are focusing on quality, and we always believe that quality comes before quantity, and this will help the developers of real estate to know that there is a good demand as well, and there is a good demand and direct demand, and for competitive real estate. And you mentioned short time ago, for example, smart cities as well. You are intending to establish what are the projects, for example, coming on the way? And could you just give us more details about the smart cities, in what form, and where are the places that you're going to start about establishing smart cities? We are working on 6 projects right now, and this under, for example, the direct patronage of His Majesty, and in special places that are closer to the Sultanate's palaces. The total area is 60 million meters square, and we are targeting, for example, 60,000 residential units as well, and especially in the most important cities. In Muscat, we have 2 projects, and we are now in the process of completing one of the projects as well, from 80 to 90% of the planning phase along a year. And we think that really within the coming few weeks, we are going to launch, for example, this great project. I say the pilot project, for example, in Muscat directly. And in addition to this, we have another project, for example, in Muscat, an amount in an area of 5 million meters squares closer to the airport, for example, on the hills. on the hills and looking over the city with sightseeing. We have actually other project in Salalah and Zofar governorate. We have 5 million meters squares, for example, as a sea facade. Estimated by 5 kilometers, looking over the sea. As you know, the importance of Salalah, for example, geographically and in the perspective of tourism as well. And did we start, for example, this project? No, we are in the planning phase as well. We have in Sahar province project. It's one of the most important logistic provinces in Oman. It's in the middle, in the midway of Muscat and the Emirates, United Arab Emirates. In addition to this, of course, we have 5 million meters squares in the heart of the city. We are reviving and creating a new pattern of construction in Sahar. All of these projects, for example, are under construction and under consideration, and we are going to launch, for example, now gradually, day after another, and within this year and the year to come. We're going to be, I come to the conclusion of our, for example, meeting and interview as well. Now, for instance, and now you have a special message to the developers. What are the opportunities you can talk about, and you can really send them in a message to the investors. What the incentives that you are providing to encourage investors to come to the Sultan of Oman? I think that really everybody is fully aware of a new phase in the relationship between the Sultan of Oman and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia under the at the patronage of His Majesty the Sultan of Oman and His Royal Highness the King of two Holy Mosques, the King of Saudi Arabia. Is the program, for example, different and varied? This is diversified and focusing on all trends in all areas in all sectors, either investment issue, industrial issue, tourism, and now we're talking directly about the real estate. And in addition to this, we will focus on energy, for example, minerals, in addition to hydrogen related projects as well. So we don't need to explain more and more rather than what I added as well. And you know the scene, you know what's going on, you know the scenario in the Sultan of Oman. We need to exploit it, for example, to achieve integration actually by the investors. My most important message that I want to actually announce and send from here, through which I came to discuss with my colleagues in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it's a direct invitation to visit the Sultan of Oman actually in the near future as fast as possible. Now I think the means of transport are available, and then, for example, the person, the one who has heard, not like the person who has seen. We're talking about the green mountains, the height, the 2.4 kilometers height, for example, of the sea level in July and August. We're talking about a temperature of from 20 to 24 degrees centigrade. The temperature, for example, the difference, for example, is from 10 to 15 degrees different from the rest of the provinces in the Sultan of Oman. I think actually it's difficult to explain the importance of this place and these incentives, but the big message is a direct invitation, for example, for the real estate developers from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to visit, to pay a direct visit to the Sultan of Oman. And we are very ready to receive them and to host them, of course, but at the same time, along with this rest of the sectors now, the opportunities are are many, and the experience that has been witnessed here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the last 7 years, I think that Chile, it's the Sultanate of Oman's experience, for example, actually is following tracing the same path with the difference in scale. But of course, we have a specific and very special opportunities as well. The visibility and the visibility is great, and the return on such kind of investments is very high. There is a big desire from investors inside and outside the Arabian Peninsula so as to start investing in the real estate and the tourism sector as well. And while we are here, for example, within the coming 2 days, the communication will go on, and we do not need, for example, so as to exchange business cards or any other means as well. Feel at home in the Sultan of Oman, and we have a special programs, special opportunities, and the experience that we have seen, for example, here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia under His Excellency the Minister of Housing, Majid Al-Haqail, as there is high level of maturity, and for example, based on the big number of real estate products that have been adopted as well. Now it's a great opportunity at the same time to come up with a regional framework, and the floor is great for and everything's open. I would like to extend my appreciation to your coming here to Iraq and opening the floor for such kind of things. Your Excellency, thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Minister of Housing and Economic Planning and the Sultan of Oman. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Your Excellency, I invite His Excellency, the patron of the opening ceremony, to come to the stage to honor His Excellency, Dr. Khalfan Al-Shaili, the Minister of Housing and Urban Planning in the Sultan of Oman. And I invite our colleague on the stage, Nadine, to be honored, for example, as a session moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, for example, they have been with the regional efforts and their impact, for example, on the development of the real estate sector in the region, which have been actually shared by His Excellency, the Minister of Housing and Urban Planning, the Minister of Housing and the Sultan of Oman, the guest of the Real Estate Future Forum guest as well. Ladies and gentlemen, now, for example, with a pose of excellence, now with a special and excellent effort by the Minister of Housing, Rural Village Affairs, the actual certification of and the recognition of Mustadam, which has been actually based on the vision of Medina, the vision of Namida, which actually, provided by the CEO of the company, Engineer Ahmed bin Nasser Al-Jinn.
مع تكريم زميلة نادين هاني وأيضا تكريم شهادة
It's
مستدام.
time to honor Eden and to actually to honor, for example, the Royal Medina Holding Company, Engineer Ahmed bin Nasser Al-Jani, for the certificate, and actually on the occasion of obtaining the Mustadam certificate, which has been actually
شكرا لكم
given by
معالي
the Ministry
الوزير
of Housing.
للمساهمة.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and the contribution of this honoring, and we continue, for example, the session of the Real Estate Future Forum 2023.
السيدات والسادة.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now, for example, the main speech will be under the title of the Metaverse Impact on the Real Estate, which is going to be delivered, for example, actually the consultant of the Middle East, MENA, anyway, Mr. Mohammed Singh. مساء الخير الجميع. إذا كان بقدركم استماع لي في بداية المطاف، لأنه يشرفني بأن أكون متواجدا معكم اليوم أيضا في هذا الحدث المميز الفريد الذي يبحث مستقبل العقاري في المملكة العربية السعودية.
And I've been asked to talk in 15 minutes, so I'll keep it quite short. What actually the metaverse could mean for the real estate and generally the government and broader sectors. So I've given it the title of exploring because everyone has different perspectives and all of us are receiving lots of information every day. What I've tried to do, because the session is short, I've tried to keep it within these 5 things. I'm going to talk a little bit about the noise. I'm sure you may also recognize that all the information that is flowing into us about the metaverse. I want to then, from my perspective, talk about the metaverse and what the reality means for me. What does it mean for me as the metaverse? There are different lenses to look at the metaverse from, and many perspectives. The second is I will try and bring this to life through some use cases that are specific for the real estate industry as a whole and the housing industry. There are only 4 or 5, and I'll talk very briefly about it. But then I will go into talking about a prototype that we've been working on in collaboration with a number of government organizations, the Ministry of Rural Affairs and Housing, the National Housing Company, Sakani, and also the Digital Government Authority and MCIT, collaborating on building a prototype of what a specific use case around building a house as a national could mean for you in the metaverse. So let's start with the noise. So when I think about the metaverse, this is what's coming to me. Lots of information flowing at me in all directions, and I'm finding it very difficult to understand what actually it means, because one person is talking about it from a perspective of avatars, another one is talking about it from the perspective of metahumans, some are talking about it from the perspective of the blockchain, others are talking about NFTs, augmented reality, virtual reality. Some are talking about extended reality. Some are talking about what this means from a perspective of artificial intelligence. Others are saying it's about digital twins. And some are talking about cryptocurrency, and others are talking about Web 3.0. And then we have on top of this the whole concept of the decentralized autonomous organizations. So if it's like you, if anything like me, and you are finding the same problem, what does actually the metaverse mean? Which one of this is it? Because all of these actually existed before even we started talking about the metaverse. So if we're talking about something new, how can it be this? So for me, the way I've simplified it is, the reality is about it being a 3D virtual online world. So whatever we do, it has to be the online world. For me, as a purist, I would not accept just wearing a virtual reality headset and say that actually is the metaverse. But if I'm doing that activity in an online space, in an online platform, then of course I would treat it as being in the metaverse. The same is for blockchain, cryptocurrency, all of these things. So, from one extreme, we can think of the metaverse as taking real-world experiences and trying to recreate them in an online space where we can experience. A digital twin, for me, will sit over here. When we talk about taking a building, taking a hall, taking something and trying to recreate that in the online space as a 3D experience. On the other extreme, you have imagined experiences, which are new creations, something that didn't exist in the physical world, but we are maybe creating it in the online world. Totally imagined new doesn't exist, but we have taken the power of the metaverse, the capability of the Unreal Engine or Unity, whatever development software we're using, and our imagination to create something new. So Decentraland, for example, which is, if you've heard of, is a new element, a new platform where you can actually buy and sell virtual property and actually set up something virtually. You can argue is sitting on that side. In between are many hybrids of this virtual and physical space. So either the imagined or not. On the imagined side, you also have, for example, creating totally new tourist experiences that don't exist today. On the other extreme, you could be taking, for example, I want to go to space. How can I create that experience of being in space in the metaverse? So those who can't go to space can actually experience it. And all of those I spoke about earlier are technologies that actually are at play in this whole concept of bringing to life virtual worlds. So the capabilities needed for this is more to do with imagination, 3D design, even animation, and storytelling and building new worlds. And you may have heard of a term used world building. That's what is happening. And many of these are playing a role in terms of in that space. And if I look at from a Gartner perspective, because I don't want you to go away with just my view of what the metaverse may mean, Gartner puts it from a technical perspective, metaverse is a collective virtual shared space created by the convergence of virtually enhanced physical and digital realities. Not far off from what I am thinking about this as. It then goes on to simplify that and say from a simplicity perspective, think of the metaverse as the next iteration of the internet. The internet started with individual bullet boards, and then it created independent online destinations. Eventually, these destinations became sites on the virtual shared space, similar to how a metaverse will eventually happen. So it's to simplify, think of it as platforms that are going to evolve where we will be able to do activities, either those which existed in this world or it's a totally new experience. From a use case perspective, there are many, and I've chosen a few. For example, for the real estate, we can look at this as maybe a place as a showcase. I want to show my properties, my portfolio that I want to sell. How can I make it possible for people to access it? We were able to do that today through maybe our websites or coming to the showroom. The metaverse will give this opportunity to create it into a 3D environment so you can actually feel it much better than what you would do in a website or in your showroom itself. The 3D dimensions that we build, the augmented reality or the virtual reality, those elements come into play. Another use case is I want to launch a property. I'm looking at a new community, I'm looking at a new villa compound or whatever that may be. How can I use the metaverse to use that? And this is now starting to happen quite a lot. We are seeing many organizations starting to experiment with doing events such as that in the metaverse. Recently, actually, a whole concert was done in the metaverse, and believe it or not, even the singer was a meta-human. It wasn't a real-world person. And he was able to hold this concert for whatever time frame. Recently, I've seen also a catwalk take place in the metaverse where it was happening in the physical world, and they were recreating a digital twin of that catwalk, which was for a product launch in the metaverse. And people from all around the world could experience it in the physical, but in the virtual space as well. And you can start to think about how the market access opens up when you're thinking about using the metaverse, because you cannot experience the same level of 3D experience in your homes as if you can do it when you build these platforms. Virtual experience is another one. I'm buying a house. I want to go and feel what it'll be like to be in that house. So for example, in this case, I'm looking at an apartment. I want to go in there. I want to experience, and you can. Your avatar can actually go there, and it's like you feeling and looking 360 degrees of what it is like to be in that apartment. The same could be about you are selecting furniture or other materials. You're looking at your house itself. When you're building your house, how can you experience that? Sales buying. You know, I want to sell an apartment, a villa of some sort. I can do that in the metaverse in a different way than having to physically get people in the showroom itself. And that we are seeing as a use case starting to emerge quite a lot. Meetings inside our organizations, all other people, we want to do meetings. How can we do that in a different way? Today we have shifted from pure physical to doing a lot of stuff on Teams or Zoom, etc. This is taking it to the next level where your avatars could be sitting and having a meeting whilst behind the scene, you are not physically seen, but you are actually there present having a conversation. Now from the prototype perspective, this is something, as I said, we've taken imagining what in KSA building a house service could be like in the metaverse. And we took the experience of Sakani today to some extent. It doesn't 100% mimic that, but we took the experience of as a national, I have been given a plot of land. I need to now build my house. What could that experience look like step by step in the metaverse? So one thing to keep in mind is we have looked at this as 4 layers. The first layer is that as a central level, government has an access point for the metaverse for all government services. Number 2 is you are able to go in and select different verses because the government deals with many different stakeholder groups, whether it's international, whether it is your government to business, government to citizens. So one of the verse which we have tried to look at is what we call the citizen verse. The next layer is in the citizen verse, what we have imagined is how can we break down the silos of government to create an experience that is much better than what it is in today's world, even through the IT systems that we have. So we call that life experiences, and we've created districts for each life experience where you can go in and experience what services are available for that life experience. In this case, we are talking about the housing and building a property life experience. And the last point is the service itself. In this case, we have selected the service, which is building a house. How that looks like, the prototype is built, so any of you who want to come and play around and have a look around how it feels, you're more than welcome. Come see me and I can help you look through that. But basically, we have created 2 avatars to start with. One a female, you see the ones on the right side, 1 female, 1 male. And the first entry point, which we are calling the central gov point, is where someone enters and is greeted by a bot, like you would in the real world. So this person will be able to communicate with you. So your avatar, you build your avatar, or you select your avatar, and the next stage is you'll be able to interact with the service person, which is going to be a bot. The next level is you're going into what I was talking about, the verses. We have created the verses as their worlds. So when you enter this space, these verses actually drop down. And you go up to this and you can select one of the verses. And basically, you can even communicate with the bot and say, I am looking for a service and I don't know where to go. The bot will be able to then guide you towards that service and say, actually, you need to go to the citizen verse. And when you go into the citizen verse, you'll be able to do that particular service. And in the prototype, that's exactly what we've done. We've made it communicative. The next is you enter that space, what I talked about, experiences. So you'll notice over here, there are different doors that lead you to something. The one which is built out today as a concept is the Sakani door, because Sakani today provides services for housing and property in the kingdom. And when you get to Sakani, you will be able to see all of the different services that they provide, one being building a house. And the next level is where we then go into building a house service. And the way we have brought that to life is by actually creating buildings. You go up the floor and you complete the service. So you start at one point, you complete that service, whatever has to be done as a step, then you move to the next, and eventually the whole service is complete. So in this case, for example, it's starting with the welcoming part, and you have, again, the design concept is about making it facial recognition, biometrics, rather than typing into things. The second part, which is selecting your service providers, because as part of Sakani's service step, you have to select your service providers. The next is where you will go and actually start building in a 3D environment your house. You start to select the materials, and you can see on the right side where the house is starting to emerge. So in the prototype, you will see how that could look. And eventually, you end up with the last point where it's a control center where you can come anytime you want to meet with any of the service providers, or to be able to complete your looking at the tracking of your house build itself. So here, I'm going to show you a short video to bring this to life, because it wasn't possible to show the whole prototype. So if I can ask to please play the video.
Welcome to the KSA Gulf Central. the metaverse platform that will be used by people in the future to interact with the government. Let's take a walk through using the Building a House live moment to explore how this new way will be used for requesting all the required government services. In KSA Gov Central, you're represented by an avatar created by you. You also have a bot to guide you through the process if needed. For the live moment Building a House, you start by searching for government certified service providers, such as architects and engineers. Then easily apply for the building permit and other needed domestic permits. Meet virtually with your architects, engineer, and designer to define your house plan, select materials, and build a 3D version of your future house using AI. You can also track your construction process, book virtual meetings with your service providers, update deadlines, and request sustainability, completion, and other required certificates. You've just been given a glimpse of the vision for how the metaverse will transform interactions with the KSA government in the future, and how a particular government service can be obtained. Join us in creating an experience where the government can play a leading role in delivering services in this innovative way.
Thank you. So that gives you a glimpse in about a minute and a half what actually that physical experience looks like, that you can actually come and experience as if you are doing it yourself. Go back to the slide, please. That'll be great. Thank you. So I will leave you with a last thought, which is, what's my options? What I do if I am a ministry, an organization, someone enthusiastic about this, what am I seeing around the world in this space in terms of going forward? I'm seeing many on the wait and see. I'm going to step back and see what happens, let things emerge, and then I will come out and I will then maybe experiment with it, because now I have confidence of the use cases becoming mature. I see some other categories of people, organizations, who are willing to tip their toe in the water and experiment with this and take something as a maybe prototype or POC, and just to see what does it mean, go through the whole journey of going out from the strategizing and thinking to actually the reality, what does it mean to bring this from a concept to actually a working prototype or a service. And then I'm seeing some who are just jumping in, not caring about anything else because they see the opportunity. Those are the people who are actually know the market in 2022 for the metaverse-related businesses and opportunities stood something around just under 50 billion. By 2030, it is expected to be something like 700 billion. So you can understand why those people are jumping in. They are making the investments and the big bets, and of course, Meta is one of those organizations. I'll leave you with that thought. Thank you very much for listening.
شكرا مستر سير. أدعو معالي المهندس عبد الله البدير نائب وزير الشؤون البلدية والقروية والإسكان لتكريم السيد محمد سير نظير هذه الكلمة التي نقلتنا إلى عالم الميتافيرس. شكرا سيد محمد سير. أدعو معالي النائب للبقاء على المنصة للمشاركة في الجلسة المقبلة. رحبوا معي بمعالي المهندس عبد الله البدير نائب وزير الشؤون البلدية والقروية والإسكان، الشيخ ناصر بن عبد الرحمن آل ثاني رئيس مجلس الإدارة والعضو المنتدب لشركة قطيفان للمشاريع، معالي المهندس خالد محمود عباس رئيس مجلس الإدارة والعضو المنتدب لشركة العاصمة الإدارية للتنمية العمرانية، وينضم إلينا أيضا سعادة الأستاذ محمد العبار مؤسس شركة إعمار العقارية، والمهندس محمد البطي الرئيس التنفيذي للشركة الوطنية للإسكان، والسيد ديفيد جروفر الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة روشن. السيدات والسادة، انضموا إلي للترحيب بمديرة هذه الجلسة لارا حبيب شامات.
I would like to thank Mr. Muhammad Al-Abbar, the co-founder and the institution of this session. Please, Muhammad Al-Ammar, the front is yours.
مساء الخير جميعا. شكرا محمد. يسعدني ويشرفني أن أكون معكم اليوم لإدارة هذه الجلسة.
With you and to be the chairman of this session about the future of the real estate sector. The real estate is considered and represents one of the main important pillars in the economy that will shape 100% of the markets, Saudi markets, and the Suud has witnessed raising of the new numbers of the inflammation of all the investors that has been dumped in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And now we would like to raise with the raising that is unexpected raising of numbers that will affect all the demanding in the real sectors, even in the hotels, accommodation and housing, all of these. And today we're going to discuss what's the main challenging factors that are going to face in the sectors. We will try to answer all these questions with my speakers and my visitors from the Middle East and from Egypt and Qatar, Saudi Arabia and Emirates. And hello everyone and welcome in this. We would like, let us start with the real estate sectors. What is the main components and the outstanding components that the steps that the ministry has been achieved in order to support the real estate sector? In the name of God, the greatest and the most merciful. Initially, I would like to welcome all the organizers of this forum and to attend with us the second version of this forum. And I hope that this version will be and to achieve all of the aspiration of all the speakers who's related and who are interested in the real estate sector. And I hope to highlight that the last year, the version of the last year, and this version has been done and established for a certain objective, which is gathering all the interested and all the investors in the real estate in the same time and in one location. That will help us in order to exchange all our knowledge and experience that will lead to give the best solutions for all our challenges. As well as I will be assert that this forum is for you, and our gates is open to hear you also, to all our investors and all of your nations. So from the ministry point of view, before I will speak about the efforts of the ministry, it's very important to reach that there is something reality, what the government has been achieved within the private sector and prevent the real estate sectors. So here we have to step back and to speak about the vision of 2030. So under the vision of 2030, there is some main axis that will be related to the prosperity of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And within these factors and within these parts, all of the programs and all the promised programs will be developed. And from this vision, the housing project has been announced in 2018 and 2019, and actually we are in the phase, and we started the second phase of until we're gonna reach 2025. And within the vision, project, there is some objectives and some of destinations that we are in order to develop and concentrate on the support and the real estate sector until we will collaborate together with other economical sectors. From the housing sector, we established main component and main unities. All of these unities from the established the real estate, and we launched up the strategy that a holistic strategy that was happened in December 2020. And this will actually was assured of all the efforts that happen related to the real estate sector supporter, and also within the process of the housing process within even for the Ministry of the rural of also housing. Indeed, that when I speak about the efforts, I have to put it starting from the strategy and the initiatives that happens within the holders and the leaders. We must listen to the role of the ministry in the terms of enabling all the ministry and all the real estate sector. There is a big support for the showing and also for the governments that will relate it to the main pillars of the real estate sector, and in addition to utilizing all the operation and the business in that sectors. The ministry has been achieved a lot of objectives, and it was concentrating on some main components in order to build the infrastructure of this. So for example, in terms of the legislation and the policies, we have issued a lot of legislation that support all the real estate sector. And for example, we have the middle and also the partnership of the real estate and the realtors that will be launched soon. And also before that, we established a lot of projects, and also for example rental initiative that for Ijar initiative. We seek to develop the organization and the environment of the retail of the real estate sector. That from the legislation point of view. And on the other hand, we have to utilize the citizens or the interested people who are interested in the real sectors. We have working on that part. So for example, we build a platform, so it's a secondary platform, and so all the users, they could utilize and they could access to this platform without going to the building or the governmental building. Also في platform إيجار platform for renting services, and that will help us to help all the clients and the customers utilize and get the best services. Well, actually, the whole initiative and the whole process was based on motivating. In 2018, when we achieved the scan and rating scan motivation and initiative, that was for Sharakat. Sharakat, it was a program that highlight and will target realtors development to be the environment and the business environment that will invest in them in a positive way. From the ministry point of view, the ministry has been achieved a lot of efforts in order to enhance the infrastructures. It's not a partnership, however, it is just a supporter. The ministry has to work and to give all the partnership motivational financial motivations and that will give them very efforts. So the whole holistic that will help the process of the real estate sector. So the needs of that also we provide accommodation and the real estate sector that will happen in 2020 and even also from 2025, and then we're gonna reach 2030. So Your Excellencies, what's related to the project? So sometimes the biggest achievement, the biggest successful of the ministry, what happened due to the several years, what happened in Saudi Arabia, and also sometimes, so today we're gonna reach over 60%. Is any opportunity and a way to reach and to access before 2030, and how you're gonna see the demanding of this part and what's the challenging of this part? So please, our objective from the SCAN project, which is we start from in 2020. So we start and we set our objective in 2020, and then we moved on that we have to raise over 60%. So the ministry has been worked aligned with the work process and with the methodology in order to enable the demand and also to motivate the offers. That will help us in order to serve the secondary and also programs, the secondary programs, and will achieve all the successful and our objective. So to answer your question, today we are in a big journey, and we are going to continue our journey in 2025, and also our next objective will be under the Vision 2030. So the infrastructure that you have and the main mechanism of this will be to continue about the processing, and also hopefully we will gonna stay until we're gonna reach the sustainability that it's main our objectives. So thank you very much. Regarding the ministry, please could you give us about a bigger vision of the projects and the amount of visions and what's expecting in the near future? For sure, the combination and the company of the Respiratory and all the housing companies have to be in collaboration with the private sectors and the government, in terms of to be under the process within the national outcome and also to motivate the real estate sector. And in addition to that, we have to take in consideration their life quality and how to adapt and develop with given the highest number and highest criteria of life of satisfaction, and the infrastructure for the accommodation and the housing. That's also related about the operating and the commissionary sector. So we recognize the high amount of demanding between and also in a particular other sectors. So we work with a company as a partnership, officially partnership, and also in in collaboration with developers and also real estate agents and others. Today, the company has our objective until to reach 1,000 units of the accommodation. When we reach 2025, we have the main objective that we're working and we pay all our efforts to reach this objective. Today, we reach to our objectives. Tomorrow, until 2025, we're gonna continue until we then reach a bigger numbers from this, and also to develop from our area in the kingdom. In the other areas in the kingdom, we are looking forward, however, without a minimum size of this objective. However, so we concentrate on Riyadh region. It will take the bigger consideration and a bigger projects that will adopt more than 1.5 million from this project. This will help all the developers and the realtors and all the real estate agents to develop their access. So we talk about this in different areas. So we in terms of commercial, or for example with services, all of these details will invent and create a new demanding and a new numbers of demanding, and that's what we are seeking on. So for example, today if we're gonna to apply in main sources or our main cities, we have a big that will help us in order to give a role model, to be a role model in our section and in our company, in order to provide the best services and decrease the cost of our money. And that will help us also to develop the relationship between the beneficiaries and between the sellers and also for equality, the average number will be 800,000. That will motivate all the beneficiaries to vis-a-vis and to purchase more and more of that. And indeed, we are continuing our objective and ours until we're gonna reach 2025, and then we're gonna next 2030. And finally, we have to take in consideration this life equality. It's one of our projects that we're working on, especially in Riyadh, which is the Al Khuzzam Bay. And the Al Khuzzam, that's an area that take it 1 to 1,000 area that have been 18,000 have been sold. And we have 4.5 million garden and a bag and vegetation area. The average of the housing and the average of that is approximately 2 meter murabba, and all the beneficiaries must take in consideration the pavements, and they have to get in the pavement sectors and the roads. That all these details will encourage the people in order to walk, and that will affect to decrease driving and to decrease
المشروع ال 20 مليون متر القادم ان شاء الله في القريب العاجل، وهذا اللي نعمل عليه في المشاريع، والفرص كبيره بالنسبه للمطورين والمقاولين طالما الطلب موجود وكبير في المدن السعوديه.
ونجاحكم ليس فقط بتسليم هذا الكم الهائل من الوحدات، بل ايضا طورتم القطاع الصناعي المرتبط بالقطاع العقاري، ورفعتم بنسبة كبيرة نسبة المحتوى المحلي في مشاريعكم. أخبرنا أكثر عن هذه النجاحات.
طبعا يمكن بداية المشاريع احنا لما بدأنا نوحد التصاميم ونعتمد على التصنيع في التنفيذ، كان تقريبا في هناك مقاومة من كثير من المشترين لنوعية البناء، بالذات البناء التقليدي. كان هناك رغبة كبيرة من المشترين بالبناء التقليدي. اليوم وصلنا الحمد لله أكثر من 60% من المشاريع تبنى بتقنيات بناء بمختلف أساليب البناء المختلفة، بحيث أنها تكون تصنع وتركب في الموقع، جودتها أعلى بكثير وحاجتها للعمالة أقل. وصلنا إلى مفارقة يعني طريفة، أنه اليوم بدأ بعض المشترين يطلب أن يبنى بيته بتقنيات بناء حديثة، أو أنه ما يكون يبنى ببناء تقليدي، لثقة الناس اليوم بهذا المنتج، وأنه يكون أجود بشكل عام. وهذا شجع أنه كثير من المطورين اليوم يتجهون إلى التطوير والتصنيع في المصانع، خصوصا أن حجم المشاريع كبير. يعني احنا نطور مشاريع بال1000 وال2000 و5000 وحدة، فتحتاج اليوم يكون عندنا سلاسل إمداد واضحة، تصنيع بشكل أكثر، يكون هناك حسن إدارة لهذه المشاريع، وتقليل العمالة قدر الإمكان. أيضا هذا ساعد في رفع نسبة المحتوى المحلي في المشاريع. المستهدف كخط أساس في قطاع التشييد والبناء حسب المستهدف من هيئة المحتوى المحلي 35%، احنا وصلنا في المشاريع تقريبا إلى 60%، وهو تقريبا ضعف المستهدف. نعمل بشكل كبير اليوم مع المصانع المحلية ومزودي الخدمات ومصنعي المواد، واليوم أطلقنا منصة مواد، وهي
Today we launched and issued a new platform, which is a platform that encourages products, and also in due phase in 2020-30 we're looking forward to adopt more developers and more products. So الآن سوف أغير للغة الإنجليزية، وسأعود إلى بالنسبة العمل والقطاع الخاص إذا من وجهة نظرك.
Right now and why?
Okay, well, thank you. Good to see you again, Laura, although you're a long way away from me today. And good afternoon, everybody. So Roshan is a real estate developer across every sector. We started very much in the housing, well, a housing focus, but that's broadened over the last year or so. So we are PIF, a giga project, along the lines of the other giga projects you'll be familiar with. And we have a huge mandate in the kingdom at the moment, supporting Vision 2030. We can't do that all on our own. So whilst we are a master plan developer and we've started the journey on our own, we've already brought in development partners alongside us, mostly within Saudi at the moment, but there's zero barrier to other investors and partners coming alongside us. We're looking, in terms of the volume of the construction that we're trying to do at the moment, it's so large. Again, the supply chain within the kingdom will no doubt struggle to support us and struggle to support the rest of the giga projects. So we need to be partnering with companies from around the world in terms of commodities, also about supply chain. Supply chain probably is the biggest challenge, I think, for everybody. So whilst His Royal Highness, our chairman, has given us huge targets to hit, the same with the National Housing Company and with MOMRA and all the support, we're all working together for the bigger vision. But the sheer demand of materials is going to be a challenge. So we're constantly in the market talking to investors, saying, come into Saudi. It's a great time to come. It is without doubt the busiest construction and real estate market on the planet at the moment, and it is staggering in its volume. So we're constantly encouraging people to come and work with us, because we definitely can't do this on our own. And we want to create part of our corporate KPIs and our corporate mandate is about job creation, GDP, value added to the balance sheet for Saudi Arabia. So it's a perfect time to come in.
But can the private sector compete when we are seeing a heavy involvement from the government in these giga projects?
Sorry, for some reason it's difficult hearing this end.
I'm sorry, because my voice isn't proper today.
Would you mind saying again?
But I was asking you, can actually the private sector compete in the real estate market in Saudi Arabia when we are seeing the involvement of the government in so many of these big projects?
Okay, clear. Well, I'll pick two brands. I'm sorry if I miss anybody, but Rital and Al Akaria, two of our private sector partners. They're absolutely competing with our own product in a very supportive way, though, on our master plan. So there's plenty of space for local private sector companies to come along and work with us, for sure.
What is Roshan working on in the next 2 to 3 years? Where is the focus of the company?
Right. Well, it's a nationwide focus. So we've started in Riyadh. We're developing 33,000 homes on a site by the airport. You may have picked up in the press recently the Roshan purchased Riyadh Front, a huge investment for us in terms of office development and retail and F&B park. Really important to us because there's synergy in relation to that master plan. The master plan has really almost doubled in area. It's now 50 plus square kilometres, so it's a huge site. We then have around 8 or 9 additional sites of a similar size all around the kingdom. We've gone live in Jeddah a few months ago. We're selling very effectively in Jeddah, the product there. We go live this year in Mecca in terms of construction. We're in a city called Hafuf. We're in Dammam, Hajj, Qatif. We're around the kingdom all at the same time. And then we're also expanding the business. You'll see more of Roshan, I suspect, in the press, involved in other sectors. So in the airport sector, we have a huge regeneration role working with the Jeddah municipality and with the mayor in Jeddah in terms of looking at the cleared lands and what might happen there. So that I can see that being the biggest urban regen project potentially in the world, but certainly in the GCC in the next few years. So there's no lack of work for us, that's for sure.
Thank you, David. Thank you. سيد محمد العبار، ننتقل من السوق العقاري السعودي إلى السوق العقاري الإماراتي لأنه قصة مثيرة هناك نرى.
Real estate sector. What's the differences between how we gonna recognize a raising, very jumping in the raising with the prices, and also there is agreements, and give us please amount of these agreements, and here is the risks. Is there considered as a bubble in the real estate in Dubai, or are you motivated and of this raising spurs? Or thank you very much. We must, if we're gonna recognize what's happening in as a big vision and a wide vision, we have to consider this is all related to, for example, in Dubai or in different. So for sure, in my point of view, and unfortunately, that all the situation is decreasing and it's taking a lower dimensions, especially in the democratic areas. That's related to some obstacles of the safety and for some climates between all the parties and the conflict parties, whether in America or Europe or in most of the countries. So that will affect our small city, and this is considered as a commercial city such as Dubai. And also the high increasing amount of the economy in India, this will affect also, and that will help affects also the prosperity and the population of also in China and in Africa, also the commercial and all the businessmen, and in Pakistan, Hind, India, China, Europe, all of these details and countries, they will increase them in order to invest bigger and bigger in the real estate, in the real estate countries. So most of the policies they will get advanced, especially during COVID-19 and the pandemic of the COVID-19 was a quiz, and it was a challenge for the whole countries and how they will gonna collaborate together in order. So Saudi Arabia was one of the successful one of the successful countries in order to combat COVID-19, and also Emirates, and as well as the situation, the Ukraine and Russia war, that all affects the collaboration until the end, all affects until the end of 2022. So at the end of 2020, we recognize the line and the indicators has been going lower and lower of the growth, and that will help that affects the price of the housing in Dubai, and also from India and China has been increased. So at the same time in China, when they open their gates and they open their stores, that affects our market in Dubai. So we lost these markets for 3 years, approximately 3 years, within in the commercial buildings or in purchasing and selling the property. So if we're gonna see about the price in Dubai in terms of the meter square for the villas and the apartments, The villas has been it's international Dubai has been stay in the average. If we are going to compare it with Europe or London or Switzerland, so and also in Russia as well. So and we must in this year in 2023 we will provide more than 20,000 families. We will give them accommodation and housing. And also, no doubt that from my point of view, that we face some lag about the productions. However, since we start efforting during the COVID-19, that will affect all the supply chain. So, in my point of view, I will not see that raising in terms of pricing. However, we will try as much as we can in order to lower our costs, all the costs and the prices of the property and the housing and accommodation. And also in the same time we can recognize that the investors and the seller and the buyer, they are the same. The average of the buyer the same. It's not, and the indicators has been not changed at the same. So I also always believe in the real estate sectors, and it's full of goodness. And we have also the seasons. We have the summer, we have sun and winter, and so we must collaborate. We have to intend and encourage our collaboration, and we have to give a big amount of the balance that will help us in order to within 1 year or 2 years. Maybe I'm optimistic more than what I have to be. However, most of the countries, even USA, they have also some conflicts in safety, in medicals. They have also problems and issues, and in political issues. We have my colleagues in USA. They say that they will not be start in the safety, so they face some safety issue in USA. So also that. And also at the same time in Europe. And in my point of view, with all the countries, with all the after COVID-19 pandemic, the whole world was spending for this. We must, until one day we're gonna raise the taxes until we give it. However, who is going to give the election of the raising the taxes? I think that from the coming generation and the coming in the near future is considered as a golden opportunity for the all Arab countries, and especially with our Prince Crown and with our excellencies and with our governor managing, and we with our all efforts. So I think our next coming years is as golden years. So is there for the real estate? So you are existing with a different and in different countries, Pakistan, India, Egypt, and in Middle East. So here is the concentrating. We're gonna concentrate on the Arab countries. Well, actually, the Emirates represents over 80% of the countries. Well, I think from the Arab region and the Arab and in Busra, this considered as a very big market. We have to concentrate and put it under a good consideration. However, also in Saudi Arabia, we have a very big market. And regarding also for the housing that we talk about in Saudi Arabia, we have to be aware that the population in Saudi Arabia and the amount and with the number of housing in Britain, well, actually 30% with the. It's shaped 30% of the percentage. Well, actually, however, if you are compare it to Saudi Arabia, will be 14% of the population. So I think the real estate sector is very big field, and and there is a very high amount of growth in Saudi Arabia. So if we're gonna take a look about, for example, in Jeddah and the Red Sea. And let's see about the tourism 4.5, where the number of the rooms 140. Dubai has been contained 50,000 rooms. So if you compare all these numbers, in Saudi Arabia, you're gonna see, well, actually this will be a magnificent growth in Saudi Arabia, and all of these numbers will help also to encourage people and will help to mechanism the tourism sector as well as the management and the governance sector. Mr. Mohammed, we know that you were talking about the real estate sector. I know that Emaar, one of the lowest companies that affects all the markets, and since there are variety of the incomes, you have accommodation and hotels in the retail sale and others. So within all your experience and your all experience in the field, what's your vision about the future of the real estate sector? Where is the best outcome? Where's the best income and the best revenue for the housing? Is it going to be to focus on the housing? Well, the real estate in a wide way, which depends on as a city. For example, there is some city, for example, Egypt. Let's take Egypt as for instance. There's five commercial centers in the same location. However, I could not say that to Riyadh. I will not be build, for example, 25 hotels, 5 stars. However, I could not say that in the Dubai. So each country, the situation is different from each country. So, however, my point of view, Emaar during the 25 and the coming 25 years, they will jump over all the obstacles, and that will be also from God. And also, for example, we're gonna say the human should be paranoid. The human should live in terrific situation. That will help them in order to be keen on all the sectors, and also for raising numbers, for selling, and also, for example, in January we have a lot of numbers and increasing and high numbers. Most of us, we're not focused on that, and the growth is considered as the element. And it's our enemy of the efficiency. It's one of the enemy of the proficiency. So after we have to keen, and we have to stay that to give the balance that we have to be good and satisfying the state, and also for the human manpower that we have to increase, and that you will enter the market properly. Sheikh Nasser, hello. Well, Sheikh, all of us, we followed the Qatar for the World Cup. So my first question, how all that the events and the World Cup experience, how will affect the tourism sector in Qatar? Thank you very much for this invitation, and I would like to thank all the organizers sincerely, since this forum is such a magnificent forum. And one of the things that it took my glance, which is exchanging between all the ministry and the real estate corporation in order to reach the objective of the Vision 2030. Regarding the World Cup in Qatar, it was a deadline that it finished in order to finish all the instructions in Qatar, that starting from the infrastructure, and we finished the infrastructure, all of things that happen until 30 years or from 5 years. So starting from the services that we have from the also to the country has been doubled during the recent area.
So it was just like him to introduce the concept, for example, as regards the services in addition to the facilities as well, of course, and based on our cultural religion as regards, the social regard, of course, the success of the World Cup has been amazing, all of us. and everybody talking about, for example, the Arab and Islamic entity or identity. Of course, no. As viewed by 4 billion viewers. Who viewed the World Cup. So Allah helped us a lot, support us, for example, to have successful experience, for example. So, to what extent, for example, can you accept, of course, the demand on this big number of hotels, especially after finishing the World Cup in a competition? So yes. As I said, now, for example, people know before, for example, they know the region. Even within the future plans, most of the foreign visitors or those who come from outside the Qatar, of course, know in 2 years, to come, for example, the foreign visitors will over increase their, for example, visits as well. And we saw as well our brothers in the Gulf area, for example, now started to visit Qatar even after the World Cup, due to what they have seen, based on the great transformation that had been taking place on the grounds as well. Our great trends, our great concentration, for example, to focus, to develop our activities, which are related to tourism as well, in addition to the tourism facilities that will actually help attracting people. So just in Greyfan Island, when established, for example, in 2018, when we started, for example, the planning, we started, for example, in the middle of 2020, for example, to build the largest water city in Qatar and even in the region as well. So want to, for example, to write a story about the exploration of oil and gas in Doha as well. Anybody visiting this city as well, he will know everything about the phases of producing oil, in addition to the renewable energy and the future of energy as well. Our project was complementary to the demand on hotels, schools, hospitals, and these are the great experiences that will develop the tourism sector as well once they are accomplished as well. And after the World Cup. And what about, for example, the efforts of Qatar to attract foreign investments as well? And as for the foreign investments, we're working on them for a long time. And as regards, for example, announcing about the free ownership of property in Qatar, in addition to the other facilitations we're going to provide for residents as well, about the free education services provided to the visitors or just like the expatriates as well. These are the things, enhance investments, not only in real estate, but as well in the free ownership of some companies as well, and some specific companies as well in the free zones that are going to be open in Qatar. This will help actually attracting investors, at the same time tourists. And as we know that there is a high level of concentrations on the real estate as well, so to play an important role in developing the economy of Qatar as well, away from gas and oil sectors. Could you give us further details about the role expected, for example, to play, that the real estate is going to play in this regard as well? And after, of course, the government is talking about the great projects as well. So we are talking about the private projects. That's the reason why our volume is limited compared to the other, big projects as well launched by the government entities. But in the real estate market of Qatar as well, there is high demand on the quality, and it's not quantity. For example, when we came, for example, to sign with Arkan, the Saudi company as well, on 5 projects as well, declaring, and announcing as well about the project as well. We came, actually what is missing is what we need. We need project, for example, within specific with specific properties or specifications, for example, as a number of residential units as well. We don't have big demand on it, but for example, as secondary houses, this is the open market for it. And in addition to other investment opportunities for foreigners who really want to come to Qatar, you will find the quality required for this reason, and this is what we are working on, for example, quality, not quantity. Sheikh Nasser, if we talk about the real estate sector in Qatar, for example, there are many major challenges facing the sector as well, such as coronavirus and pandemic, of course, that accelerated heavy pressure on service providers, in addition to and as well the e-commerce, and so even the malls, shopping malls, have been actually changed completely. Right now, they have been intended as actually entertainment places as well. So, what about, for example, the impact on the real estate, not only in Qatar but even at the level of the world? For them, to what extent the pandemic affected, for example, the sector, real estate sector? As for the impact, for example, on the construction part, of course, no, we could talk about this. And what I'm talking about, for example, talking about the mentality has been changed, and the commercial malls haven't been the destination for buying, but of course, and for residential project, for example, benefit a lot from corona pandemic as well. Why? Because the people, for example, we would be living in complexes and in compounds as well. So start to think separate, for example, housing units, for example, especially if they have the potentials, for example, where they can move to, or we can. So however, after, for example, the corona pandemic and after Spanish flu as well, the first sector that has become very strong was the tourism as well. That people, for example, shut up in their houses for 2 or 3 years as well. People, for example, were thirsty to go outdoors, for example. So most of the entertainment projects were the projects that attracted people, hotels, accommodation, and airlines as well. Thank you very much. Mr. Khalid, as for the massive new capital, and it's a great project. It's a very big, large, and mega real estate project. Why? Egypt, for example, has thought about it, about the new administrative city. What about the volume investments that have been injected in such big project, the newly erected alternative capital. Thank you very much for this invitation as well to attend this forum as one of the most important forums, of course, in the real estate development. I mean, and when we're talking about the administrative capital in Egypt, we were facing a number of challenges in Egypt. Truly, especially the over-increasing population. For example, we're talking about 2.5 increase, annual increase as well. Talking about 2.5 million people, for example, and that was the biggest challenge. That's the reason why we started, for example, to make the capital project, the capital, the administrative capital, as one of the most important products in the 2021, for example, such to meet the challenge population, because by the end of the day, we're going to reach 168 million or 180 million people as well. That's the reason why, based on the studies that we conducted strategically, that you want, for example, to see where the people live, those big number of increasing number of population. And so recently you've heard about, for example, that the newly erected cities as well. So the administrative capital was the most important capital. And based on this capital as well, we are a company that has been established to develop, for example, to construct the administrative capital. For we own 100,000 acres, and we are working in 40,100, for example, 68 million meters squares, and we are planning for 2 phases as well, 2 more phases. One of the most important thing in the administrative capital is the over increase of population as well, that reach for unprecedented numbers as well. Egypt cannot actually stand these big numbers of people. That's the reason, one of the factors and one of the outcomes that we thought about, and we planned our strategic plan accordingly as well, so as to accelerate the implementation phase and process. Will have finished almost 60 or 70% of the capital in the first phase, and the infrastructure has been completely accomplished, for example, the first phase. And the most important thing, for example, in our planning to make it a smart, green city, sustainable city, and I think that Chile successfully did it and accomplished it today. For example, that administrative city is one of the most important and largest smart cities in the whole world. 168 million meters square through 2 control centers, and for managing the facilities and utilities as well, in addition to providing service to the citizens, and as well in addition to the other related issues as well. Bridge Putuguide, we as they say that Chile, the government started, and they started to transfer, to move at the beginning of this month as well. For example, we had a meeting with the head of the government as well, so as to finish our transfer to the newly constructed city as well. Most of the government entities will move to the new capital, and that is going to be the real beginning as well. The volume investments as a company in the infrastructure and even smart infrastructure is estimated by 200 billion Egyptian pounds until we finish the whole phase as well. As for the establishments or the facilities, and the total investment amount is 120 billion Egyptian pounds, including including the government buildings or owned by the capital company, which are actually leased by leased. And in addition, there is a participation from the private sector. Private sector really are working in housing. And in other related services. From the amount of investment estimated by 200 billion. What has been invested in the capital is 700 billion Egyptian pounds from all sectors, public and private as well. Praise be to God. The Egyptian market of real estate, for example, has its special, features, characteristics. We have always over increasing demand, and based on the over increase of the population, not only demand on housing but in all services as well, education, healthcare, and all the entertainment services as well. And that has been actually covered by my colleague right now, the session, that really that you can make, for example, establish 5 commercial malls and without any problems, any concern. This means that that one of the great consulting companies as well, and one of the most important and the well-known 20 construction companies achieved sales yesterday 317 billion Egyptian pounds in a year. Just only 20 companies as well, by increase estimated by 40%, from 30-40%. This means indicates that the real estate market in Egypt is pretty wonderful and amazing. And still we have a lot of opportunities and demand as well, and we need to invest more and more in the sector. And based on the procedures and measures taken by the Egyptian government recently and for the last couple of years as well, will help to increase the investment. The investments, and with the total cost is less actually for investments. And this is the importance of the administrative capital, is to actually to meet the ever increasing demand of people as well. So we hope that the population of this administrative city will reach 1 million, and of course, and we are targeting from 6 to 8 million people, for example. Have you attracted foreign investments in the administrative capital? Yes, we have. We have foreign investment, Gulf investment. We have joint ventures, and recently we were in a conference, for example. So, and we signed a memorandum of understanding with Saudi investing company to actually construct 2 towers and of course the biggest consulting companies will be the designing companies, and designing company will be the first of its own kind tower of zero carbon. This actually indicates the strength of the infrastructure in the capital city as well. As we said, what was planned from the beginning is to make a green and sustainable and smart city, capital city, and this is what the world is making for. But there is a basic challenge as well that the real estate sector has faced in Egypt, for example. This is the decline of the Egyptian pound and the low amount of dollars, of course, foreign currency as well. How could you deal with this problem as well? Could you, for example, decrease the amount of some of these costs within these changes, financial changes in Egypt? And the problem of the hard currency actually was just like it has just emerged within the last only 3 months ago. But before we had abundance of dollars in the central bank, and this actually gave us a great push. Today we are, as a company, for example, we have the volume of assets estimated has been doubled, for example, or 30 or 40% after floating, the currency floating or the pound floating. And at the same time, the modification of the price will open the floor for foreign investments as well within the coming few years. Why? Because, as I said before, and the real estate sector is depending on demand. And having demand, as we always say, for example, we have 2.5 increase of population in addition to other shortcomings of services. And actually, so for example, all services are required in all sectors and at all levels as well, even from the luxury actually to the medium to the low. So still we have a lot of opportunities. Opportunities are available, and I think that really we are in the phase of a temporal phase of transformations as regards to the dollar and the lack of dollar, for example, in the Egyptian banks. But I think that we will be over. What about the final implementation of the administrative city? When we expect they're going to be finished as well? So we are talking about a project, for example. We're talking about a very large area, and we are actually talking about the 20% out of the total area. We can say that the first phase has been finished, and the government started to move, and now we are actually managing company. And actually we installed 10,000 meters electric, and in the mid of this year, and the people will start to move. improve, but still there we have a very, good areas of lands, and we are actually planning for the second or the third phase, 80,000 acres, so as to work on the infrastructure. And but of course, as we said, development and the growth, for example, so we cannot say that the development has finished. No, but it's sustainable development. But the importance of such is to manage the development process. This is the thing that we need to be all about. One final word, Engineer Abdullah. Many people here, for example, they are attending. Many people are the real estate developers. What is your message to the real estate developers who are attending this conference as well? So, especially if you take into consideration the goal of this conference is to attract investors. Actually, being organized for the second year, the most important, actually, motivating message as well. I call it motivating message as well. Due to the coming years, or within the coming few years, we have a very great positive look. Even though the fact that we have a number of challenges, I think the housing program and its sustainability is the greatest factor of motivation for real estate developers, and it's the large and the strongest enabler to enable the demand on housing units on residential, and the great motivation to the real estate market as well through the environment and infrastructure that's been built by the Ministry of Housing as well. If you just give a close look, if we compare the housing before the program and after the program, we can see actually a big difference as well. The housing program has two main points and two strong enablers so as to achieve the success of the program as well. And all the enablers, for example, work with the program, having one clear vision. We have one clear vision, one clear goal. And for example, in the first phase, we had, as I mentioned before, in my introduction, 60% 2020, 65, for example, of ownership 2025, and then 70%, for example, of ownership 2030. This means that we are continuing and we are non-stop so as to enable the demand as well. So enable the people, for example, to get actually their units. At the same time, we are continuing as actually works as a work system, and so as to enhance the real estate sector as well. This is in brief, is the greatest actually motivation to real estate developers, for example, for offices and for companies. Our journey will continue to achieve actually the goals of the Vision 2030 of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So, Mr. Mohammed, one final word about, for example, the investment opportunities in the real estate in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia before we come to the conclusion of this session. Actually, we, as we said before, for example, we just provided promising, opportunities in all sectors, not only, for example, in the real estate, but I'm talking not only the housing sector, but the housing, and in addition to many other related sectors in the real estate, either commercially or the level of services as well. The demand on the real estate demand is high. And the projects that we're working on for the time being, for example, our company, the company of housing as well, for example, we had 1 billion Saudi riyals of sales as well. We are targeting double, the double of this amount of money, of the 100 billion. And the other thing that we try to do is to develop the real estate sector as well by looking for opportunities that will help us to develop the real estate sector and finding solutions, technical solutions for and we have great opportunities. We have promising opportunities, and we are promising, for example, to work so hard to create and to provide an experience of ownership, digital housing unit ownership as well, that will improve the quality of the experience of the customers from the phase of looking for a house and to the resolution of owning the house as well, until he finds this so to be digitally done, digitally processed as well, that will facilitate for the customer, for example, choosing and selecting the house. And we conducted an experiment as well by Sakani Corporation. The customer can register and search and find and complete the financing process through the financing institutions or the bank electronically, and even, for example, he can finish the process of financing through buying a house without visiting the developer or the branch of the bank. He can do it at home. We are working, for example, at a number of on a number of beneficiaries. The platforms that you are using, for example, we have registration of 6 million beneficiaries. The visits, for example, to the platform, either in our company or Ijar Corporation, has been actually estimated by 60 million visits as well. This is very important for all of us, and this actually, and based on these opportunities, I can say that really we can find, for example, the facilitation and or we can facilitate facilitate the whole process to the commercial sectors and even to the customer as well. The opportunities are very we encourage people to invest not only in the real estate, direct development, and even the services related to the real estate sector. Thank you very much. نعم، وفيما يتعلق بآرائك حول تطوير القطاع العقاري في المملكة العربية السعودية.
The future of real estate.
Yes.
Wow, okay. It's going to be busy for sure. I think there's a huge obligation that everybody in the industry has to bring in best practice into the region and certainly into Saudi Arabia. There's a huge change, and we've heard about it, the metaverse, there's the technology, reducing carbon emissions. Every challenge is out there, and I think with a relatively clean starting point, here's a well, I know I have an obligation on behalf of Roshan to deliver the world's best that we possibly can to Saudi Arabia in terms of technology, partnerships, and the ecosystem. So I think it's looking towards a very interesting 5 to 10 years for sure. Being realistic, there are headwinds. We've heard in the forum already about construction price inflation. That's not going away. That's a major challenge to all of us. We've got interest rates rising around the world at the moment. That's going to affect our buyer profile. So we need to be realistic to that and look at smarter ways of delivering homes efficiently, or homes and other real estate buildings as well. So I think anybody who's involved in the industry, as we all are here in the room, wow, what an exciting time in one's professional career to be involved.
Thank you, David. سيد محمد، ما هو أبرز التحدي اللي بتشوفه؟
For example, in the real estate sector in the region, Mr. David talked about, for example, the inflation rates as well, and the standards. We'll talk about the construction materials and talk about the high interest rate as well that we don't see for a long time. I think, and actually. And there is no product 4 years project. And for example, we're not concerned about, for example, the interest rate increase, and we are sure about that. It's temporal because of the conditions that's facing the world. But of course, and we have and the real, it's hard to describe the real estate, for example, but generally speaking, I can say that really the luck is very positive. You are very ready, for example, so as to overcome the challenges that you're passing by. But we have actually, because we as long as we have a great leaders as well, we have very wise policies as well in the economy. We have the budgets, for example, the budgets of our countries are very pretty good in the south. So I'm looking at the basics, for instance. So and management, budget, and capital, human capital. But in addition to all of these kinds of things that we are, for example, we at the first street built in London was 1850. What's the first road built in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? 1929. So, for example, so they built their hotels. For example, the first tourists came to Britain, for example, visited to London 1850. We're still, for example, expecting more tourists as well until the last 3 years, for example, that when you give the tourist a visa, for example, as if he's coming from Mars, as if he were coming from Mars. So thanks, praise be to Allah, we came to change our policies, our outlook as well. So we look at the former years and the past years that we did not have activities in tourism, for instance, even in Egypt, for instance, and even that still we have a lot to do and to have a good management at this field. But this requires from us to have good work and good budget. And one of the good things, for example, that you talk about the challenges that are facing right now, for example, human capital, human resources, for example, and for example, we need to make double production as well. But the human capital is very rare. Consultants are very rare. But we found solutions. For example, We design master plan. We copy and paste. Unfortunately, we do not design plans as well. Why? Because the consultant might take, for example, 60,000 pages, 60 agreements as well, the same way, the same beam, the same garden, the same villa. So, for example, now we repeat the same words. We repeat ourselves, unfortunately. So that's the reason why we need, for example, innovative solutions. So within the speed, for example, we save 10% of design and 1.5 years in the period of time. We squeeze the period of time, for example, and we save as well employees. So the big challenge for me, for instance, for the markets I'm getting in, for example, the speed of delivery and the human capital, human resources. But of course, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us wisdom and the good people around us. I think thanks to their efforts, it will be without their efforts will be lost as well. Sheikh Nasser, for example, after seeing all of these kind of challenges, will facing the real estate sector, for instance, what about your perspective? For us, actually, in Qatar, as you can see, for instance, that really the real estate sector, I'm not talking about only about the real estate sector, for example. The idea that working on, for example, is to develop experiences and develop the area and the zones as well, and the new areas, for example, that can provide the new experiences. But for example, in the real estate sector, even in Qatar as well, even for example, policies of the developers need to change. For example, to start, for example, to provide visibility studies to the investors. And we actually provide, for example, all services like visibility study approvals, official approvals, support and design. Even, for example, it's not only confined. It hasn't been because markets are different. For example, sometimes if there is a high demand, you can build more. But if the demand, for example, is selective, for example, qualitative, you need, for example, to add additional services, and that we're working on, for example, such as the coordination and providing, for example, the banking sector that will finance the projects, providing visibility studies, and we are working as consultants and real estate developers more, so as to develop the experience as well. And we need to concentrate on something else, on the end user for us. For example, as we said, for instance, when we started our project, for example, in the island, we start to think about the visitor who will use the water city, and that's the reason why we came to develop the hotels. When we came to sell the facilities, we thought about the type of the investor. Later on, we started to study even the needs of the people, for example, as clients of the main developers. Accordingly, we establish the services, because the services will facilitate for the end user, for example, number of services. Thank you. One final word about the Egyptian market of real estate. I always say, but brief, please. There are, as long as there are challenges, there are opportunities. And Mr. Mohammed said that truly that within the coming period of time, we need to think out of the box. And for example, such as, for example, to decrease costs. And we will provide more lands as well. The investment opportunities are available, and at the same time and actually we came to pass all the crises like COVID, in addition to many other financials. And now we have strong markets that really exceeded all of these, or overcame these crises. We have big opportunities that in the Arab region as well, from 50 to 60% are youth. So this actually indicates that there will be over increasing demand and need, for example. So it's use technology to cope pace with the needs of the generations as well, and actually, and of course, I think that really, God willing, in the future, there are great opportunities. For example, in the challenges, within challenges, we can see more opportunities as well. Thank you very much, Hussein. I hope you enjoyed, for example, this session, and I would like, for example, to announce that there will be a very important session about Riyadh city as well, and the deputy governor of Riyadh and the mayor of the city council of Riyadh was going to talk about the Riyadh city. Thank you very much. And we thank Ms. Nadine Hani. We invite, for example, the participants in this session to honor them as well. And we invite His Excellency, the Minister of Housing, so as to honor the panelists and the speakers of this important session. Sheikh Nasser bin Abdurrahman Al-Thani, the board chairman of the Qatari projects. Masharia. Engineer Faisal Mohammed is the board chairman of the Administrative Capital City project. Mr. Mohammed Al-Abbar, founder of A'mar for real estate. His Excellency Engineer Mohammed Al-Batri, the CEO of the National Company for Housing. And David Groman, CEO of Roshan Company.
وبكل تأكيد مديرة
And the session moderator, our colleague Lara Habib.
السادة المشاركين في هذه الجلسة التي كانت تحت
We thank all the participants this session under the title of the future of investment, of course, of real estate. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session, of course, under the title of developing, for example, cities. Riyadh is a model of His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Ayad, the City Council Chairman of Riyadh. And this session is going to be moderated by Ali Al-Alian. And please welcome with me the participants in this important session.
مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. أصحاب السمو
Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. Of course, I'm very extremely happy actually to have you here, and much more happy, of course, actually to have this interview with His Royal Highness Prince Faisal for many reasons and considerations. First, which is that we are actually ahead of a very great personality, Saudi person, a Saudi figure as well, graduating from one of the best global university. I'm not going to mention the university as well, and he's the source of our pride. The other thing is Chile is responsible. Prince Faisal is responsible, and he's obsessed by the love of Saudi Arabia in every part. But of course, but that comes first for many considerations first. And most welcome, Your Highness. Thank you very much for honoring us with your coming today, and thank you very much for today. You promised me, for example, that you're going to release many secrets actually, and beautiful things as well, and you're going to have a historic narration. This is not very strange that today, for example, you see that the Riyadh is actually drawing our attention every every field and every specialty. And I start with you the journey, for example, of Riyadh's journey, for example, and across history and things that are related to the expansion and at the same time, for example, the culture of construction and development at the same time. Thank you very much, Ali, and I'm very happy to be with you, and I'm very happy, for example, to be here in this important forum. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless, may Allah bless our forum, and I might actually, give you some of the good news, as we said before, the triad, but in brief, I don't want to speak so much about that, but if we concentrate on the history, the modern history of Riyadh, for example, from the 50s of last century until today. So in the 50s of last century, of course, and even before the 50s of last century, Riyadh, for example, was very little, very tiny city surrounded by a fence, and it was actually the best way for traders and the caravans of traders, and they had their own economic life, which was very limited, and even the fence was covering them, for example, was the limit, the boundary of the city. Just to give you, for instance, my impression about the size of the city at that time, for example, the population was 50,000 people, and the area of the city was not exceeding, for example, 3.5 kilometers as well. So as to make it very special picture, for example, the area from At-Takhassus and Emir Turkey, for example, is much more than that Riyadh that time. It was very little, tiny, small. City built on all the traditional methodology and traditionally built, and that was the scope. But that was the scope of the city, which was very similar to the cities in the Arabian Peninsula in the 50s. It was, for example, a great transfer, and I witnessed a great change and a great transformations, even in the scope of its work and its size as well, for many considerations, for many factors. And one of the good things I can see, just that the first cause, the first factor, was actually a decree from King Saud, may Allah bless himself, for example, to move all the public entities from the rural places to Riyadh. And this actually, this royal decree was based on to move, for example, to move the government entities, for example, just like in one place, increased many opportunities. At that time, they actually demolished the fence. It was the boundaries, for example, Al-Murabba Palace, but of course, everything was inside the fence as well, and that was the boundary of the fence. That demolishing this fence was indication that this city could be developed, could be expanded, and it could be a big city in big size. So the other thing, the third factor, which has a great impact on the expansion and the growth of the city, for example, so the common people from outside the kingdom or from the other cities inside the kingdom. So there was a great growth of the city after the 50s. The second phase, which was very transitional in the beginning of the 70s and the end of 80s as well. So, for example, the city's role, changed from playing a role, for example, nationally to play, for example, a regional role with its intensity and its weight in the Middle East. And this thing, of course, has been associated by building a number of projects as well. If you could see most of the big mega projects that's right now, that was actually the product of this period of time. For example, like King Fahd Stadium, Airport, King Khalid Airport, the diplomatic quarter were actually established during this time. And there was the establishment of infrastructure, the large infrastructure at that time. And there was a great plan, a big plan, for example, for the first time for the city as well. And we know that, and we know from this sketch or this plan, of course, that how much the city was expanded and grew, it was grown as well. In addition to the number of public entities and government entities, such as constructing, big organizations and big authorities as well. Your Highness as well, and our culture, for instance, and to have clay houses made of clay. When was the first time a concrete building was built? And in Riyadh, when was that? I think the first concrete building, was before the 50s, a short time before the 50s. But once there has been a system which has been proven in the Melas district. The Melas district, for example, it witnessed a historic transfer in Riyadh. It could be a historic transfer. Al Melas Malaz district, once the government entities moved from western region to Riyadh city, for example, has been the demand on a new area, a new district, a new place, for example, for people. So Al Malaz district has been established to actually to witness the first concrete break, and through which, for example, the rest of the city was completed as well. So now it's good, for example, to talk about the real estate role, and Al Malaz example is a great model, is a great example. And the historic development of the city, I mean, contained three main factors of real estate that's actually the contributed to the development of the city. The first one was the network. It was network and vertical streets as well. If you look at old Riyadh, for example, we didn't see any roads. We used to see organic roads as well. The first construction was in Al Malaz district, was a real estate project as well. From this Malaz district, the city came to grow more and more, for example. The second thing was the concrete construction. It didn't have only impact on the people, but actually accelerated the growth. Without the concrete construction, the city will never be grown or expanded. Most of the people are expecting this to answer this question. I always repeat the question of the people today in Riyadh, for example, either, for example, at the level of the people or the real estate developers. There are many things, for example, there are high prices in high prices, and there is a confiscation of properties as well, or removing, for example, or seizing properties. For example, there might be speculations or rumors as well. What about the role of the City Council of Riyadh, for example, as regards decreasing the costs of the real estate? And what about the role according to the resolutions as well? Actually, let me actually talk about the big picture, and later on give you some of the details as well. And actually, if you look at the municipality of Riyadh, the city council, for example, I mean, the system that actually runs the whole city, anything that takes place in the city is impacted or affected by the municipality or by the city council. Any new project, for example, is related to a project or real estate movement or something like this as well. But to answer your question, let me concentrate on the direct impact of the city council of Riyadh, and to what extent, for example, the city council, for example, has been actually affecting the real estate sector. And this is what I really want to talk about. No, yeah, I would give you direct answer as well. Honestly speaking, for example, city council is to increase, for example, the real estate, and the real estate is based on demand and supply. So is to assist the process of the demand and supply. For example, in the last 2 years, for example, the 72 plants have been constructed, have been actually established as well. We do not actually concentrate on the number of plants, but the quality and speed as well. There are certain kind of, and you don't have to exceed 60 days, for example. And we are actually, for example, try, for example, to decrease the 60 days. This is a very fundamental aspect, for example, is to enhance the demand, the supply. The other thing, for example, the new codes, the construction codes, the newly emerging, which are new in the kingdom in general as well. But what I'm really sure about, that this is going to be very impactful positively as well to the real estate market in the city. For example, the other thing, people are concerned. People are concerned about the codes. But there are more than, I mean, people sometimes they want to understand if these codes are for their interest or not. For example, we have 4 codes of construction codes for Riyadh city as well. If I'm wrong, you can correct me. We want to simplify the goals of the codes. And the first thing first, I'd like to thank you, my brother, because there has been too much said about the codes. As you said before, many people are concerned. Sometimes they exaggerate a lot, or just like overstate. We need to make differences between the engineering codes and construction code as well. For the time being, we have engineering, for example, code that can be applied to the rest of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and this is actually a national project which is actually entering in the installations and construction supervision. And that's not the concern of our conversation, because this comprehensive and specialized as well. What I mean, the construction codes. So when I talk about the construction codes, it's not something new. And actually, since the beginning, for example, but we didn't call them codes, but we actually were calling them systems about the heights, for example, about the use as well, and what about the height of the building as well. All of these things, for example, are codes, but we're not actually put under the umbrella of codes. But the problem of codes is that they're general in the whole city, and didn't have any details. This actually codes that the city, for example, has one characteristic, one feature, for example, and we didn't have quality before as regards for construction outcomes. But what happened today, for example, we have specialized codes. We have Code Wadi Hanifa, Masar al-Riyadi, for example, in addition to the other consequent and coming codes as well. We are trying to cover the whole city with of the codes. What is the goal of the code? The code, for example, improves like outcomes, for example, because the most important outcome by the end of the day, for example, has to be within the identity of Riyadh. It has to enhance, for example, the identity of the Riyadh, and it has to be compliance with the policy of the, and you mentioned that people sometimes can say, for example, I cry with you, for example, sometimes the codes, for example, they require more, and the design must be very accurate, for example, that, and the consultant office, for example, has to be very professional, for example. But of course, all of this have impact on the market, but has many positive outcomes, and people are not actually able to grasp or understand. And because, for example, you wanted me to be very direct, I want to mention 4 cases or 3 cases, for example, best buyers in the last 6 months. I tried to really connect them with the codes. Code Wadi Hanifa, Wadi Hanifa code, for example, it was 3 floors and a half that actually only residential. Now we have the new Wadi Hanifa, for example, code. It can be residentially and commercial as well, the three floors and a half as well. If we take for the code of the Masar al-Riyadi, for example, that encourages, for example, the eastern and western region as well, and in the northern part, before the system didn't allow but 2 and 2.5 floors. Now for the new code allows you to build 4, 5 floors as well. So this is a big change as well. And if we take for example, and the King Abdullah Road, for example, we can see, for example, 6 or 7 floors building as well. What allowed such kind of thing for the public transport code, which allowed the new buildings as well. So these are positive outcomes. With time we will see them. And the most important thing, for example, we need to understand, and we need, for example, a very specialized office that really to make sure that the benefit is much more than the negative impact. To what, where to Riyadh is heading for, where it's going, where it's heading. Within these ideas and the vision of His Royal Highness Crown Prince, may Allah bless him and may Allah keep him. And it means that it seems that Riyadh, for example, is getting out to a place larger than this. And we have projects, for example, the transport, for example, the projects as well, and people did not see until today, for example. So we always, now I don't want to ask a question about the date of finishing all of these projects. Well, I might have some other questions, for instance, but at the same time, but I'm asking about, what about the role of the City Council of Riyadh, for example, to relieve this crowdedness as well, and this heavy, and what about the public transport? The public transport project is one of the very special and quality projects, not only in the region but it's the whole world. For example, it's very rare to find this infrastructure project that can be established, for example, in this fast time, for example. And the public transport project actually includes all the regions and districts as well. But I might, for example, actually concentrate on the real estate part of your question, because we are in a forum of real estate, and most of the people are concentrating their thoughts and ideas about them. One of the most important things we focus on how to achieve success for this project, and for example, how can we get the maximum benefits and the metro or public transport, for 6 lines, 80 stations, for example, how can we make the station, for example, achieve the benefits? For example, if I put a station benefit by 50 people, so this means that I didn't actually achieve the maximum benefit. But if I made a station for 50,000 or 5,000 or 1 million, 5 million, that's going to be much better. How can I enhance, for example, the outcomes of the project of the metro as well, through, for example, increasing efficiency of the city, for decreasing number of traffic accidents through transportation-oriented developments. And then this, you can see it in so many cities as well, and has been actually activated in Riyadh recently as well. And brief, for example, that any station, for example, that and we can determine the area, for example, that can be allow people to walk, and this zone, for example, can be restarted. For example, we're allowing to allow more incentives as regards, for example, crowdedness and intensity and density as well. And instead of to make sure that this area can attract 50,000 residents as well. So and the project, for example, needs time, for example, to measure its impact. But I think that really this project will change the whole Riyadh. What about the mega projects in the Riyadh? To what extent, where we reached actually? Before I talk about all the projects, for example, everything is good and sound, but I want to point out to you that we are very lucky, Mr. Ali, being in this time, in this place as well, means that really, I think we are very lucky as well. And the very specific types of projects, every project, for example, in itself, for example, is a historical project and very large and very specific as well. And how, for example, they are built in the same time in one place. And so I think that really this is a historic moment for the city of Riyadh. We have a great mega projects as well. And the Green Riyadh, we have a Green Riyadh project, for example, that really is going to change Riyadh into a green city as well, and to increase, for example, the number of parks to reach 4,000, like, for example, the sports track as well, the train, metro, international parks of King Abdullah, for example, Duraya, for example, the Gidea, all of these are mega projects as well. You asked me a question, and they want to get you back again to real estate, for example. To what extent there is a relationship, for example, between these projects and the real estate indirectly? So to attract tourists, to create jobs as well, to attract investments as well, for example, are directly related to real estate actually in three aspects. The first of which is that actually it's in partially is real estate project. Each project, for example, is going to add, God willing, for example, to the strategic inventory of the city, real estate of the city inventory, real estate inventory, and inside these projects, who are building these residential ones as well, and developers, and specifically the local developer, and this has exactly impact on creating the economic momentum. The third aspect, which matters me first, is to actually achieve a great successful model and develop the market as a developer. When I see a big project, for example, has been actually successfully accomplished with high level of quality, with innovative design, and with high level of quality, so actually I will have, for example, the motivation to compete with them. The quality of the projects and the quality outcomes of projects will actually alleviate and will increase the level, for example, competitiveness, and by the end of the day will create better outcomes. Will there be, for example, boundaries to the expansion? Will it be vertical extension or expansion as well, and where and how? Or will it be horizontal? Is there a specific picture, for example, about a city like that of Riyadh? I will answer. I might not answer you, please, if you allow me. I might answer, might not answer, of course. No, but anyway, I can say that really Riyadh will grow. I'm not coming up with something new. His Royal Highness said that. A Crown Prince, for example, that's going, for example, to include from 15 to 20 million people, for example. But what about the mechanism of this change or this growth or the mechanism? The most important thing is the plan of the city, as we know all, for example, as we are living, and there is a number of areas, for example, that we actually we try, for example, to look at this first, we can develop. And actually, we can actually increase the floors of the buildings based on the infrastructures of the site as well. So the new plan of the city, actually under construction, under study for the time being. From this, actually, we'll look at the development opportunities, whether or not we are going to develop more or no, and we'll reach, for example, the level of development or the limit. But we're going to study it after finish, for example, the general plan. The general actually, will it be very possible to include more people, for example, or not, or will be pushed to or forced to expand the city as well. But in the future, for example, I might be able, finally, or the least of the, not the least, could you give us, for example, history of the history of, or some, or all, if you want, the mega projects of Riyadh? Every project has a history, which has been declared or announced, the milestone of each project. What is the nearest project, for example? Some, like the metro this year, for example, some of the outcomes will come up, and there are projects in 24, 25. Most of the project, for example, in 2030, at least there will be two parts of such a project will be open. Do you think that truly the people of Riyadh will feel this change transformation even before? And even we are trusting you. We passed by all the topics as well, and I think if you want to come up with final words as well. No, thank you very much, Mr. Ali. I'm very happy to participate with all of the people, and as administration management of the city, we have a great level of ambitions, and these ambitions, of course, have been actually declared in more than one place as well, and the strategy will be accomplished well. And I think that the real estate sector and this real estate developers and the private sector, for example, as a whole, are playing an important role, for example, to achieve the success of this system as well. And we should never actually accomplish the goals unless without the participations of all the stakeholders, first which is the private sector. I would like to quote some of the phrases from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. For example, he mentioned in one of the meetings, His Royal Highness, that every story, success story is based on a vision, and every vision successful is based on the point of strength. And if you look at the Riyadh city, for example, I feel that really the real estate sector, for example, is one of the most important enablers, strong enablers. It can not only economically or creating jobs, jobs, but let me just talk that you know that 20% out of the jobs in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been created by the real estate sector, and 10%, for example, from the economy of the city, for example, concentrated on the real estate sector. This is one of the most important turning points. This is going to be the point of our launch. Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness, as well. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for such important, information. Thank you. We thank your team as well for this great passion that you achieved as well. And we are very optimistic as well. What comes next is going to be the best as well. Please give more welcome to His Royal Highness. Thank you very much, Your Highness. And now we invite His Excellency the Deputy Minister of Housing, so as to honor His Highness. Now it's time, for example, to honor His Highness Prince Faisal bin Abdulaziz bin and actually the Chairman of the Council of Riyadh for his great participation.
Now we will move to the honor part. Our colleague is Ali Al-Alayan, the chairman of the previous session.
إذا كانت الجلسة السابقة تحت عنوان
The previous session was under the title of Riyadh as a model, and now we will move to our next session, which is with Mr. Ali, the chairman of the speaker, will Mr. Ali, about the real estate sector. I would like to invite my speakers to the platform. Your Excellency, Doctor, the Vice Principal of the Ministry of the Transportation. And Your Excellency, Dr. Khalid bin Walid Al-Daher, the Governor of the Riyadh Sector Region. Mr. Ahmed Al-Juhani, the executive manager in Ru'a Holding Company, and Mr. Nabil Al-Jama, the executive manager in Aramco.
أهلا وسهلا بكم.
Hello everyone. Now we will start with our session. This session will be titled. So I will start with the Ministry of the Ministry of Transport Well, actually, Riyadh and the citizens of Riyadh, they are very missing you, and they have a plenty of questions toward you. So after, as you have spoken in the previous forum about a comparison between the prosperity of in the city that led in order to see and recognize a prosperity in terms of the real estate sector. So please, could you please provide us with some examples and to clarify about this notion? So as you're gonna see today, Riyadh has been ready for next generation and for next coming years. Well, actually, in the name of God, the greatest and the most merciful, thank you very much, my brother Ali. Well, actually, so is that a question or making a frankly topic? Well, I would like initially to thank all the organizer of this forum, my excellencies, the minister, and all the organizers. And as we are one of the representative of the transportation sector in the Ministry of the Transport, we have to ensure and assert our message that we have working and we have delivering during a long time. This is the public transportation in the cities. As Mr. Ali, you have mentioned that the transportation and the public transportation, there are some cities has been forbidden or abandoned since we have see some a big amount of traffic, and others on the other hand we're gonna found another areas that has been increased in different areas, and we found that actually we could say for example Oxford Road that the weight it's considered 25 meters, and also that however it's 1,000 and hundreds of thousands of visitors, that daily visitors to the Oxford roads. So the public transportation, this is my question. It's considered as a solution, and as the legislation, they have issued objectives and the clear objectives, which is increasing the growth for 15%, which is considered as a good number and good percentage. As you're gonna see, also Riyadh and Mecca, and we're working about the buses and the public transportation has been increased. In another hand, there's some projects, for example, they are under the instruction and under processing. I will give you some, for instance, the MAM and the adopting the MAM, which is the project of the public transportation under experiencing. And I mentioned Mecca also. There's in Jeddah as well Jazan and Sabia, Abu Arish. Also we have under processing, and even Al Taif and Qasim, they are under processing. And there's three cities we put it under a main consideration in this year: Tabuk, Khamis, and also so the public transportation concentrate and aware of a big support from the governments, and I would like here to assert that to adopt as the Ministry of the Municipalities and the hosting, and how he has a vision about the public transportation. We have seen these projects has been established, and also my Minister of the Financial, also we have seen a big support from him, since the projects cost a lot of financial. As in Riyadh, we will see about the transportation and the transportation, public transportation. It's in the ends at the end of the project. So in the near future, we will see to be under the real world. Your Excellency, we have seen that Saudi was and the technical. They see that the people they're going to ask and wondering who is going to support the retail estate, the real estate sector, and what's the new of the bank and the central bank, even for the citizen or for the investor. In the name of God. Thank you very much for this invitation, and it's for such opportunity like this forum. Well, actually, the main role of the central bank start from the legislation and setting the legislation in order to fund the real estate sector, and that will help them in order to issue all the department and the agreements within kind of the provide inventors and provide the best services for all the providers. Where eventually our objective from this legislation to achieve our notion under the Vision 2030, our objective, and also as well as protecting all the beneficiaries and our clients. So we must clarify all the alignments and all the places and the principles that we build about on all the funding process. So as the funding box and the funded has been issued, all of these procedures that will clarify the importance of the funding and the details of all the funding within to find the best solution and to provide the best services for all the individuals. And above all of that, in the top of the curve, we will see that the percentage of the demanding and we have to see from an angle we could say the justice, and from other angles we could say the providing the good amount of money for all the beneficiaries in the financial sector. Furthermore, we could say something for the revenue, and we could say a stable revenue and a moving and a shaking revenue, which is that all the individuals, they have to be aware and acknowledge about these two kinds of revenue. Within that, each person, they have to utilize the best product at the same time. I would like now to, for example, this is for a certain citizen. There's a multiple and tremendous amount of products in front of him. However, the question here is, what's the person has the feelings that you are holding the light and you don't have so he goes to somewhere, and for example, he could see the agreements and then he sign, and you could see and collaborate with the legislation, and eventually they will come actually at the end we could say there is a collaboration and acknowledgements between the parties. What do you think about what's the protection system that you have enabled and adopted? Well, eventually we take in consideration the human, the beneficiaries, and the consumer protection under a main consideration of us. If the consumer of any beneficiaries, they will not a protection, they don't feel fully protected from any kind of sectors of any kind of subjects, so will not be take the first step. So if you're gonna to start this legislation, this protection, it's have starting from browsing all the violence, browsing all the laws and all the bans that you have to do for the operation. For example, within 5 days, you have to, all the beneficiaries, they have an opportunity in order to be aware of all the kind of this. And so he not took the best from a certain company or a center party. So being aware of all the rights, this helps all beneficiaries and all the consumers give the best solutions as much as they can, and also would give the limitation in order to serve and within a different percentage. And thank you very much, Your Excellency. I will get back to you. And now we will move to the executive manager of Ru Al Madina company. And also, before talking about the award, please, about the realtors. The realtors, they always claim that they have a competitors. Is considered as you as a company, are you competitors or are you a holistic partnership between you two? And also, what do you mean about Ru Al Madina? Thank you very much. Initially, I would like to thank all the organizers and the government of Saudi Arabia for all their support of the real estate sectors. And I would like to thank the excellencies for the awarding us the award. Ensure that all the government keen to support. So I would like to start with the Arua Medina project. Contains the 47 units within it. Now we achieved 11% of the infrastructures, and we're working. And the other under the consideration, we have 12,000 of the designs. Rural Medina Develop project will create a new destination in Al Medina, and it's considered as a big challenging project in order to collaborate and in order to in terms of the retail sector as well as, and also considered as a cultural project. Basically, it's a holistic and complete project starting from the ex-ante and in that will utilize the best solutions until we're gonna reach 3 million conference coming to the Mecca. So in different ways, Umrah Al Medina today we have lack of accommodation and hotels that are rehabilitated for open, and for example in 2000. We have 2,600 branded residents, and branded hotels, for example, 200 and 2,500. Within the Rural Medina, that within our project, we will provide 50% of the market needs, and that will help all the private sectors. And our role in order to complete the experience of the visitors in Al Medina. Our objectives and objectives that will be 86,000 rooms, and however has been established within to establish 47 units, 47,000 units, and the others will be and the other part working under processing until 20 years coming and or 25 years. After that, we will recombinate and we will use the residence and the hotels accommodations. Well, Your Excellency, so I will ask. Thank you very much. I will move to the next speaker, with the Vice Principal of the HR of Aramco. Well, people in general, when you see Aramco in the real estate sector, what's Aramco? What's the role of Aramco in the real estate sector? Thank you very much, Mr. Ali. Initially, I would like, in behalf of Aramco Saudi, to participate for this participation in this forum. I would like to highlight that Aramco is not as an investor or a real estate investors or any kind of this sector. However, there is a very interesting anecdote and story I could mention in my that the company has been started with a program that to property in your house for Saudi since 1947, and it was considered one of the most important company in that time that give all these efforts and has been also developed many sectors. For example, in the MAM, they have developed many companies, and since in 2006 until now, the company and Aramco has been worked a main role in order to develop other companies since from Saudi, and as well as gives thousands for loans provide for all the Saudi employee, in order to gain and to own a property. well, actually, this very important statements and very important information we have. It was besides that that it's considered about the energy and the energy company. All of these efforts from a company. Well, I know that we appreciate your all experience. Well, actually, this was our early experience, and this will actually. There was also accommodation and Agial project. This is accommodation and housing. This project will 10,000.2 kilometers square, and that's considered as one of the models that concentrate under the sustainability. And this project considered as one of the tremendous projects that we have in order to collaborate with the other sectors, and that happened in order to achieve 3 phases and 3 factors in order to achieve the development sustainability in Saudi Arabia and what's one of the main factors of the economy. And besides that, we have achieved and built 1,000 accommodation and units, housing units that we could recognize house the company keen in order to put amount to collaborate with the economical sectors and also to provide the real estate sector, and as well as collaboration and cooperation with in order to find the investing opportunities. And also we have signed multiple agreements in order to follow and to proceed our objectives, and some of them they are under processing and under structuring system. And also we provide 3,000 of housing companies and housing accommodation and residential. Furthermore, the Aramco has been utilized some international architecture and engineering, and also we use some other I will get back to this topic actually about relating the materials and the life quality. We are actually proud of you, all of you about in this, and how besides all the Saudi people, female, we are proud about the performance that we are witnessing nowadays in the Saudi Arabia in terms of the private sectors also, and we feel and we are touched the passion and the challenging atmosphere from you. And I will get back to you, Dr. Muhammad. I would like to ask you what's the challenging about in the private sector, especially with, well, actually there are some projects, it has been 30 years, 20 years, and others under processing. However, if we could say from your point of view, what's that challenging? What's that challenging of, or considered as an obstacle of the private sector? What is it exactly? Well, before I will answer about the challenges that we are facing, first of all, moving the people and reaching all the products and the goods that they have. This is the ultimate objective, and that will raise all the life equality in Saudi Arabia. And also, we have talked about the public transportation, and I mentioned all the projects that under consideration, under processing until this moment. And for example, if we could say that happening in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia witnessed a very revolutionary and civil in that terms. Soon we will witness also a public transportation solution in order to help all these sectors that considered one of the main challenges that's considered as, since we have seen some differences and something obstacles in that terms, and also it's soon, as much as sooner or later we will see. Do you have any date? Could you give it? Will it be soon? Very soon, actually. I will not give you, and maybe we are talking about around 1 month. we will get about, on the other hand, we will talk about the real estate sector. And so the public transportation, as the Secretary, Your Excellency, has mentioned, we have moving between that station within in the metro, subway, or station or train or airports, that all of these stations will raise the amount and the price of the property. And also, if we could see from the sea, we have also to develop the facilities. So today we established a new strategy in order to develop one of the main objectives of the tourism sector, as the Minister of Tourism has been spoken about, in order to also encourage and to develop the sea tourism and in the Red Sea, and and we're looking forward for this kind of projects. That will be as iconic points in order to grab all the tourism attentions. In other angle, we could see that also then exporting and the goods that will raise also the pricing about the industry, that will help industry sectors to get benefits and take advantages. And this we have taken a main strategic in that sectors. We also working, and we issued something related to the for a couple of months ago there was a free area in Riyadh. So the biggest rental of that area will be developed in this area, which is from the Middle East. You asked about the challenges that we are facing in that time. Well, actually, the public transportation, it's projects is considered as a big and a tremendous project, especially they are the railways, the roads. They need a big amount of support of money. And if we could say today we have a clear plan, and under some of them under implementing, and also we would say that we have in particular we give in terms and strategic in order to develop all the areas and the transportation. And you're gonna see all of us, we're gonna recognize the airport of King Salman. This considered as under of the big and tremendous projects, as I told before, and others as well. There's additional challenges. Beside that, there was a challenge. We have faced a challenge that related to the planning and implementing and collaboration between the parties, and the alignment between with the Ministry of the Municipality or Ministry of Transportation. So most of the time we could see a conflict between the alignment and until we face this challenge. Well, your ministry, what do you provide for the services? What do you see? What's your vision about the future? One of the most important technical methods that searching on the best and the ultimate products. Well, actually, the central bank they contain a retail experience that will help to provide the best products for all the beneficiaries, as well as for the founder and for the supporter. We always keen and to encourage all the beneficiaries, and we always to give them the best and to utilize the best information, and at the same time correctly and properly, as well as. Sometimes we found some limitation of the products, and that will gives us a challenge actually. On the other hand, how to reach the rights, since we have to set all the legislation clearly, and all the consumers, they have to take all this legislation. If they face any trouble with the clients, they have to get back to all this legislation. And besides that, using technology, it's considered one of the solutions that we are provide. So the technical and technology indifferent, it gives them the best technology for the beneficiaries, and if there any issues happened between the clients, the technology will be the solution. Well, that's impressive. Engineer Ahmed, today people are always encouraged, and today I always want to see where we are now in that moment where we get, for example, in Ra Al Medina company, where we reach, which level that we reach. Well, actually, regarding Ra Al Medina project, we have reached 11% of the infrastructure of the projects, and 12,000 rooms under designing process, and we signed a lot of agreements to sign up thousands of the rooms, and that will and we will announce that soon within the coming few months. And regarding the station and the energy station, we are paying a big effort in order that, and also for the electricity companies, we are working together in order to achieve and to sign the agreements with, and as well as the stations. So the project, hopefully we are working on the same plan, and we are tracking our plan and proceed to the next step by step. We're going to reach out our objective. Well, actually, we are working in the middle and in the central of the Medina, and besides the holy mosques of the Medina. Well, and as we face some obstruction and lack of the roads, since that will cause a big issue in terms of the roads of the Medina. However, we will try as much as we can. That will create new jobs and new opportunities, and we will finish this project as faster as we can. And besides that, the whole project, I could say it is we are seek in order to get all the blessing from God, and peace be upon the Prophet Muhammad. Well, it's really beautiful that you mentioned we Aramco, and as you mentioned in the initial speech, well, the Minister of the Municipality and the Rural and the Hosting, if I would today, I want to ask you, what's the gift you could provide and you give it to Aramco in order to increase the real estate sector? Well, Ali, there was just one point I would like to also continue and to highlight, and which is the rental projects has been given a award upon the rental process, and it was one and the first project in the Middle East. Indeed, when we started to enhance and to establish these projects, we recognize that these projects will have to present as the much in the best and the ultimate way, as I mentioned before, that within all the component and the manpower that we have, that was, and all the enablement icon, and we have provided in the same project, since we have all the ministers, and we give a lot of life quality that as it's expressed in that project under the vision, especially under the Vision 2030. And if you're gonna recognize all the vegetation area, you could see that, recognize how the percentage has been increased, starting from the designing, the road, the pavement, the livestock, and all the main components of the projects has been achieved, and we have worked to provide and has been provided in and clearly and easily. So, as we have spoken about utilizing and also consuming the energy, so within that, to work with that project, gradually we'll meet up eye to eye until we're gonna finish all the projects. So with this, as we have achieved, this project has been achieved the award that will take advantage for all the parties that we have worked, and also for all the citizens in the real world. Well, thank you very much. Now, I would like to let you to conclude. Well, Your Excellency, do you want to add something? since all topics are related together, the transportation, who is going to determine the price of the transportation and the public transportation? The one who determined the transportation, which is related about the marines and the wild transportation, and that is within the policy of the pricing policies. We conduct a study in order to set the price that it's rationally acceptable by all the citizens, and from that, within that era, within that diamond, and within that stage, and the average of the pricing, that's what's happening within the public sectors and the public transportation. So we face very competitors. For example, if you're gonna see about the goods transportation, this considers as a free and an open question. So we have to guarantee that there is no any kind of hidden, any kind of of factors that will hit and will affect a negatively on all the transportation. And also for the civil transportation and the civil sector, we must to put rational prices. Could you provide us with a last word to conclude your speech? So today we talked about the transportation projects that are going to be in the real world soon, and the point that we're working on, which is related, that we have the partners that we're working, which is related to the environmental sector, environment, and the environmental. We gonna use the vehicles and electronical vehicles and electronical car that will cause us and will lead in order to decrease the amount and of the CO2 and that will all the emissions. So and that we working with the legislation to set all the legislation and work on all parts of the products. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Well, my few words I would like to say in order to conclude, which is the beneficiaries and the individual beneficiaries, they have to know the kind of the products. For example, sometimes there will not be there will be a blurry vision in that area. So that's very important to clarify. And in the second point, which is choosing the product that it needs in order to apply, and that will meet eye to eye all the demanding and the needs of the clients, and to provide the best. For regarding the investors company and the funding company, they have to utilize the best information and to provide all the products in a method that will take advantage for all the clients. And besides that, acknowledging about and being aware about the method of utilize the technology, and also the risk management plays an important role, since all parties and all the beneficiaries, they are differentiated between others. And if there was any notions and invention that could be adopted and could be displayed in some parties, for example, in the bank, in the central bank, so we always concentrate on that part, and we encourage people that they have a knowledge and any kind of information. Besides that, we would like to thank all the Minister of the Housing about their notions, and they providing always the best. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Engineer Ahmed, please a few words to conclude the session. Well, Rural Medina project hopefully will be open a new vision in terms of the master. So, and from the master plan of the project, we have 63% of the projects are in open area. So I think that will help all the visitors and will increase the experience of the visitors, and hopefully and hopefully with the Ministry of the Housing and with the industry, the Minister of the Industry will support us of how to transfer the private sector in order to industry sector. I think there is a big opportunity in Ras Al Madina in order to do and to conduct this transformation in order to transfer a big amount of the part of this opportunity in order that will help us in order to find a new factories and mini factories. And beside that, we have a study, and it's we have a study that we have to do. However, regarding the number of the units, that we have to know that Ras Al Madina contains a lot of from a multiple chain of hotels from 1 star, 2 stars until 7 and 5.5 plus stars. So it's considered as a big chance for all the visitors, and hopefully we will collaborate together with our partners in the Ministry of the Housing and the municipal, and in order to create better opportunities and job opportunities, since it is considered, and since we want to motivate all the female and men Saudi to collaborate together. Thank you. I would like to talk about the project. Well, actually, it's a very magnificent project, which is King Salman for the energy part, which is this as a mechanism and a process within the energy market, and that has been established has been established in 2018 when December has been established. 2000 Wolfsburg has been succeeded in and considered one of the biggest companies in terms of the energy, and we are looking forward within 2 coming years that the numbers will be exceed more than 3% doubles of these numbers. That will create a lot of job opportunities and to motivate a lot of females of Saudi citizens. And we have also designed new designings that related and linking between that cultural and that will help us in order to develop the sustainability and that sustainable committee. Well, actually, it's richness, and it's very. I'm so delighted to hear this project. We'd like to thank the Minister of the Municipalities and Housing and Environment for this forum and for this also. So thank you so much sincerely for all your efforts, and I thank my speakers on this session. And hopefully, we will gonna meet in the coming forum. And thank you very much for listening. Your high attention, much appreciated. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for this session. And now we're gonna move to the next session. I would like to call now My Excellency Gail in order to move to the honor part. The Minister of the Transportation and Municipalities, Dr. Khalid bin Walid Al-Dahir, the Vice Principal of the Energy Company.
المهندس أحمد الجهني.
Engineer Ahmed Al-Jahani, the Executive Manager for Ras Al Madina Holding Company.
والأستاذ
Engineer Nabil Al-Jama, Vice Principal and Vice Executive Manager in Aramco.
شكرا لجميع السادة المشاركين
for all the speakers for this session, and this session was under the sustainability and the prosperity of the real estate sector. And now I would like to invite you to attend to the next session, which is under the monitoring, and I would like to call the invites on the stage the speakers of this session, which is Engineer Abdullah.
دكتور محمد سليمان الرئيس
Dr.
التنفيذي.
Mohammed Al-Sulaiman, Executive Manager in Al-Aqari Registration Company. And the chairman of of this session, Dr. Naif Al-Alyani.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وأسعد الله مساءكم.
Hello everyone, peace be upon you and good evening. And welcome in this session, and let's now dig deeper about the future of the real estate forum. That sector that has been taking a big consideration of this in order to meet eye to eye with all notions and their ideas and investing notions that will actually, our session will be about the system in order to provide the real estate solution. So what's the outstanding factors of my visitors and my speakers today for this session, their collaboration in terms of the real estate sector and as well as the private sector together, and how they're gonna align within these two sectors between the public and the private. Will so the public will give the legislation, provide legislation, monitoring, and organize. However, the private sector implements all this kind of the process, and they are considered as a more the mechanism of this. So what's provided today as a holistic project. So it's an honor today to speak with Engineer Abdullah Al-Hammad, the chairman and the executive manager for the corporation of the public real estate corporation, and Mr. and Engineer Dr. Mohammed Al-Sulaiman, the executive manager for the real registration company. Let me start with Mr. Abdullah. What's your vision, Mr. Abdullah Ali, about the real estate market in general? In the name of God, the greatest and the most merciful, initially I would like to thank my colleagues and all the organizers of this forum. That forum is very unforgettable, and it's different from other forums that will adopt the others that we face, and today we face it in real estate sector. What's related about the real estate sectors in Saudi Arabia? It's most of related, and it's considered as a big and very tremendous sector. The real estate sector considered one of the biggest sector in Saudi Arabia economy, as well as considered one of the sector that are near and meets all the kind of investing that related to the Saudi citizens. So that
تحديات على مستوى التشريع في المرحلة السابقة، ولذلك اليوم أوجدت الهيئة العامة للعقار كمشرع ومنظم للقطاع العقاري الغير حكومي بهدف تعزيز موثوقيته وتعزيز الاستثمار فيه وكذلك زيادة الشفافية فيه، بالإضافة إلى مجموعة من التحديات سواء على مستوى دقة البيانات.
And also besides that, the accrediting data that we have, also the WILABs and also the legislation and the taxes that we have, all how to deal with the taxes in the coming few years. All of these data that will help us in order to achieve the goals of the real estate for the sector. So the real estate sector considered as related to the governments, and also as well as the verification of the of the governments and to enable the mechanism of any kind of the partnership with other parties. This in general way, if I could give you a brief information about that, I could say that this we are in two phases, and the current, and also there's a coming phase, another coming phase that we are going to face, which is related about under the government. So I can't touch you optimistic. So how much you feel optimistic? Well, actually we are very optimistic, and the optimism is our goal and our tool in order to touch what we have touched until today with the programs that it could be. We have a plenty amount of stories that we were talking about, and we were imagination, and now we are happening in the real world and in the real ground, and that also that supports the whole centers and the support the whole commission with different sectors within different party as well as the growth that we found today, and the witness, which is that the updated legislation that we have. And today we have witnessed funded that we organize all the retails and all the rental and all the rental association, that as well as that registration of the commercial registration has been issued between all that, as my colleagues has been get details about the registration and the real estate registration. Within the few coming years also we will talk, we could talk, and I will speak more about that in the coming session. Well, regarding challenges, we could say that there was a lot of challenges during in the last and the few years. What's the mechanism in order to achieve all of these challenges and to jump over? Well, actually, in the name of God, the greatest and the most merciful, it's such a pleasure to be here to participate in this session. Well, I would like to thank all the efforts that we have heard, and also I would like to thank the corporation, the authority of the commercial registration and in the real estate sector. So the real estate sector and the legislation, real estate is considered a mechanism, and it has an outstanding factors in terms of dealing and exchanging commercially. Starting from Saudi Arabia, in 2002, we started within all the experience that we have done, and within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the government and the sector as well, they will have been issued in from the less than that type, and that will give also, I think, hopefully in the soon we're gonna meet eye to eye and our objectives. What's the distinguish the rental and the real sectors, which is related about the commercial in terms of the real estate commercial, and that raising the identity of the real estate, as well as we have to put an umbrella for legislation umbrella that will adopt and protect all the registration culture in order to register all of these. Well, all these data we could do it in terms if we get deeper and deeper, that will help us in order to move from point to time. Even if we have to register from in the real world, that it could be a difference between the privacy from the kind of the property and from also the geographic of the property. So we have sometimes what we call it in tourism, and that will lead about to correcting all the kind of this. So within the coming years, from this project, we're gonna recognize a very we enhance, and we're gonna see a better vision of, and also if we talk about the brand and the foreign brands and the foreign language, that will study about a lot of examples about the real estate sector. And as we have seen under the Vision 2030, you can see about we have the real estate sector that support 160 industries. This industry considered in different plays an important role in different sectors, and that we will help in order to provide the best solution within under the vision and within under the leadership of Mr. Maad, and that will actually we are all alignment all together in that project. Will actually this is the main component in order to achieve and to be successful in this project. Well, Doctor, I would like to find out more about the behind the scene. How did you start? And then when are you going to start? And what's the mechanism of these projects? And how the all people is going to register? What's the procedure of this of the registration system? Well, the nation and the beginning will be announced soon in the coming few months. Within from well, actually, could you give me a specific number? Well, I could say with as it could be as much as we can. Well, and soon. So it would and all. So we are all also looking forward in order to collaborate together, since we have collaborated together with the ministers, and we doing as much as we can. That will happen, and this is the goal that we reach in order to register all the real estate. And besides that, we'll utilize all the exchanging and the dealing and within this part. The mechanism of the registration and the procedures could be in following steps. Well, when you move from this the first steps, from the beginning step of the registration, you're gonna have to provide the statement of the verification. You must have also the electronic deed until that since we have no climbers, any kind of claims about that of any kinds of the solution, any kinds, and also beside that the Minister of the Justice and could be fairly enough and to provide it with within the registration, as well as to apply all this deed in terms of for the secretariat and the municipalities. We have to work together with we have to work together in order to achieve all this ability. And after that, we're gonna get deeper in the legislation. We have after 12 registration, you're gonna reach for the final registration. Within a few months, you're gonna find an idea and notion about how you're gonna apply all this kind of this. Until they were gonna see all the property and all the owners, they will have the ability in order to see from the platform. So briefly, is the platform and the registering in the platform necessary? Well, in the first instance, it's very necessary and it's something obligatory, since that deed is going to be electronic, and there is some procedures, for example, to protect all the rights, and we have actually any party of this from the Ministry of the Solution for these projects and for the governments of all kind of registration. Well, of course, you have launched up this project under some certain. What's the challenges that you have adopted in order to launch up this program? As you have said and you mentioned initially, the most important challenge in the real estate sector, which is receiving the data. Most of you, most of them specialists in the real estate sector, they know what's the challenges that will have discovered without any relationship between the deed, and there are no limitation between within the data, within the existing data in the secretary or the municipalities. However, what's the advantage? What's the differences between the deed and between the real world? There is a differentiation and comparison between that. Sometimes we have descriptive data and the existing data. And today, if we could say there could be something, for example, we have a landscape and it's 400 square. So it's not very enough, and that's that registration. So the registration will end up the whole data. We unify the works between the descriptive objects and also the technical objects, as well as the data that we have to provide in order to all the clients that we have. That will motivate that will motivate and nutrition the real estate sector, since we must have to utilize a clear and reliable data. Always we have to depend on that. Will deal also with the schema that we had provide and all the registration. And on the other hand, also that this is in addition to what we have done about the registration or the real estate registration. As I could say it is today, the registration is good, will serve and provide any sector, even the water sectors and other, or when we talk about the service and about the descriptive point. So from any angle from that, we could provide the same perspective. For example, if you go to the electricity company, they will ask for deed. For example, if you go to a water company, they will ask for deeds, or for example, if you open the map or any kind of Google map, you're gonna put your fingerprints. So when we talk about all of these details, we have to today always we are keen and we depend on Google Maps. So for eventually you have to use the registration, the real estate registration as your identity for you. So today, any kind of person that are existent, they have the identity or any kind of or they have to serve within that number, the same number of or also the safety.
So for example, our major goal, for example, and the real estate registry is actually to include all the services through this registry as well. So we'll just add a great value to all of us as regards to efficiency of business, in addition to facilitating and the convenience of the accuracy of data, in addition to its governance, as mentioned by Dr. Mohammed, in addition to many other details that really the registration, the platform will just provide such kind of services. For example, are such kind of data for available? Yes, there is a governance as regards, for example, the data, which is really approved by the state, by the government, as regards to the allowance of information, accessibility of information, enabling foreign sectors. This is a great example, a government model as regards to the open policy of information. And as we are incorporated under this platform, or just like umbrella, in addition to the other great support, for example, to give that will serve the business. Doctor, could you just talk about, for example, the great benefits of the registry, this real estate registration or registry? Yes, of course, yes, I can add one of the most important benefits as well. We can just reach, for example, we don't related to projects and of real estate developers working on real estate products that truly an amount of billions of reals that truly, as we have actually have heard about the problems, for example, that in some of the provinces, God willing, after finishing the registration of the real estate as well, problems are going to be solved and going to be actually overcome as well. But the difficulties or the to what extent, for example, investors will benefit from the real estate registration comment will be the electronic platform providing all services to all real estate developers and beneficiaries of this service, as well as an example if the developers want, for example, setting some of the promises as regards some of the specific type of data, the ownership, the history of data, for example, real estate of this history data, the data of this land, for example, the prices that this land has been sold before, in addition to the commercial transactions and description of, for example, of the document as well, of the real estate document or ownership document as well, giving you, for example, the enablers, is this residential or commercial? It might be development in the future in collaboration with the entities as well, the stakeholders as well, by giving, for example, reports about the district as well. If there is a commercial company who wants to have a business, so it can actually study the visibility study with factual data and quality data as well, confidential as well, and can benefit from this data as well in their visibility study, in addition to the commercial plans and And there are many and huge benefits as well. We cannot actually, we cannot have fine time to describe all of these kind of services. And we believe that this electronic platform will be a great enabler to all the real estate sector. And a project in this intensity, in this volume as well, and find great products outcomes as well in the future, such as we have some real estate companies in the exhibition as well. They have platform. They have for example, auctions for sales. And we can actually say that really the real estate registration is the platform to link all those companies as well, so as to implement their presence as well technically in much better technical ways. And Engineer Abdallah, for example, many people, most of the people depend on you. And there have been committees, a real estate committee, but now for the time being, for example, we have actually a regulatory reform and or framework, regulatory framework. What type of regulations you're going to come up with in the future systems, and that will focus on the real estate sector as well? Or what about your programs, initiatives related to the investment sector? Now we know that the investment sector is focusing on such kind of things. Engineer Abdallah, as I said before, yes, I believe that today, for the time being, we have a reference right now, the Institute to establish General Authority for Real Estate years before, for example, including to focus on all real estate sector. For instance, before real estate was served by different entities with different policies and measures, and this actually resulted in a big problem, a challenge as well. Recently as well, since we launched, for example, the HANSA program, and in the last couple of years as well, through setting up a strategy for the real estate sector as well. The plans have become very clear and well organized. Now the sector is well organized. The General Authority for Real Estate is supervising a number of activities that have been implemented before by some of the entities, but now they are under the umbrella and under the aspect of the General Authority for Real Estate, General Authority before, and the Minister of Housing, and then the Minister of Rural Affairs as well was supervising a JAR program in addition to a residential unit sorting out process as well. Now, for example, it has been actually under the umbrella of the General Authority for Real Estate to become the official entity, in addition to other programs such as selling on the map, in addition to many other related issues as well. I want to answer your question, and actually based on this chain of value chain and the journey of the real estate as well, how it was and how it becomes now. When we talk about the journey of real estate, every real estate starts with the land itself as well, passing by the design, and then moves, for example, to the commercialization phase and establishment or initiation, and then operation and closing as well. When we talk about the land itself as an asset, as we heard today from the speakers in former sessions in the morning, since the first session that included the Royal Highnesses, their Excellency, until this session as well, we can see as regards to the document and it has been developed. Has been before the documents were paper-based and manually, finished and implemented as well and terminated as well. So the Minister of Justice, for example, changed all the documents to become electronic, based on taking into consideration the transfer of property, in addition to, for example, the transaction-related data as well. It has become more organized as well and more digitally integrated. This is a great development in the sector of real estate. And now we are aspiring, for example, to finish all related procedures as to make it very conveniently done, automation-based, with all the components of the data as well, and this will become the real estate in the future as well. So the document was primitively treated or tackled. Now it has become electronically dealt, and this will be under one umbrella that will regulate all the principles and the owner the intellectual property rights as well. And when we talk about the second phase about the commercialization of the land as well, we have been before for example, it was a very before it was very randomly organized process, and based on the regulation as well, it was lacking a number of regulations and laws and the tools that enabled it before. Now we came actually now we have a new system, for example, where we can easily document all the documents and for the mediator, for example, can come to an agreement with the owner and through electronically sound and based information and data as well. And for example, now before, for example, you used to see commercial ads as well lacking so many enough data, so many good and sound data. Now come to, for example, licenses before were very difficult to be granted, and now through Bella, the platform has become very easily provided. His Royal Highness he mentioned that the target in the City Council, for example, is to approve the plans in 60 days. Before it took years. Now we have the sort of the sukuk or the documents, for example, and sales on the map, for example, has been motivating as well, in addition to the funds as well. Now on the way, we are going to have the real estate contributions, and of course, and I know that really the time is very limited to cover everything. For now, for example, operating the facilities or the buildings and maintaining them, and their sustainability has become one of the most important activities, just as managing assets and facilities, and this actually will lead to the sustainability of the real estate, in addition to increase its quality, and even the associations of properties, which will be a strong enablers, for example, so as to be great partners, and I think that really many details. Now, for example, what about the problems of the mediation, the real estate mediation or brokers, and what about how to keep the rights of, for many reasons, we are going to keep the rights because of the regulation of higher efficiency, and the second thing, of course, using technology, in addition to the digitalization, and the third factor, of course, having censorship and the control of supervision. For example, if there is, in case of any violation, or there must be penalty, or anything that really violates the system as well, there will be penalty by the end of the day. Now, one final question, Dr. Mohammed. Why, for example, the artificial intelligence has been affected, has been a very influential factor in real estate worldwide? We see in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, why, for example, the real estate has been actually late in using artificial intelligence, and why this sector is still concerned about the use of artificial intelligence. We can say why we have been late to reach Mars, or to go to Mars. Actually, using technology is what motivates us to use it. And before, for example, technology were not of high quality as regards sustainability or correcting the mistakes and errors and in the real estate sector. The first thing we can mention right now, for instance, in our in the exhibition, for example, geospatial survey, for example, if any of our colleagues here want to see, for example, what about the geospatial, survey that we came to reach and we came to use, for example, actually it can help us a lot, for instance, to do without the help of other specialists. Well, now we need centimeters so as to determine the areas, in addition to the plans as well, and the sketches of all the real estate or the lands that we survey by air or by using the drones. So, for example, this geospatial survey Philippines in the first place on the different stages and stages as well, phases as well. We had it actually years ago. For example, we didn't have the required technology or necessary technology. That's why, for example, use the human capital, human resources, for example, to conduct the survey processes. But now with the technology, which is actually used by the real estate registration company with high level of resolution, high level of accuracy, that, for example, that we never find any similar maps to what is based on artificial intelligence as well. So through the artificial intelligence, we can move these sketches and plans as well with the pictures that we obtained as well, images as well, for example, and of the two dimensions that can apply to the sketches and the plans as well. So to study for example, the spaces and areas and dimensions, for example, if there's any modification that requires modification, until we can make it clear and they make to provide the clearance, for example, and there is a question since yesterday and before, for example, are you the only reference, for example, for the real estate sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? Or, for example, are there any other entities, for example, partners, and in addition to the many other related issues? Well, according to the regulation in the Real Estate Authority, Real Estate General Authority, it is actually the legislator of the non-government real estate. And we are working within the coming few years for any government or any non-government actually real estate. We are going to be the reference. For instance, we are the General Authority for Real Estate will be the one to supervise. For example, before, for example, I go to the message. You ask the question about technology. Today, for example, we are in a very highly advanced stage in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia through using technology at the level of the digital progress and transform and advancement, which has been actually been seen in the private and public sector as well. So the experience, the digital experience or experiment that has been actually attempted by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia during pandemic coronavirus, and this is a leading example where it can actually, where, for example, this enables us to have such kind of technology in the real estate sector. And today we have a great, excellent models in the real estate sector of consumer, which have many advantages, such as, for example, obtaining licenses. We have the digital enabler, for example, the Mensa Housing. We have Baladi platform through edge services that really that use the artificial intelligence in providing the services to the sector. Today, for example, we have Sakani, or the application, Sakani application, for example, in the journey of the customer to get the real estate, to get the facility, has become very convenient through his position or his place as well, so as to keep an eye on the details and the contracts and agreements as well. As for HR system as well, and as regards documenting the contracts among the parties as well, digitally is complete. And actually, this is the absolute mediation system, and which is going, for example, to be used in so many applications. In this regard, our ambitions, for example, our ambition is to be the first in the world, for example, to use technology in the real estate sector. This is going to be, God willing, it's going to be it's through enabling the data that comes from the registration, the national registration company, and the integration of the system. Our message, for example, no, we have a great work ahead. We have a great potentials and opportunities in the real estate sector, for example, with the integration of the public and with the participation public and private sector. We will have a great high level, high efficient sector, attracting investments and with high transparent data, as mentioned before. It will be the first model in the whole world on the level of the real estate activity. Thank you very much, Engineer Abdullah, and CEO of the General 34 Real Estate, and Dr. Mohammed, CEO of Tashir Al-Aqari Real Estate. And there are many topics we did not actually discuss, but of course now we are controlled by the time. Thank you very much for enriching this file as well, and thank you very much for the participation of this session under the title of the, for example, real estate systems, for example, implementation and regulation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Engineer Abdullah Hamad, CEO of the General Authority for Real Estate, General Authority, Dr. Mohammed Al Suleiman, the CEO of the National Registration, Real Estate National Registration Company, for their participation on the title of the Real Estate Systems and implementation and audit and control. I would like to draw to the attention of the participants. For example, it's time to honor them. Engineer Abdullah. Dr. Mohammed Al Suleiman. We request Dr. Naif Al-Adnan so actually to be on the stage to participate in the next session, for example, under actually the title of the government real estate rent. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, once again, today, for example, welcome to the first day of the Real Estate Future for, of course, our next session under the title of the system of the government rent for real estate rent, as well participated by Hamza Al-Askar, the Deputy Governor of the General Authority for Real Estate for the state. Welcome, give warm welcome to Mr. Hamza Al-Askar. And this session was going to be moderated by Dr. Naif Al-Mallah.
أهلا وسهلا بكم مرة.
You all, and once again, for example, thank, for example, the MC for such great introduction as well. And we start with the Mr. Al-Askar, of course, the Deputy Governor of the General Authority for the Government Real Estate. Thank you very much. Of course, we have a lot of questions. And of course, and we try, for example, to manage time. And we want, for example, to add a great value to this file as well. So meeting the expectations of the audience. Let's talk about the goals of the system, the rental system, of the government rental system. And talk about this system today. In the name of Allah, most compassion, that's because actually, as for the government rental system, real estate rental system, which has been actually issued recently, and which is going to be implemented, come into implementation. For example, it will enter implementation phase. For example, this regulates, for example, the rental governmental of the real estate, for example, from the private sector. And as you know all, that the government or the state or the government is the most important to play, for example, in the market of rental market of real estate, with a portfolio of exceeding 4 billion Saudi riyals. The government entities, for example, fulfill its needs for the real estate fulfillment, for example, so as, for example, to do its job and to perform their missions and tasks as well requested for by the government. For example, all types of real estate are actually focused. The government might rent, for example, lands or buildings or floors or just offices, and through this great momentum, for example, this great portfolio, the General Authority for the rental system, real estate rental system, has been actually taken into consideration the regulating process of this great real estate portfolio, through organizing and rationalization of costs as well, resulting in the government rental of real estate as well. In addition to this, the new system has been working a lot so as to enhance the principles of governance through the accurate measures and procedures in addition to minimizing the measures of bureaucracy leading to bureaucracy and routine as well, and to the extension of the rental period of time, for example, that affects the just and the fair value, for example. As you know all, it was a tradition, real estate tradition before that, for example, that real estate rented to the government must be higher than the market, with great levels of difference as well. This is because of the delay of the measures and of spending procedures, of the value of the rent. All of these things, for example, taken into consideration by the General Authority of the real estate of the government of the state, so as to cope pace with the development phase in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In addition to cope pace with, for example, the revision of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia 2030 through the efficiency of using this real estate and the efficiency of spending efficiency as well. Mr. Hamza, for example, undoubtedly, and that you, for example, they had a great legacy, and I think this was dispersed legacy as well. How was before this data? Was every, for example, ministry having, for example, information or data about its properties, or was there a committee in each ministry, for example? How was the whole field organized? How was that issue organized? For example, was the Minister of Finance, or how the transfer of the real estate has been finished and has been done to you, for example, and the common real estate, for example, is the public property, and the role of the Minister of Finance, for example, was to issue this system, at the same time, for example, to take into consideration the measures and procedures as well by all, to be taken into consideration by all the government entities, and to have a unified, for example, entity, for example, that regulates all such kind of affairs as well, through providing, for example, the inventory, real estate inventory, which is very suitable to the government, to the government entities through this trend as well. So we came, for example, to actually establish the governance of all of these measures as well, for the long run, a period of time of rental starting from the entity of the government entity, for example, that is done through for example, the technical valuation of the value of this real estate, for example, that can be ended by the Minister of Finance to spend the value of the rent, for example, without taking into consideration the efficiency and the use and the need, for example, of the government entity. That's the reason why, for example, we find a lot of waste in the portfolio through, for example, renting places that actually more than the need of the government entities as well, and might actually rent them and leave a part of this property, for example. So we wanted, for example, to overcome what we can call, for example, conflict of interests as well. So we wanted to overcome all of these kind of challenges, Bill. And in the Riyadh city, for instance, because of the over-increasing demand and some other small provinces that they don't have real estate that not actually meet the requirements of the need of the public government, for example, the public entity. That's why it will find the competition between the government government entered, for example, for one real estate, this will actually affect the value and the efficiency of use. All of these factors made the new system actually tackle all of these, bridge these gaps as well with a good return on the market, the real estate market, for example, so as to organize the demand by the private sector. For instance, that's today we don't have a real estate product from public sector, for example, that will fulfill the needs of the public sector. And most of the people see that public sector, for example, occupy commercial units, offices. Some of them are offices, and some are, for example, point cross sales that have been actually offices because of the lack of the number or the little number of what the supply. So that's now, for example, invest in the real estate market does not provide a product that actually comply with the needs of the public sector or the government entity. That's the reason why the system, for example, gives flexibility, resilience, and actually gives a good message to the investor when he actually makes a very good real estate product that will fulfill the needs of the government, and they will find full protection and guarantee from the state, for example, to fulfill the payment requirements, for example, covering all the needs of the specific government entity. For example, no, I mean, are you the one to choose the real estate sector for the government and for the entity, or the government entity or public sector to choose and, for example, submit to you their choice? Now let me talk about the journey of the customers, for example, and the rental journey, the public rental journey, starting from the government. For example, the actual submits to the General Authority of Real Estate of the government. And as regards to the choosing real estate, we found out most of the government entities, by the nature of the need and the demand for them, they're looking for real estate by themselves instead of having a body that serves them. So the competition has become very little, and the demand and the supply is not organized. Now the new procedure measures have been transferred, for example, under the auspices of the General Authority for the public, real estate, and according to regulation, there must be an electronic platform that unifies all the measures of the rental that actually starts with the need of this public entity without actually providing the request of the rent, and later on the government entity agrees upon the area, and then, for example, can actually put it on the portfolio, for instance, and actually. So what we do, if there is no, for example, cover in the portfolio, so we can go to the rental as well. So the rental has been organized, the electronic platform, which has been actually established and will be coming into implementation after, issuing the implementation, and the owner of the private of the real estate is going to actually to put it in the official platform, and in a way where, for example, there will be a search of real estate that will fulfill the needs of the government or the public sector according to a specific rate and quotation, and now the owner can put the specific and the technical specifications by accredited and certified engineering offices as well, that can say, for example, this is good for rental or the use as well, fulfilling the demands of the government requirements as well, in addition to the rate or the pricing as well. The prices can be depending on evaluation, and this area, for example, can be within this rate or this scope of rent as well. All the offers can be actually provided, and then they select the best offer, and then they can submit it to the government as well. And this mustn't take more than 30 days, for example, where all bridges are complete. Have you seen a real estate for a government, a public sector or a government entity, and you discover that was not proper? For example, do you give them alternative? Do you have alternative solution? Do you give them another real estate? For instance, if the government body, for example, is occupying for a real estate which is not suitable, for instance, or it's not efficient, so the government entity does not, for example, renew the contract. Either they move to another real estate, or, for example, improve the contract. Now we have a system, and we heard about the system. There will be a new system. Talk about the new system, the automation-based, for example, system, and its efficiency. What about the new system? The current system, for instance, has served in a specific period of time for a long time in the past, and it was very efficient and very effective recently. But with the faster growing change and transformations based on technology in the real estate sector, for example, such as the applications and platforms, that's the reason why we see that really most of the government bodies and entities have been fully based on automation. That's the reason why we need to cooperate with these transformations. The new system has become very resilient and flexible, and and transparency based as well, and in conformity with the demands of the market. For example, periods of times, I can just, and the most important features of this system, if Allah, I mean, the period of time, for example, the period of time of contract with 3 years, it can be actually renewed for 3 years, for example. Now, and then with some exceptions now, the real estate market, any investor, for example, when he injects investments in building real estate, for example, and the public sector, for example, injects funds as well, so as to prepare such kind of the real estate, there are costs about the life cycle to restore these costs that have been spent on this real estate, nearly, for example, from 5 to 10 years. That's why, for example, the period of times in the system has been modified, so the time of the contract starts for 5 years and can be extended to 10 or 20 or 15 on the government lands where the public, the private real estate has been established, has been moved from 5 to 10 and from until 50 years. And this flexibility will serve the market and will actually serve, for example, the let's say, and will actually serve. And the investor now knows if he injected, for example, a certain kind of funds in a specific complex of offices or office buildings, for example, that will be in conformity with the needs of the government sector. For example, he would know that really there will be protection of the law, a legal guarantee, in addition to the protection that is going to be given by the government and supported by the government. These are the most important specifications or features. There is something else very important that opened the door for a new market, as mentioned. The CEO of the chairman of the financial market, that's really being a partner in the REITs and some of the financing funds as well. That these funds deal with depend on the idea of extending the contracts that will result in the value on such kind of so even the rent that ends in ownership as well. So, for example, actually the investor can actually start investing in a real estate that will meet the requirements of the public sector within the specifications of the central bank, that the private sector, for example, has to prepare the real estate to meet the requirements of the public entity or the government entity, for example, such to take into considerations all the requirements in compliance with the portfolio that is estimated by forbearance. And today, for example, the system is ready, and it has been actually proven by the cabinet as well with a royal decree, and now the board of directors, for example, has been actually proven the regulation and the executive regulation, in addition to and it will be entering the implementation, for example, now after 10 days, and God willing, for example, the platform will the updated platform will serve the one final question. And some people complaining about that the investor has been actually the investor, for example, has been working with the public sector, sometimes is the one who wins all the contracts or takes the old contracts at the expense of other competitors as well. So, for instance, what did you do to solve this problem, for example, to bridge this gap? Today, for example, the guarantees, for example, that have been provided by the government to serve the real estate sector and to achieve balance between demand and supply through for example, the assignment system, the assessment, for example, that really can last for 25 years of rental. This is based on the fair competition and through opening new channels. For example, rent that ends in ownership, and for example, building official real estate with the private sector rates channels as well that will guarantee the balance in the real estate market, and they will create competition. I think that really 4 billion Saudi riyals and annually will open the floor for the private sector, and we'll never have any competition, for example, that will affect actually the role of the private sector. Thank you very much for all of this. So actually, I'm so sorry for not giving you full time, for example. Thank you very much for this great intervention, comments as well, and ideas and thoughts once again. And now we'll move, for example, to honor the speakers, to Mr. Hamza Al-Askar, for example, the Deputy Governor of the General Authority for the government real estate, or the state real estate, of the official real estate authority.
الكرام
And now with the private sector session as regards, for example, regulations in enabling the real estate sector of country, we invite His Excellency Dr. Fadl Khaifi and Mr. Abdurrahman Atwil and Mr. Nafa Sharif and Engineer Abdullah Brikan and Mr. Mohammed Al-Atibi and Mr. Ibrahim Al-Anwan and Mr. Rafal Hamdi and Mr. Marwan Zwawi, for example, actually to participate in the coming session. This session is going to be moderated by our colleague Talat Hafiz. Most welcome.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of Allah, most compassionate, God peace and mercy be upon Prophet Muhammad, your excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As a matter of fact, fortunately, I have a lot to say about, for example, real estate sector and the vision as well, and the great development that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has reached, of course, within the past years. I don't know whether or not you are going to agree with me. What happened in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia within the last 5 years, for example, that is equivalent to a great contribution that took place in 50 years. I mean, including regulations, policies. Well, if you agree with me, I think it's really either that can be applied to the sector real estate or other sectors. The vision is a different story. The story that can be taught in the big universities, for example, globally. So for what happened, for example, and it's above expectations. Actually, a part of this great progress advancements is the real estate sector. And of course, everybody knows, for instance, that for example, every 5 years, for example, so we used to see, for example, a very slow motion of this sector developments as well. And we didn't have this great, change, transformation. But what we see today, for instance, the technology has changed everything and changed the scene. And in this now we're just hearing about the metaverse, and one of the obstacles that we, for example, used to confront was the regulations, laws, and enabling the private sector. These are the problems that we faced before. So we used to actually to listen to the complaint coming from the private sector that the public sector is not helping, cooperating, or collaborating. For today, for instance, I don't want to say, for example, that really that the challenges are over. No, but the challenge will continue with the transformations. That challenge are always associated with transformations. But the discussion of today, for example, about regulations, enablement as well, empowerment, not only private sector, but the real estate sector, for example. And with the number of speakers, I don't want, for example, to take much of the time because the time is squeezed and we are under the tension of time, for example. So welcome you all. And on your behalf, Dr. Fahd bin Salman, and a member of Shura Council, and for example, this member of Society of Investors and Trade as well. Welcome. And Mr. Abdurrahman Atwil, for example, the Deputy Minister for the Rural and Minister of Housing, for Development Department, Naif Al-Sharif, for example, the Chairman of the Committee of the Sales and Rentals, most welcome. And at the same time, of course, I would like to welcome Engineer Mohammed Al-Attar, the CEO of Eshta Company. At the same time, of course, Mr. Ibrahim Al-Anwan, the CEO of the the real estate, Saudi real estate company. Mr. Abdullah as well is the CEO of one of the real estate company. Mr. Rafa bin Ibrahim Al-Ghamdi, CEO of the real estate development. And finally, Mr. Marwan Zawawi, Deputy CEO for Development and Real Estate Investment in the National Company for Investments. And it's not a matter of components as well. And the whole infrastructure, the whole system in the real estate sector, including the rural affairs and housing ministers and part of it, and the Minister of Justice will really, both governments did a great job and made great tangible change as well. I didn't want to spend more time talking about these kind of things as well. We'll start with Dr. Fad. Dr. Fad, and of course, you are a member of the Shura Council and the head of one of the most important committee in the Shura Council. So could you talk about the role of the Shura Council, for example, through your committee, for example, about regulations and laws as well, and to enable the private sector? I'm that sure that really played an important role, for example, in making this change to take place as well. Please, could you actually speak in brief? Mr. Hafez, thank you very much. I would like to welcome the audience. I would like to extend my appreciation to the organizing committee to send or to invite us to participate in this important forum as well. And of course, I would like to clarify some, when you talk about the private sector today, for example, the private sector today is a development partner. That's reason why, based on the Vision 2030 of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is focusing on some of the goals which are related to the enabling of the private sector, and about the contribution of the private sector in the GDP from 40, for example, to 65%, in addition to the SMEs as well, from 20 into 50, 35 in the GDP for them, actually increasing the direct investment from 5.8 to much more than that. So we try, for example, to connect this to the real estate sector, which actually representing one of the most important and largest productive sectors in today until 2030. Today, if we want to make differences between the past and today, and the challenges in the past and challenge today that we're facing, I mean, the private sector as regards to regulations, for instance, that was the focus of the cabinet and the Shura Council, or the resolution, for example, that are issued by the cabinet or by the Shura Council that develop the private sector. Let me, for example, talk about the system and the regulation as well. Before I talk about the regulations or the system, are made to enable the private sector today. We have a system. The system is always, is under the study of the Shura Council and the Cabinet's Council of Ministers, and through a number of principles and rules as well that actually control the work of institutions in the community as well, including the penalties in addition to, but the regulation is actually under the auspices of the government body within specific, for example, tasks and to organize a certain sector. But for the last couple of years, we can say there is an integration between the regulations and the systems and the lawmaking process just to enable the private sector today. For example, recently or in past years, any system was based on the proposal from the cabinet and from the Shura Council and vice versa, and there must be standards and criteria, for instance, to be taken into consideration as a major step in any system as well, any project system, resolution system, or any resolution project as well. And for example, that there must be a government entity working on this project, and where they can study the international practices and how these practices can affect the private sector. There's something else issue related to the regulations and systems for the time being, and its compliance, for instance, and conformity with the current legislation as well, studying the impact of any system on the private sector, or the impact on the economic impact, social impact, and all of these impacts. So in addition to, for example, any project, for example, has to be associated with the results of coordinations with all the public entities, because each entity has its specific tasks, specific assignments, and some system, for example, must be coordination between all of these kind of regulations. And then comes another phase as well, so as to see what's going on. And now today, for example, there is high level of the performance of regulations and systems as well. Why? Because we wanted, for instance, to avoid any kind of negative repercussions against the private sectors. And so, for example, you made the difference between regulation systems very important as well. Now, for instance, I moved to Abdurrahman Atwil, and without any complaints, Dr. Abdurrahman, we lived a very hard time a period of time where, for example, the real estate sector, for example, responsibility either, for example, was dispersed, was not all organized. I'm speaking, the finance was on hand, the real estate developers were in another hand as well. Systems were not based on accuracy as well. Until today, for instance, now we and expand, for example, and because we used to have a lot of gaps as well, and now, for example, the whole ecosystem of housing, for example, now can be a good example for other entities as well. To what extent, for example, you achieve this great level of performance, for example, overcoming the challenges. Good afternoon, everybody. For example, I would like, for example, to refer to the fact that, for example, in my meeting with the minister, the housing program decided to have 4 pillars or policies to depend on. The first, which is the policy of financing policy, and now, for example, as you mentioned, as I remember before, that the real estate fund was financing investors. Now there has been a change in the model of financing model, where the financing model can be actually through the financing companies and institutions instead of making the finance, for example, from the government directly. And actually, that was the cornerstone in achieving success, for example, in the real estate financing process as well. Certainly, to reach this confidence between all the institutions of finance as well is not that easy at all. But for example, there were many aspects that we came to agree on with the institutions of financing as well that really mitigated the risk as well, such as the security programs and, for example, the refinance company as well. And the goal is to mitigate the risks for the financial institutions or financial institutions, in addition to the other innovation solutions to develop real estate sector, for example, for the financiers. In addition, many programs we benefited from based on finance process as well, such as, for example, the easy and the convenient, the flexible finance, in addition to the finance of developers, was an integral part of all our works as well since we started the program in its first phase as well until today. And the second policy or the pillar, for example, the motivation of demand, for example, where the minister for the first day concentrated on establishing the real real estate development process as well. Many of you remember, for example, that we didn't have this great real estate development actually before, for example, establishing the program of housing program in 2018, 2017, 2018. All the focus of the people was to buy land and then build this land. Now we see complete different works. For example, the development of the real estate sector. For example, today we have for our colleague, for example, Engineer Naif Al-Sharif now with us. For example, we have the committee of the selling on the map as well that facilitated all the measures and procedures in the sector as well. There has been actually a center for the developed center for services, so as to facilitate the journey of the customers or the beneficiary and from one place without actually without asking for example, or going to many different government entities or such as the water company or electricity company as well. At the same time, we came to establish, for example, the National Housing Company as one of the most important investment arms of the ministry. Its main goal is to enable the private sector today. Certainly, the company that's not, for example, that works so hard with more than 100 developers in establishing more than 100,000 residential units, for example. And the main goal is to enable, for example, the real estate developers through the incentives programs and programs for developing the real estate on the map as well, on the lands, on the property of the ministry, and coming up with attractive models for the citizen and the beneficiary through the design of the public sketch, for example, the plan or the construction code. And in addition to this as well, we concentrate on supporting the industry and the market today. For example, in the Ministry of Housing and Rural Affairs, for example, the program does not only focus on the lands of the ministry, but the private sector lands as well and property, because the private sector is an integral part of our work. And the third pillar is actually focusing on regulation systems as well. The ministry, for example, could clearly, for example, establish a number of programs, for example, to support, for example, the industry development industry of the real estate in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. For example, the program IJAR, the rental program, for example, the association of the owners as well, sorting out the residential units. For example, our colleagues, for example, General Authority for Real Estate, they have the broking system or the mediation system and sales through the map. All of these things could be very positive. And one of the reasons of the success as well is the speed in modifying any resolution. For example, we want to modify many resolutions have been completely modified and been changed according to the opinion of the market and based on the beneficiaries. Many points have been actually modified, and now they became very mature. And we are so proud that most of the program, for example, achieved high level of maturity. HR, for example, exceeded documenting more than 5 million documents and contracts as well. We have actually 5,000 societies, in addition to the sorting other programs of the residential needs exceeded, for example, 230 residential units in addition, and so forth, so on, and until we reach this level as well. And the fourth pillar is very important as well, is actually this program of the residential loans program as well. It was a main part of which is based on digital transformation and using technology. And now everybody, as you remember, before the drilling, how the beneficiary, for example, was waiting long years, for example, until he get his loan or his finance or his, and now, for instance, the citizen can actually get, for example, they can get the lending directly. For example, Sakani platform can help and has more than 1 million users as well. More than 800,000 beneficiaries benefited from this platform. The platform, for example, as a whole, for example, can provide, for example, the product, the housing product, and sign a contract even with the financiers as well, in the financing institutions at the same time. So now all of these investments, for example, in 4 pillars through which we could, for example, achieve the transformation clearly as a complete ecosystem, and that became more in mature, in addition to other enablers such as the Real Estate Institute, in addition to the curricula that we are working on, for example, to incorporate in the education system, for example, or such as the white lands and motivating the white lands, which all of them depended on having a comprehensive outlook, for example, to develop the sector and covering all the related aspects as well, so as to reach more mature industry. Now we pick up the fruit, for example, more than 1,400,000 beneficiaries, for example, as in the first place for the ministry within the past years. Thank you very much. I think, Chile, you said something great, that it's the real estate now is not only sell and buy, but it's an industry as well. The last final phrase, for example, 15 years ago we were very slow, and now, for example, we based on automation as well, we'll find, for example, a lot of facilitations as well, at easygoing procedures that Chile. Now, for example, you can actually own directly as well. So, for example, how the stakeholders, for example, how they came to speak one language, for instance, Mr. Naif. Now you're talking about a very important topic. For example, just actually buying on the map. How can you talk about the role of this enabler, the importance of actually buying on the map buying process? Yes, in the name of Allah. For example, as for this system as well, and buying on the map is considered one of the most important activating systems to develop the real estate sector through, for example, governance, which is based on the resolution of the capital resolution, in addition to and that requires a number of regulations that control the project from the beginning until the end. In addition to will increase, for example, the appetite of the developers to get into this system and use this system, and to provide them with more than options for the citizens, and they can with different areas, and in addition to the expansion of projects as well, and along the period, the different regions of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And this system as well has led to achieving very great numbers and very excellent and high, and that proves the success of this system as well. We can talk about the figures which has been actually implemented in 2022. What has been licensed, for example, what has been achieved in 2020 is more than 388,000 actual residential units as well, and for example, and the over increase interest of the developer, for example, has been actually reached 190%, for example, actually with more than 4,000 and with increase of 4,000 residential units as well, with the over increase in sales, for example, of to 62%, in addition to, for example, the rise in the percentage of the sales of the projects in the private sector to 22. Thank you very much. if I have time, I might get back to you. For example, how you could, for example, to mitigate the risks as well. How you overcame, for example, the risks, because you're dealing with times as well. 3 years period of time, 3 years. Actually, the contractor might be affected as a beneficiary. For example, might change by opinion, for example, but the prices, for example, actually will be increasing. Engineer Mohammed Al-Ataibi, based on your experience, for example, in the real estate sector, and especially in the private sector, how you evaluate, for example, now enabling the private sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much, for example, for this important question as well. As a matter of fact, the private sector, passed by a number of stages with the Ministry of Housing, in addition to the program that came from the Ministry of Housing, and God willing, and day after another, we can see, for example, additional programs that help us a lot through in the financing process or implementation and selling. As for financing or funding, we have WAFI program and buying on the tape that actually has listed the responsibility through raising the capital or free capital through or for example banking loans. Now today, for into 2016, for instance, Ajdan for real estate development has been financing tried to finance some of the project, for example, but there has been an agreement between the partners of the company or the banks or, for instance, the advisors or the consultants, so as not to increase our dependence on the liquidity that comes out of selling on the map. It has not to exceed 20 or 20% for it. Now we see, for example, now we could reach 90%, for example, can depend on 90% on the liquidity that comes from selling on the map to finance the project. And this is a great transfer, a great show notes that we never dreamed before as developers before. But if we, and with the national company of real estate, for example, they give us the land installments, for example, on the scope, on the dimension of selling the project as well, and to decrease the financial burdens at the beginning, for example. As for the program of the certification of developers by the ministry and the national company for real estate as well. And really, for example, it sorted out the developers who really have a great wish to develop the real estate sector as the minister wishes. And now, for example, more than 62, for example, we reach, for example, the vision, for example, wants, for example, to increase the ownership of the facilities ownership of the citizen to 65, for instance. Now, these programs will enhance. They are very successful program, and God willing, for example, going to be much better in the future as well. If you allow me, for instance, according to the sequence of the persons who are in front of me now, for instance, now based on the age. Not only in 2000, for example, the amount of the real estate financing has been estimated by 211 billion. In the third quarter of last year, it has been more than 650 billions, and it didn't come from nothing. It came again from the system, the ecosystem, and all the stakeholders, for example, spoke one language, and which we're going to cover later on by Mr. Abdulrahman, for example, how, for instance, the ecosystem has actually helped the stakeholders speak one language. Mr. Ibrahim Al-Anwan and this national real estate company, for example, as we know, that was established to 1967 as well. And it has long history, actually, in the real estate sector. For example, if we get back to time, for example, back to the past, and now, for instance, how we compare the efforts actually today to in 2023, for example, what is the change that took place actually from the past until the present in the real estate development sector? As you said, that for example, the national real estate companies, has been established 47 years ago. That time they were very developed, and yes, it was the first company 47 years ago was the first to build, for example, the commercial, for example, closed complex, and the real estate Al-Aqariya was the first company to build complexes and actually a number of commercial complexes built, and that time the government, for example, was to participate with 65% to implement such kind of projects as well in a time where the private sector, for example, look to the investments, especially in the real estate, was very short term, and the big companies and state-owned companies had a very great vision on the long run, like medium, for example. That's the reason why, for example, could actually get into this field. And the other thing is, the fact that we had all of these kind of things, for example, for example, the company. And for the last 47 years, and the 5 years to that is something else. So the 47 years of the past is something, and the 5 years of today is something completely different. We're talking about enablement, and actually the projects that really that we started last year, for instance, constitute the same volume that the company has been done in 47 years as a whole. So thereby, we're going to double, for example, the portfolio and the rental portfolio, for example, to be much more double, and for the 5 years to come, in addition to entering, joining, working in other provinces as well. The national company didn't get in other city except Riyadh. We have a project in Jeddah, and this is a great evidence of diversity. This doesn't come from nothing. For example, this comes from the support. First of all, the PIF. As long as we know that PIF, for example, is a program of the vision as well, and the real estate company is a part of the PIF. So that's the reason why we have a program so as to achieve and to be a part of what the vision can achieve. It's not a matter of words. The company, for example, for a long time, for example, is actually listed in the shares in market. But of course, the enablement has been done in two ways. For example, now we know that the enablement, empowerment, for example, constitutes, for example, focuses on organization of the sector. It can be done in two ways. For example, the regulation and the level of regulation. And for example, our colleagues can add more details to the programs and to activate financing, the funding. But we can see the big spectrum right now. For instance, the big players as well who entered the market, who are now enabling us to open new businesses as well. Now, Roshan, for example, when Roshan, for example, came into mergers, most of the real estate developers were getting scared, were concerned now, and more than one company are working under the umbrella of Roshan, and that the national, for example, housing company, for example, has been given the opportunity for many other companies to work. For example, we have Al Qadiyya, we have the Red Sea, we have Amal, all. So I see that this ecosystem, for example, and with the big numbers of the big players, the big companies that are owned by the state or by the kingdom as well, and are able to give us the big picture about the ecosystem that we need, because the private sector companies, their outlook is very short or medium range. So when we work under the umbrella of the big company as well, we can achieve growth and we can achieve development as well. And this is what we do in the National Real Estate Company, and we benefited from based on signing a memorandum of understanding with Roshan as well, in addition to in some of our affiliated companies, Amala and Diriyah and Red Sea operators. All of these kind of things to enable the private sector with more than, not only organization or funding, but actually providing a number of platforms that will achieve an integrated full ecosystem. Thank you very much. No, so we agree with you, for example, that Roshan is not only competing with the private sector, for instance. So, for example, they can actually say that the business model, for example, actually based on the great experience in dealing with this, and Engineer Abdullah Al-Braykan, for instance, my question and the question, within the same range, within the same topic as well, about empowerment or enablement. For example, today we create community. For instance, as we said, and Roshan, for instance, we get an example. Roshan now was doing, for example, and looking for your work or looking for the best opportunity as well. To some extent, to what extent enablement policies, for example, enable the change of the quality of life and state of life, for example, and for how can I live in a community, how can I walk, how, for example, I enjoy all the entertainment services. And of course, now what is really beautiful and that we are so happy having, for example, and having the opportunity to listen to the decision makers. I'd like to extend appreciation to the organizers who cooperated with us to achieve such kind of conferences and to such as this exhibition. One of the most important successes that put the real estate sector, for example, in a coping phase to the changes. For example, now we are living in a golden age. Now, but if we, for example, talk about the time before the vision as well, we didn't have any real estate sector. Everybody was working. For example, in this sector, let me say, if somebody has a certain kind of sum of money for them, they can actually build, and it's just like an apartment. And this sector was not organized. It was not based on regulations. Was not built on, for example, systems and ecosystem as well. And that was the situation before Sinai. So the real estate was not developed before, but before being under the umbrella of the Ministry of Housing, it was under the Trade Ministry, and they actually took 8 years. Under the umbrella of the Ministry of Trade, and we actually actually wanted actually, they were just like, in many parts of the country, for example, they traditionally working on the real estate sector. But for example, now we have 2 years. Once we got the license, and we applied for it. The license for it. And so, so we did not actually benefit from the resource. For example, what is going on right now? It's a radical change today. We see, but after the vision, everything changed. For example, in 2017, and that was the real beginning of the real estate sector, because the real estate sector is one of the most important sectors. Is the moving factor of the economy. Now it's working with more than 120 industries. So for example, if you see, for example, the Vision 2030. For example, now if you look at the projects in all of these projects are real estates actually at the level of housing. We have Roshan, for example, National Company for real estate. Now all of these projects are real estate. So what we see within this vision as well are real estate projects as well. That's the reason why we see that this is a very strong sector. It's the only sector that can deal with all the public entities and the government authority as well. There's no other sector, for example, deals with all the government entities. Now we're working with all government entities as well. So this sector has a great impact, for example, to achieve the Vision 2030 in the first place. And taxes in place is the main cause, for example, in having the strong economy or having strong economies in the country as well. And for example, this period of time, for example, after 2017, we saw a number of regulations and laws, and now our WINWAFI, our brothers and colleagues as well, we are seeing exceptional figures. We heard about licenses, speed in issuing licenses, and the challenges have been overcome as well. Not all of them, but with the real estate developers, for example, and everything we are doing, for example, we have a high level of speed and to overcome problems as well. Today, for example, actually being in such kind of forums, or I'm attending some such important forums, for example, is very, very vital for all of us to actually exchange thoughts and ideas. And I never had now, for example, I speak with all the government entities, and if there is any problem, we can actually hold a workshop and come up with a solution. So now, for example, the time that we are living in, it's the golden age, it's exceptional age. I think, for example, we ended the first phase of the establishment and foundation. Many programs like rental platform, HR platform faced a number of problems before. So most of the issues, 70% of the cases, for example, in the courts were based on the rental basis, because of and sometimes, for instance, they were asking us to decrease the invoice. And now, for instance, with the platform, with the unified contractors, when nobody can play with and manipulate. And today, for example, so we have one unified contractor through this platform. And for example, now all of these things, for example, being solved with regulations. Now you want to say that the private sector, for example, then has been highly developed. Now the private sector has no keys for now. And I belong to the private sector. Why? Because there were many things in the public sector, for example, high level efficiency, high level level of effectiveness as well. Now, many sectors in the public sector, for example, have a great level of efficiency and effectiveness. I mean, and as Mr. Mohammed Abbar said, he said that real efficiency comes in the first place. Yes, efficiency is one of the most important criteria as well that the private sector has to move. For example, is for example moving 200 kilometer speed, for example. And the other thing, for example, is measuring the performance. Now we have programs, for example, that really work. That now, please improve. So for example, we have measuring a performance. We have actually transparency. We reach a level of transparency. And now, for example, everybody talks about the language of programs. And now, for example, after the year 21, we are reaching the depth stage and outcomes. Now we're about, and this is the third stage, and then we will achieve the sustainability. Period of time, which is going to be achieved by the vision on 2030 as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Rafa. Now, all the regulations have been developed, all policies have been developed as well. But now, for example, we are moving towards another stage and phase as well as regards to the use of technology in the real estate sector, 3D dimension printing, things that artificial intelligence. We're talking about GPT and in November and in last year. Now we're talking about the over-increasing role of technology. To what extent do you see that the harmony with these regulations, with the great shift in technology that we're seeing worldwide? Mr. Talat, you mentioned that within the 5 years to come, we actually have seen a great shift as well in the real estate sector. And my father is a developer for 22 years, and my grandfather for 40 years, a developer, has been working in the field for 40 years. But that time they didn't call them developers, but contractors. Why? Because there were no policies, regulations, for example, to classify or to rate, for example, who the contractor was or who the developer was. For example, 5 years ago, now we started to see, for example, WAFI system and the program which has been actually issued by the Saudi Institute for Real Estate, so as to guarantee the rights of the both parties and to raise the efficiency of the product which is provided. So I think that really today, for example, citizens now, they have the culture and high level of awareness in choosing the products, residential or housing projects, and developers, all of them, for instance, they became copy and paste with the latest technology and the modern technology, for example, in choosing their products as well. And in addition, and reaching, for example, a good lifestyle for all beneficiaries. Now we're seeing a great shift and a great transfer on the largest scale in all levels, for example, with the support of the government, and the support from the government, for example, that really can be seen in the massive housing and all the sectors of massive housing. And we can see, for example, a main goal, which is actually to raise the percentage of ownership as well. Now the public sector tries by all means, participated by the private sector, so as to raise, for example, the level of ownership as well. Systems guarantee the rights of all the parties, and I expect that the private sector in particular will be supported by those regulations as well, and will help, for example, to increase the levels of the provided services in addition to the quality of such kind of services. For example, the relationship with the stakeholders is very important. For example, Mr. Moran, as a matter of fact, for example, based on your experience as well, we agree on the regulations of enablement, empowerment, but ambitions and ceiling of ambition for it's limitless as well. And so when you put something better, so you always increase your ceiling of expectations as well. The question in the private sector, for example, what you can do, for example, in the relation, and what are you waiting for? For example, you talk about regulations, you talk about laws, for instance. This is very important. Please, if you really get closer to the mic. In the name of Allah, for example, we talk about the industry of real estate development industry, for example, has witnessed the great shift in the last 5 years as well. We see that the private sector, for example, has been changed, for example, radically from the contracting industry to real estate industry. And this didn't come from nothing for us. It came through, for example, regulations and policies as well that contributed to the development of this industry in such way. For example, we are so proud in the National Housing Company that we are dealing with 120 120 real estate developers. For example, the national company started in 2017. Of course, the number of the real estate developers was less than the fingers of the hand. And now, for example, we're dealing with more than 120 real estate developers, and with pride, the 120 real estate developers working, for example, on more than 120,000, for example, residential units, for example, and a number of real estate developers started, for example, to deliver these residential units. And this industry started, and it will continue. And we moved, for example, from the last phase within the last 4 years, from establishing an industry to, for example, achieving the maturity level of an industry, and within the coming period. And now we are ambitious to look for more laws and regulations, for example, that will enhance the performance of the private sector through one ecosystem. The real estate development industry is related to more than one regulation as well, even a construction or the ownership unification union. There are many regulations. For example, do you think that truly using metaverse or using technology, for example, the 3D printing, for example, do you think that this is a sign of enablement, for instance? And, yes, undoubtedly. And this technology, and that, of course, will reach to us in much more faster. And we start, for example, to see the impact. We are going to see, for example, enough regulations that would help, for example, having the governance of this technology. But undoubtedly, these technologies will be used by us in the near future. And today, for instance, we have an application. It's a Sakani application. Its application, for example, talks about the journey of the beneficiaries and all, since it starts through an application, all the ownership. So the journey of ownership, for example, it will never take but from 5 to 10 minutes as well. Before, for example, it was taking long period of time, and we knew before exactly how we suffered a lot. Technology is developed in a larger scale, and we are going to catch up with this technological advancements, as I understood that really, for example, in 45 days using 3D printing as well. Now, for example, I'm overwhelmed by the time, of course. Now, thank you very much, for instance. Now, 1 minute for every speaker as well right now. But actually, one of His Excellency, Dr. Fahd Deghaifer, you could concentrate on the minute allocated to you, for example, the importance of the integration of all ecosystems as well, so as to enable the private sector, the real estate sector, for example. 1 minute, please. Talking based on what our colleague said, I would like to compare, for example, compare criteria with other criteria from one period of time to another period of time. If there has been actually the developers and the financiers as well, and the investment environment. Now, before we talked about, for example, the maturity of regulations. That if we talk about, for example, the mechanism where, for example, we can protect the rights of all parties, for example, the investors as well as the beneficiaries. If you talk about, for example, the protection, for instance, of any gaps, for example, in the real estate market. If we're talking about, for example, dealing with about the issue of balance in the real estate sector as well. What about the infrastructure, or just the framework that governs the relationship between the lessee and lessee as well, about the investment? And if we talk about, for example, the outlook of the developers as well, about the supporting regulations, imagine that we compare between all of these criteria from 1 to 10 as well, and within the scope of the vision, before the vision, after the vision. I think that really our talk today in this meeting might be completely different before the launch of the vision, from, for example, from after what comes after the vision 2030, based on the figures and numbers as well, from last year until this year as well. And now we get back again to, for example, how was the scene before? I would, as regards the regulations, the General Authority for Real Estate and the SMEs as well, and real estate. And we talk about, for example, the Minister of Investment internally, locally, and globally. We're talking about, for example, the General Authority and the National Council for Competitiveness, and all of those entities as well. This is related to regulations, and so we're talking about the regulations, the policies of the modern companies, or that governs, for example, for investment. We talk about the real estate, the registration of the property as the ownership of the sorting out, managing, and to the other related issues of the rental system as well. We talk about, for example, the real estate funding fund, and of the SMEs, all, and in addition to the Saudi banks as well that have been established in all of these great transformations in regulations and laws as well, and in specific periods of years as well. Many countries, for example, will take hundreds of years, and this translates the talk that has been actually provided by some of our colleagues as well. It's not a compliment. I agree with you. This can be documented for history. I would like to continue, but I would come to conclusion, and for example, even. So we cannot, please, ladies and gentlemen, of course, on behalf of, I would like to extend my appreciation to all of you, for example, person to person, and by all of you, for example, and now I come to the conclusion of the session, for example, and now, for example, it's time to order from His Excellency, Engineer Abdullah, the Deputy Minister for the Rural Affairs and Housing Ministry, for example, is going to Fahd bin Sulman, His Excellency, Dr. Fahd bin Sulman.
حياكم الله مرة أخرى والجلسة الثانية هي
Welcome everybody for this next session about the affecting of all the conferences and the events upon all the real estate sector. The chairman will be pleased. Let me invite on the stage Mr. Peter Hall and Mr. Wolfgang Marzen. مساء الخير جميعا وشكرا.
My name is Chiara Paglieri. I'm the MICE lead for the city of Riyadh, and today I have the honor of moderating the panel discussion that revolves around the impact exhibition venues on real estate and the importance of investments in exhibition venues. Today I have the great honor of being joined by 3 panelists. The third one is arriving. I'm very pleased to have Mr. Peter Hall, who is the EVP MENA for Informa Markets, one of the largest POs in the world. Mr. Ali Onuk, who is the Chief Investment Strategy Officer at the Events Investment Fund. And we're going to be joined very shortly by Mr. Wolfgang Marzin, who is the CEO at Messe Frankfurt, which is one of the largest venue operator owners and event organizers in the world. Before I start, I would like to take just a couple of minutes to essentially introduce our speakers. Perhaps they can just address very quickly what they're doing in the region, specifically in Saudi Arabia. So Peter, would you like to start?
Sure. Can you hear me? Is my mic on? I think so. Hello? Okay, nice to meet you all. So I'm Peter Hall. I am the president of Informa Markets for EMEA region. So Europe, Middle East, and Africa. I've been in Informa for 25 years and based in the Middle East for the last 9 years. And our job is to develop and execute exhibition content. So brands and IP in the exhibition space, such as Leap, which we've co-created here in the Kingdom, Arab Health, Cityscape for the construction industry and real estate industry. And Informa is the world's largest exhibition company, exhibition organizer, and we have about 600 exhibitions globally. So regionally, we have quite a lot of experience here. We've been based in the region for over 25 years, and our headquarters has always been in Dubai, and we've got lots of big exhibitions in Dubai. But lately, over the last 2 to 5 years, we've been really developing the business here in Saudi, and most recently, during the last couple of years, we've really been prioritizing our business here in Saudi and have launched Leap, we have launched Black Hat, and we are launching many other events in the Kingdom.
Thank you. Ali?
Sure, can you hear me? Hi, my name is Ali Onuk. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer for the Events Investment Fund. I've been in this real estate and infrastructure investment and development business for more than 25 years. Most of my career in New York, US, and in the last 10 years in the GCC, and the last 1 year within the Kingdom. I'm very excited being part of this Kingdom and being His Royal Highness's vision of 2030, the countries, and as part of the EIF, because as Events Investment Fund, we are focusing on the social infrastructure investments to enable the Kingdom to host and to develop the nascent markets like the sectors entertainment, leisure, hospitality, and culture. So as EIF, we've been established by His Royal Highness's order in 2019, and then we did our launch, official establishment launch last week. I'm sure most of you heard through the Twitter and the social media as well. We had a good coverage. And we are basically working on the 3 mandates: bridging the infrastructure gap within the events sector. Secondly, enabling the private sector, engaging the private sector so that as a government fund, we need to help the private sector to participate and develop within the development of this sector and the industry. Third, attaining a financial sustainability. Of course, as an investment fund, we need to make sure that the commercial components and the financial sustainability is very important for us in our investments. So we can discuss more.
Yes, yes. So we're going to move on right into the questions related to EIF specifically. So Ali, with regards to the development of new MICE venues, what is the plan that EIF has for the next 5 years?
Sure. For MICE industry, especially the business tourism, is very important. It's one of our key anchor industries that we are trying to play a key role. So from the MICE industry, in our rollout plan, as part of our launch, we said that by 2030, we would like to deliver 35 assets, mainly in Riyadh and Jeddah and Taif markets. We have a convention and exhibition center project in Riyadh, Jeddah, and in Taif as well too. We are planning in Taif as well too. But one of our key anchor projects that we are soon enough to launch is our Riyadh Exhibition and Convention Center. It's going to be a tier 1 asset. And as you know, Chiara, we are highly coordinating with RCRC and with SKIGA to plan and conceptualize this project. We are in the design stage currently. So, and it will have an approximately 60,000 square meter of an exhibition space. And we would hope to host the Informa events within our venue in the future. Hopefully, it's going to be operational in 2026 in the market. But of course, we haven't officially launched that. But we are planning to provide more than 400,000 square meter of a exhibition and conference space in consolidation, in aggregate, considering the Jeddah, Riyadh, and the Taif markets.
Thank you very much. If I can also please welcome Mr. Wolfgang Marzin with a round of applause to the panel discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Mr. Wolfgang came all the way from Frankfurt to join this event, so we're very, very excited to have you on board. I will actually ask you the next questions, if that's fine. So as one of the oldest active trade fairgrounds in the world, MESS Frankfurt really represents a fantastic success story globally. How has MESS Frankfurt impacted the master plan and ancillary components for the city of Frankfurt, and how has it turned into such a thriving business cluster?
Yeah, thank you first of all for having me. Assalamu alaikum. Actually, our company is almost 800 years old. Trade shows started in Frankfurt, actually, indeed, on the crossroads of the trade routes in the center of Europe. So this is when it all started. Yeah, the first halls actually were built in 1908. And when trade shows became bigger and bigger, the stock exchange moved to Frankfurt because so many people, so many merchants, so many currencies were there, and the trade show ground grew and grew. Also, when the demand was growing, we enhanced the fairground. It has a proximity of 8 minutes to the airport, such as the locations you just are planning. We're very happy to have big clients in Frankfurt, such as our friends from Informa, with CPHI and so on. And this is important. Their reason why they're coming to Frankfurt is the proximity to the airport, the connection to old hotels. We have about 50,000 hotel keys, 10,000 of them in walking distance in Frankfurt. So things are growing. We try to be the #1 organizer in the world with an own venue. Actually, #1 is sitting out over there from Informa. But we have a venue. And it is growing ever so often. So to answer your question, there are things you cannot influence as a venue owner because the crossroads were already there since 800 years. But there are things you can influence, such as good transportation, security, and safety, which is moving up. Correct me, Peter. For organizers, is it a great location? Location is the first reason. Why, when organizers join and come and decide on a destination. Second, correct me again, security and safety, connection to the fairground, and sustainability, which was very recently. Where does it the power comes from? Do we have solar panel up there? Is it a sustainability? Do we recycle enough on the stand construction and so on and so forth? Do we give transportation free, by the way, to our exhibitors and visitors? When they have a ticket, they have free transportation. So that's another mean of sustainability. They don't have to be on cars. They don't have to use whatever transportation means. So a couple of reasons, and a couple of reasons why we try to be there and try to be the best venue organizer. And we're challenged now by Saudi, which is a great thing, and we want to contribute to the growth vision you guys have in Saudi in terms of the venues and much more in terms of trade shows and activities to just contribute a little bit to the growth of your country. We're very impressed with what you guys are doing.
Thank you very much.
Can I add a
yes,
couple of points
absolutely.
onto that? Just because those points that Wolfgang just made are very relevant. So I think one of the things, just to be clear to the audience, is trade shows are not just any old event. They are strategically important to certain markets. And this concept of a crossroads is very insightful, because the location for a trade show or a trade show venue needs to be strategic. There needs to be a reason why it's there. There needs to be a reason why the market needs to meet in that location. And there's historic reasons why the market has been used now to meeting in Frankfurt, and the infrastructure has developed to support that. And I think that's a very relevant point for Saudi, because the market really does want to meet here. And so strategic location is key, and obviously security, safety, but also accessibility and experience is very important. So the points that Wolfgang made around ease of access to the airport, things like parking, access to hotel rooms is so important, because then the business traveler will then come freely, efficiently, because the business traveler's time is very precious. It's becoming even more precious with time. You know, the return on time for a business person. And so all of these factors are important. You can look at it in reverse. Let's imagine you went to a country, it took you ages to get from the airport to the exhibition center. It cost you a fortune to stay in the hotel. The food was lousy. The entertainment was lousy. You know, you could go on. And obviously that doesn't create a good dynamic for a successful, thriving market. And so that's really what trade shows and trade venues are all about.
Great. Thank you very much. So as you know, the city of Riyadh really aspires to be one of the top 10 city economies by 2030, and definitely MICE is going to play a big role into this endeavor. Now, what are the key components, in your opinion specifically, that decision makers need to be taking into consideration when developing new convention centers in new areas of the city, aside from the ones you listed previously?
I was having the opportunity in the last couple of days to learn a lot from all the planners. I think there's a lot done very well. I mean, to be honest, I mean, Peter also talked about what is important for the tenants, for those who put out the shows. It is the connection. Yes, you have your venues, you're planning the venues, and the start not with overcapacity, but with a decent growth. I understand 53,000 square meters, one of the venues, and others are created. A good connection, again, time is money. Time is money, safety, enough hotel rooms, very crucial, but for a very long time, huge problems. I mean, CPHI is the whole city, and not only the city, but the surrounding area. Enough hotel rooms, the best connection to the hotel rooms, enough facility for conference, not only trade show ground, not only the fairground, but enough for conferences, of, I would say, there's so many fringe programs by the organizers we host when they have their meetings, their annual meetings with all their CEOs worldwide, for example. So enough conference rooms, very important. And then the best service, the best freight forwarding, good catering. You know, catering is also crucial. I mean, trade visitors have time maybe 20 minutes, and you don't want to queue up and waste your time as a trade visitor, which is so crucial as a lead for our exhibitors. So all has to work together: freight forwarding, security, food and beverage, conference, proximity to the hotels. From all angles, you need to have access to the fairground. You know, you have to walk around. So best you have public transportation from and then
proximity to parking. This is what you guys are also doing well. Parking, you know, we have parking, 15,000 parking lots with a shuttle bus, which is of course free of charge. So I think this is important, and then upgrade your fairground all the time. I mean, our oldest hall is 1908 built. The newest will be ready in 2 weeks. There's another 250 million euro investment. So step by step, we spend 3 billion euro to build step by step our fairground. It's now ready. The master plan is done. And the last thing, the last advice, not advice, but idea and learning we shared is to also be able to separate the fairground, to hold concurrent events if possible, if things and if enough hotel rooms, if the capacity of the city and the surrounding is good enough to hold concurrent events is also a good idea, or concurrent congresses, which are beneficial to the concurrent show that is, things like that. So we give advice if wanted. 800 years of experience, 120 years in the fairground. We just try to mention with 600,000 square meters fenced area, 350,000 square meters hall. Come over, whoever does trade shows, except of course Informa and everybody. I hope that the Saudis, that's the next step for you guys at some point in time, you will be our clients. You come over as organizers. One day you will be the first or among the first in the world, which is your aim. That's what I understand. You will be the number first MICE event and country, which you can achieve, that's for sure. I learned Informa is here, Messe Frankfurt is here, all the big guys are here. You're in the focus of the MICE industry within very short time, may I say that? In a very short time. Everybody understands your vision, I think, the organizers. But at some point in time, you will be ready to organize trade shows as Saudi trade show industry, MICE industry, around the world. And Messe Frankfurt will be a premier venue. We try to prove that it's going to be a premier venue. Thanks for listening.
Danke. Thank you very much. Ali,
Sure.
So foreign direct investment plays a big part in the development of new MICE assets for EIF.
Yes.
Can you tell us or tell prospective investors why is it the right time to invest in MICE assets developed by EIF?
Sure. In addition, I'm not going to repeat the ideal venue because we are the venue owner and the developer within this ecosystem. And I'm not going to repeat what Peter or Wolfgang said, the location and the accessibility and everything is very important. But one caveat from your previous question that I would like to highlight is very important to design like the flexibility of the venue and the efficiency of the venue when you're designing to accommodate different kind of type of events and different kind of type of exhibitions to maximize the utilization and to maximize the net operating income from that sort of venue is key as a venue developer. So you need to integrate this type of components through your design process and to make sure that you can accommodate different kind of spectrum within the MICE business and different kind of exhibitions and events. Secondly, integration of technology and growing technology and improving technology is key because as post-pandemic we realize that there is like a in-person type of like exhibitions or the trade shows as well as the accommodation of technology would further enable the attendance and the utilization of the venues and the success of the events that Informa or Messe Frankfurt is going to be organizing. And of course we are working very closely with within the value chain from a venue operator, from an event organizer, and the IP, the trade show owners. Within that sort of value chain, we are working very closely within our downstream operators like the organizers or the event owners to accommodate their needs, to understand their needs. But this is from a venue investment or the development perspective. But also, I would expect Messe Frankfurt or the Informa to customize a creation of certain trade shows or certain exhibitions or certain events, which is kind of like complementing the overall macroeconomic policies of the kingdom and the region as well too. This is very important to attract the regional footfall as well as the global footfall to host certain events as well too. All the things that I'm explaining to you, like trying to create new IPs, new trade shows, new contents for these venues, increasing the efficiency, making it like a higher utilization, higher net operating income, of course, in order to improve the commercial success of the venue as an investor and a developer. So these are the parameters within the growth of this MICE sector within the kingdom. We believe that this type of factors would entice the local and regional, international investors, which we are currently talking with as an equity investment partner within our venue in Riyadh as one of our flagship anchor project. And we further believe that this type of investment appetite is going to be further increased because of the MICE projections that I believe one of the MICE committee's market study, by 2030, the expectation of a direct GDP contribution is approximately 8 billion riyals, like $2 billion approximately. So size and scale is there, so investors, the true entrepreneurs would sense that, and we will try to make sure to sweat the asset, to maximize utilization, and create a commercial success so that the investors would love what we are doing.
Thank you very much. Last questions for Mr. Peter. Of course, you're bringing some of the biggest IPs to Riyadh, and of course, space is scarce.
Yeah.
What type of initiatives would you like to implement with the government when it comes to co-designing new spaces as an organizer?
Well, we're already working very closely with a lot of the government entities to help co-create the exhibition profiles. Following on from some of the points that have just been raised, I think it is important to also just reinforce the power of consolidation in our business. So large-scale trade exhibitions generally work because of the fact that they are the one place the market goes to. And there aren't many locations around the world where they have successful exhibition ecosystems, where they have multiple venues or multiple shows in the same sector. We are very lucky in our industry that we have hardly any competition. And the reason why we have not much competition is because it actually suits the market, because the market doesn't want to have to get divided and go to show A and show B and show C in the same country. And this is why the dynamic of the exhibition industry tends to favor single, large exhibition facilities in cities. The only place I can think of which isn't like that is China, where you have some very, very large facilities in the same city. But most of the time around the world, it's one. I mean, there's no other Messe Frankfurt, right? It's just one location. Consolidation is so important to the success of our industry because it's good for our exhibitors and it's good for our visitors to know that there's one place for them to be. And it's better for their return on investment. So for us, we're looking to bring market-leading global IPs to Saudi. We will also look at doing events for the Saudi market, but most of our attention in the early days are on building global brands here, and therefore we're going to expect business visitors from all over the world to come to Saudi to look at how they can open up their trade networks here in the kingdom and create their own partnerships with Saudi. And so the other pretty important characteristic of nearly all of our events is that they are international, both on the buy side and the sell side. So whether it be technology or real estate or food or pharmaceutical or fashion or beauty or any other title or sort of sector that you might think of an event, the more international that is from a buy side and a sell side, then the more successful we think it can be. So we have LEAP that we're organizing in 3 weeks. It's a huge event, and it's already far exceeds the demand for that event, far exceeds the supply, and that's a really important dynamic for an exhibition organizer. The supply and demand dynamic is really important, because you could look at it on the other side and say, well, there's too much supply, so too much space and not enough demand is a really bad dynamic for our industry. So we always like to try and make sure that demand supply dynamic is right. But LEAP is already got a huge waiting list, and we're building tents because there's not enough indoor facility. And we're also launching Cityscape in September, which is a large real estate exhibition. We're bringing Cityscape Global to Saudi, which will be the international version of Cityscape. We're launching a food show later on this year called Feast, which is a Saudi brand, co-developed with the Saudi ministry. We already have Black Hat, the cybersecurity exhibition, which is global. It's the biggest international cybersecurity event in the world. And we also have the healthcare sector with Global Health Exhibition. So we're very excited about our plans here, and look forward to seeing our business and the business of doing business in Saudi really booming.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists. I'm told that we need to wrap up. Thank you very much for the organizers, and yeah, looking forward to the rest of the program.
Thank you.
Thank you for Mrs. Kara Valerie, and thank you for your panelists. Please, in the end, we'd like to honor our panelists. Let's start with Mr. Wolfgang Marzain. And Mr. Richard Atayes. And also Mr. Peter Hall. Definitely our moderator, Mrs. Chiara Valerie.
حضورنا الكرام، لا زالت جلسات منتدى مستقبل العقار متواصلة، والآن ندعو
our next sessions in the real estate conference forum, and now we would like to call about the UK and the Imam real estate leaders PW, and also the Mordi Al Mansour, that the Mordi Al Mansour, the chairman of the Middle Jeddah, the Jeddah Center City. For my colleagues, Dr. Naif Al-Aljani, and I would like to welcome everybody in this session that will be titled with the project Jeddah Central. It's such a pleasure to discuss my session with the chairman of the Jeddah Central, the engineer Mordi Al Mansour. Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad. Hello, everyone. Peace be upon you, all of you. Always when we hear about the Jeddah Center project, we're gonna talk about they will cost millions and millions. However, we're gonna find its difficulty in order to acknowledge and understand the factors and the outcome that will be upon and will affect this project. So please, Mr. Mordi, could you please explain more about that project? Thank you very much for your question. I would like to thank sincerely all the organizers of this forum, and under the Crown Prince and all the support of all the economical and the national economy of Saudi Arabia. So starting from that point, Jeddah Center project is contributes and targets the tourism in Jeddah, and that will affect the tourism sector and other sector as well, as will I also also that this project is based on inflammation, 65 milliards within that speed and 10,005 meters. And today we are component and there's beneficiaries inside the kingdom and outside the kingdom. All of these will target the value of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia within around 7 milliards that will reach under the Vision 2030. That will all be as contributors on the economy of Saudi Arabia, as well as the motivation that motivates the local access and the local content under the Vision 2030. In addition to that, the project of Jeddah Central that will open and create new opportunities for all the citizens. And for example, 25 meters. However, no doubt the Jeddah Center project contributes with different components and the natural components such as its location based on the beach and the coast on the coast, and also with the coast with a length 2.10 kilometer, and also the vegetation area and the open area as beside that will shape the 40% of the whole area of the project. That also along with the initiative of greening Saudi Arabia. So that's impressive, actually. If we're gonna talk with the 75 million and the revenue could be 70 million, 75 and more under the Vision 2030. So today, since we are in the real estate and we are talking about the real estate future and in that sectors, how the project of the Jeddah Center contribute and related with the real estate. Well, actually, that will open the mechanism, and it will be the mechanism of the economy, and that will open for all the private sectors in order to be a collaborative and a good consumers in order to reach the property. And for instance, we're gonna establish a medical institution, education institution, and housing institution. All of these that around will be 17,000 that will affect all the institution that will, and also we have some of the accommodation and the hotel projects. So Jeddah Central is considered as a golden opportunity for different sectors. Well, can we understand that this is an invitation for all the investors and for all the interested people? Yeah, definitely this is well. So that will move me, in other questions that's related about the city. When we talk about Jeddah Center project, so we talk about the project that based and located in the core of the city, that's full of civilization and historic ancient and moments and historical icons. So do you think that it's based in the center, since its name Jeddah Center? Of course that it's based with a high quality of the architecture, and that will inspired from the civilization and the architecture of Jeddah based on the sustainability programs. That's also developed the architecture and over designing. So as we have speak about the life quality, when we have a project that related to the life quality, how long you are taking consideration that you focus and concentrating in order how long that will affect the value of Saudi Arabia? Well, Mr. Muhammad, life quality as a term, we heard a lot as a one term. However, and what's the meaning of life quality? From my point of view, life quality is the feelings of a human that he got a very big amount of satisfying, and they have a full infrastructure and easily and properly that will affect, besides also the support and the athletes sectors and the facilities. So the life equality basically is the needs of the human being and the citizens. Several weeks ago, I heard about the life equality was related about the assets of the managing and the leadership. Do you think that it is related to the marketing and its objective about to raise about the leadership? Well, actually, Jeddah Center project is not in the take the most priority. However, we under the leadership. We must have the leadership that always the Saudi citizen take the priority. So the Saudi Jeddah Central tries and concentrates in order to enhance all the infrastructure of Saudi Arabia for the citizens and for the. And additionally to additional to other factors and the facilities and the festivals that witness and the education sectors, all of these details will help in order to enhance the life quality. Please, could you talk as I'm journalist? We have to use that you use a term, an unique term. How that people. So that will let me to ask you what's the most distinguished Jeddah Center. Well, exceptionally, we don't mean about the exceptional area. We are concentrate about 2 causes. With the first reason, no doubt that. No doubt that there is no other project that contribute and contain education facility and sea and beach. So this is considered as a distinguished and icon figure. For example, let's take Riyadh Stadium. Riyadh Stadium is considered as exceptional. Why is it exceptional? It's not for just because that exceptional for it's be controlled for the sailing automatically, and it's not exceptional because it's applied for the accreditation. However, it's exceptional since it was a facility and it is adopted multiple and entertaining facilities that will help all the families and the individual to spend one day in there not just for watching a football match. They will enjoy in other parts and in other facilities as well. From that point, Jeddah Center project is concentrate on that. So also I call it as exceptional since it has something exception. It has been designed for Jeddah and it will stay in Jeddah. Is that a distinguished point? I think yes, it is a distinguished point. Well, actually, I think I'm so happy to hear that, and I think that will happen. That will help us about to be heard in the real world. Well, I was taking tour in beside in Jeddah, and I took a glance of about that project. Well, that project How did you think about this kind of project that related? How it's going to affect the tourism sector? Well, let's talk about the tourism sector in general, and how and after that I will tell you how it's going to be affected. Well, I believe that Saudi Arabia during the coming few years will be one of the main components of the world, and it will be iconic factor of the world since they have a big opportunity and a big talents and very tremendous components, and it's combined between that mountains and a coast and historic factors, and also changing all the climate. In the south, we have different climate, and so that will affect the climate change. Play an important role in enhancing the tourism and in terms to enhance the tourist sector, in the tourism sector in Saudi Arabia. So let's take, for example, Jeddah Central, or besides that, the Red Sea project, the Raya projects. All of these considered as outstanding projects, and this will build basics of the basic and the infrastructure of Saudi Arabia in terms of tourism and in tourism sector. And I'm sure that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will change the tourism schema and the plan, not just for in the Middle East, however, it's upon all the whole world. Well, it's a good speech. However, please let me ask you a question, and frankly, for that project, it's still, as you're gonna mention, it's the project. The whole project is still in paper. We don't see it. When we will see the project of Jeddah Center on the real ground. Well, the whole project under processing and tracking the planning, so the establishing and the instruction of all the project we're gonna start, and inshallah we hopefully in 2027 we're gonna see the projects. And for now, currently, we have done and conducted the whole paper and the registration system of all the projects, and as well as we will gonna finish with the whole designing of the infrastructure, and also we have done all the sign and the contract. So that I have to assert and assure that we are working with our own efforts. So let me acknowledge you about all of these details. However, now as you can see today, we are talking about the project in depth. So I have to take deeper and deeper regarding that project. To say one question, and it's a very important question actually. The other projects in the area isolated to other in other areas that you have spoken about in your Qiddiya project, Red Sea. However, the Jeddah Central project, it's in the core of Jeddah city, and until now we don't see anything. So, well, actually, this is considered one of the challenging factors, since it's in the middle of the core of city and in the center of Jeddah city. But I hope to share with you, with all the audience, in order to move them and transport them to the real world. So please control. Please control display a short video. well, let me admit to you and to please let me raise my hand also to appreciate this outstanding and this distinguished icon, and I would like to conclude this session, so I will let you with a few words in order to conclude this session. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. Thank you for all the partner and the owner of this and the all organizers of this forum. I would like to invite you all of you in 2027 to invite and to visit Jeddah Center. And if you don't, how about if you don't want to wait to 2027? If you would like to say, you are welcome to visit our booth in this forum. Well, thank you very much, Engineer Mordi, and thank you very much for your attention, your high attention, much appreciated. Thank you very much for Mordi, the chairman and the executive manager of Jeddah Center project. And now, as well as I would like to invite, and now we will move to the honoring section in order to honor our speakers for this session, Mr. Mordi Al Mansour.
الزميل محمد الطميحي قليلا، ولكن محمد دائما يريد ذلك. شكرا لراعي الحفل. نستأنف جلساتنا.
شكرا لكم سادة الحضور. نعود إلى دورنا.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will get back with our next session, and and we are reached the end of today. So the next session would be the role of technical in the real estate sector. The chairman of this speaker, Dr. Naif Al-Alyani, and his speaker will be Mr. Ayman Al-Verraj, the executive manager of Thika Company.
تحية طيبة للجميع للمرة الثالثة. يبدو لي اليوم أنا ماسك الجلسات.
Be upon you today. I would like to thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here and to speak to all these experts of people. And thank you for all the sponsors and the organizers for this forum. As I mentioned, it's considered as a real estate sector, and it's one of our main opportunity to stay here. So our session is to be about the role of the technical role all in the real estate sector, and it's such a place to welcome Mr. Ayman. Hello, Dr. Naif, and hello, everyone. Peace be, and I would like to take a good chance to discuss. So we are now getting deeper in the AI and the technical issue and technology in general. As I want to study, is it the real estate sector internationally? Is it adopt just the technology, or do you think that there's a suffering in some countries, especially to adopt the AI and the artificial intelligence? since I mentioned that we get proud that we have the digitalization sector in Saudi Arabia. So now I would like to ask you, where are you? What's your role in terms of technology in the real estate sector? Well, actually, the real estate sector is combined. So it's very important to see that subject from the general out of view and perspective, and how it's going to start and when we will reach the real estate sector technical real estate. When you start with the notions that how it's gonna start, how we're gonna shape it, and eventually that will distributing the urban nets and for all the governmental sectors in the government that's using some very complicated methods such as AI or FRs. So that will depend upon all the geographical location and will help in order to enhance and to avoid other sectors inside this sector. So the technical real estate sector that has been established before the real estate tradition has been launched, and after that also we have the financing operating, which is the funding in order to build and all the instruction, and that needs financing tools and other technical methods related to the financing, and also the development sectors and development methods. Now today we recognize their excellencies. They opened one of the platform that is related for the al-mawad and for the materials, which is materials, and it's considered as operating in order to take advantage for continue the instructions, and after that we following up with all the step by steps, and finally we're gonna reach the selling and purchasing the system, and finally we're gonna reach the operating and the mechanism of all this sector, and finally we're gonna meet with the sustainability of the sectors. All of this, each phase of these phases is considered as a sector, as a holistic sector that related to the with the tech in the real estate, with the tech real estate sector. So of course you from yours, why the real estate technical, why it's not have been reached for a higher level, such as the medical services or education? Well, due to some small causes, it's some reasons, which is we have some obstacles that we could not jump over it. And today the manage, and also we have regarding Grand View research in 2021, they said that the amount of the market $1 million, and that we are expecting it's going to be higher and higher within 16% annually within. So in 2030 we're going to reach 98. So another study have been issued. All of these details is there's some it's invalidates in the technical, and so we expect double of this number under the 2030. Since the real estate sectors and the market that related to real estate, we found that each country individually, we see that we have a lot of information about the legislation that we have, since we have a lack of the technical and the tech real estate sector, and also the infrastructure that we need, the digital infrastructure that we need and demanding in that sector, and the second cause, which is the registration. As you mentioned, in Saudi Arabia, we took a very steps forward in order within our efforts and those who are representing the 2030 vision, and they paying a lot of efforts in order to see the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as one of the forward and the greatest number in the area. So you mentioned before that is there any technical or that going to utilize and that facilitate that this procedure and the procedure of the work, or sometimes we can take also to pay also data and information, that all of this will take advantages for our. So is there a connection between the countries? Well, thank you for this question, Dr. Nayef. Ensure from this stage or this phase that we are currently is considered as one of the golden opportunity that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, since it is power, and we could start to achieve all of this financial and this property, and eventually we have to meet a cross-board in the real estate sector, so between all the countries. So it's just a few procedures and steps until we're gonna reach our objectives. So today, for example, you're gonna transfer between your bank account from A country into B country, for example. So why that's happening? How are we gonna that happen? Since we have a very important, we have a SWIFT and the process and systems that will create a rapid transformation. Since today we are talking about there's a linkage between, for example, someone who is in a certain country, he wants to establish a legislation. Is it going to be allowed for him to pay to purchase is it a private to purchase something related about the property? So all of that will be allowed within our digitalization throughout our platform, and this is from number one. And number two, we have the trust and the credibility. So is it a reliability? Is it reliability in terms to dealing with the clients? Is there a credibility and a reliable data? For example, if I want to utilize, if I am in an A country or B country, where I am, I have to take that. So all of this technology, I could say that we have solutions for that, and we're working hard in order to achieve all these solutions. And also the AI and the artificial intelligence, and if we have enough data, all of this will be considered as a main component in order to provide the best and the best quality for our clients. Beside that, the foreign investors in different area, in different countries, they help us a lot. That they are today, we gonna see them in the market in Jeddah. For example, in the market, we will working hard in order to shift and bring all the investors. Well, that technology and that if we're gonna say about the technical term, how it's going to, what's the challenges that you face within in the real estate sector, especially in the Saudi real estate sector, in front of this experience, which is that a group of people, they try to invent a new innovation and it's starting from automation, and eventually we have a clear objective and a clear. However, some realtors, they hide some data. So what's the challenges that you are facing in that moment? What's the challenges that will actually, if you could say, for example, if you could see in terms of automation, maybe I think, well done. Well, before I get in that challenges, we have in Thika company, we collaborate with the Minister of Justice and the Real Estate Authority and also the National Real Estate Company, and we work with different parties in order to achieve and create a new technical that will solve the infrastructure and the digital infrastructure of our company. So this was our first challenges. How we jump and digitalize, how we gonna digitalize all the deed that we have. It's all of these data that I'm talking about, digital deed and digital information. So the whole environment and the whole company is considered as we worked with the finance of the government through Ahkam platform. So we work together within digital numbers that will help all the parties and all the sectors in order to digitalization the deed and within the basic foundation of all the sectors that we're gonna work about how we're gonna raise and get property for our technical and in that retail estate sector. So do you think that real estate is very important? What's the other thing? Today, as you're gonna see with our partner in the Ministry of Justice, when you are going to conduct any operating, for example, buying and selling process situation. For example, someone who wants to sell a property, how are we gonna verificate the property within a paper? So, and someone who wants to verify that he is the same and there is no any difference and any affecting any kind of protection. So the digital verification that's rate and the digital registration in the company that will open a theory and a method to automate all the papers and the files within a platform, within a verification platform based on female and male Saudi citizens under the authority that will able to verificate all of the details and the files and the registration. Therefore, we found the systems that linking the whole process and the whole procedures from since listing activity, and also we found some products that related, which is Mazad electronic. We could also listing all the risk and all the and the receipts that we have sold, and for that we made something related to automatic electronic. So we tried as much to work on that. Well, actually, finally, what's your message to those who are working in the digital infrastructure in the real estate sector? Just a few final message. Well, the sector is very wide, and today we considered this is that we found a lot of and tremendous amount of opportunities, and we could find, and if we could say today about the transaction today in 2022, we have done multiple infrastructure in order to take advantage and worked over than 350,000 operating in the electronic Mazad, and that will open worth of a transaction in Saudi Arabia. And that we will not, it is just the beginning. We don't not get deeper in our project. So we recognize a lot of opportunities and the chances that going to provide and to serve all our clients and will increase their satisfaction, which is related to, and all of this service we call it transitional activities in terms of the renting and selling houses and others things. So today we get successful in different area, and hopefully that recognize other companies that to be succeeded in different areas. Thank you very much for your speech, and we know also about how the technology and its sector and technical sector play an important role in our, and we hopefully we're gonna see your role in the real ground. Thank you very much, and thank you very much sincerely for your richness words and your richness speech. Thank you very much for your attention. And now I would like to call the sponsor of this forum in order to honor the speakers, Mr. Ayman Al-Fallaj, the executive manager of the Thika company.
إذن شكرا للأستاذ أيمن الفلاج الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة
and thank you for the chairman of this session, Mr. Naif Al-Alyan. So ladies and gentlemen, we reach the to the final session for the first day of the Real Estate Future Forum, which is under the planning, the urban area, and also how to utilize the area and the new cities. And we will start after a few minutes, and we will continue our session. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a quick break for 5 minutes.
Please, ladies and سيداتي سادتي، سوف نأخذ استراحة قصيرة
For the day. Thank you very much. نلقاكم على خير. أهلا بكم من جديد. نعود إليكم مرة أخرى في الجلسة الختامية لمنتدى مستقبل العقار في يومه الأول، التخطيط الحضري وأنسنة المدن وتحقيقها بالمشاريع الكبرى. يشارك في هذه الجلسة المهندس هاشم الدباغ الرئيس التنفيذي لهيئة تطوير منطقة عسير، الأستاذ جي كاتلين بيري رئيس ديفكو بهيئة تطوير بوابة الدرعية، والأستاذ طارق القدومي المدير التنفيذي للتخطيط العمراني في شركة نيوم، والمهندس عبد الله الذواد مدير الإدارة العامة لتحليل البيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي في قطاع استشراف، والمهندس خالد بن عبد اللطيف مدير إدارة أول للتخطيط العمراني في شركة البحر الأحمر الدولية. وبالتأكيد نرحب بزميلتي العزيزة مديرة هذه الجلسة الأستاذة لارا حبيب شمت.
شكرا محمد، أهلا وسهلا بكم. إذن في عالم يعاني من التزايد المستمر في عدد السكان والتلوث والموارد المتضائلة، ليس هناك حاجة أكثر إلحاحاً من إعادة التفكير في كيفية عيشنا كبشر في المستقبل وشكل المدن التي نعيش فيها. تشير التقديرات إلى أنه بحلول عام 2050 سيصل عدد سكان العالم إلى 9.8 مليار نسمة، مما يشكل ضغطاً شديداً على المدن، ليس فقط من حيث المساحة الصالحة للعيش ولكن أيضاً على الخدمات وإدارة النفايات واستهلاك الطاقة، مما يستدعي نقلة نوعية في كيفية تصميم وتطوير وإدارة مدن المستقبل قبل فوات الأوان. إذن ما هي الطرق الأمثل للتخطيط العمراني؟ كيف نجعل الإنسان في محور هذه المشاريع الضخمة؟ هذه الأسئلة وغيرها سوف أناقشها اليوم مع ضيوفي. أهلا وسهلا بكم. إذن دعني أبدأ منك السيد هاشم. تطوير منطقة عسير مبني على 3 ركائز: الإنسان، الاقتصاد، والأرض. وضح لنا الصورة، كيف هو الإنسان في محور التخطيط العمراني لمنطقة عسير؟
طيب، شكرا لك يا أخت رارا، ويسعدني وجودي بينكم اليوم. فعلا استراتيجية منطقة عسير لها 3 محاور: إنسان، اقتصاد، أرض. محور الإنسان يشمل كل ما له علاقة بالتنمية المجتمعية وعنصر الإنسان في المحاور الأخرى. بمعنى عشان تنجح استراتيجيتنا ونكون وجهة عالمية طوال العام، لابد أنه الناس اللي موجودين في المنطقة أيضا يزدهروا ويتفاعلوا مع الزوار. من ناحية عمرانية تحديدا، لأنه هذا كان سؤالك، إحنا عندنا ما يفوق 4000 قرية تراثية في منطقة عسير. هذه القرى التاريخية تقدر تعتبريها زي كنز مدفون في منطقة عسير. إذا طورناها إن شاء الله وجعلناها وجهات للناس اللي تجي من باقي مناطق المملكة أو باقي مناطق العالم، نقترب إلى تحقيق هدف أن تكون عسير وجهة عالمية طوال العام مبني على الأصالة والطبيعة.
كم نسبة التنفيذ من وجهة عسير حتى الآن؟ متى نتوقع الانتهاء من المشروع بشكل كامل؟
هو ليس مشروع، هي استراتيجية، ويعني الوقت اللي محطوط الاستراتيجية عشان تنجح هو 2030. ولي العهد الله يحفظه أطلق الاستراتيجية هذه سبتمبر من عام 2021، فإحنا نعتبر لسه في المراحل المبكرة، وأي عمل لابد أنه يكون يعني معمول بطريقة ممنهجة وصحيحة. فمن ناحية الإنجازات اللي تمت،
since we have achieved a lot of process and business since that we have 2 months ago, there is a forum in Asir city and region, and we have established several investing since from the funding and the center funding center. We would write about the project in the middle of Abha that will develop the Abha city, and I could claim and say frankly that Abha will be the most beautiful city, not just in Saudi Arabia, however, across all the whole world. And this is from my point of view, yes, indeed, and without any doubt. Mr. Tariq, do you agree on that topic? Well, let us talk about that frankly, since we have, if we could say about Neom is just a big city and it's not going to be comparative and in comparison with any other country. And since in Davos that the Ministry of Finance and that Adel Al-Jubeir, that Neom is shaped of a civilization jump, not just in Saudi Arabia, over the whole world. And also the human considered as one of the main components and in the ultimate sector, in the ultimate sense. So the good evening, everyone. I would like to say that Neom is be accepted for all the efforts and the rule that you have spoken about, since we have the population that will reach milliards and millions in 2050. That will affect all the civilization of the region, and in the same time, all of this expansion of the region will affect and outcome some of the networks that, for example, if you're gonna work from London in other countries, that will take just 1 hour and a half. So and that will a very small component, not related to other density, and also related to the schools and the parks and so Neom was aware of all these situations and all these factors, and tried to shape and to provide a better solution for every urban city area. So for example, we took Neom as Neom, for example, in the same size of Belgium. However, and there is also a towers, and will contain towers and a coast and beach. So the first thing that we have made is that we combine the whole area, and we put it just for 5% of the whole amount of the area of Neom. And as Mr. Hashim has said, that we make it as an open natural park. This is initially, and the second part, which is we took this 500% and we put it as a 1 hour and the authority that related to the 3 dimensions, so that the dimension we put in 3 dimensions, each dimension and each individual, that they have the ability and to be and to walk in all these states.
So this model, of course, would not see in other countries, and for 600 kilometers, for example, meter square. And for example, this is the area of 34,000 kilometers, for example. So, and the great, remarkable thing, of course, there is a comment by Rail Mask, and he talks about that as a part of the most important topic as well, technology, but mobility technology, for example. If we talk about that, do you think that these technologies are available right now? It can't be achieved. Or such kind of technology are still not existing until today, for example. So with respect to Elon Musk as well, he is a manufacturer of cars manufacturer as well, for example. And as a matter of fact, and it's not a technical problem. It's not a matter of technicality that will make the city without streets or cars or vehicles. But man will be surrounded by everything that he needs, for example, within 5 minutes as well. And even he can actually, this sort of thing can reach to 80,000 people benefit from the services in 5 minutes as well. In London, for example, the 16,000, for example, in Manhattan, which is a crowded, for example, have 22,000 people, for example, give the services as well. So if we talk, for example, we did not reach the same area like London, of London, but for example, this place is not in the bad need of cars. It's just very much like modern villages, and actually they built over one another as well. So you can move, for example, from one part to another. You need to take the train, and the train has a specific technology. Thank you very much, of course. So أنت تبني هذا المجتمع مرة ثانية. ماذا بالدور الإنسان في هذه المنطقة الحضرية؟ أعتقد من بين المميزات التي لديه في الدراسة احنا هو العمل حول وادي حنيفة والعمل في تلك المنطقة، وبالطبع فإننا نعلم بأن وادي حنيفة سيكون هناك الالتزام نأخذ في تلك العلاقة على محمل الجد وذلك نضع في الاعتبار على سبيل المثال التركيز على جودة حياتي. نريد أن نضع ذلك أن نحقق ذلك في تلك الضواحي. وكما نعلم بأن على سبيل المثال أن المكان قد تم تطويره في السنوات الماضية القليلة الماضية، والذي يعتبر قائم على عدة من خطوات النجاح. ولذلك فنحن نحاول أن نكون نحن نريد أن نعمل على الاستدامة، تحقيق الاستدامة، بالإضافة إلى ذلك أيضا باستخدام أيضا كمنطقة لتلك كمنطقة لتكون مناسبة كمنطقة الحضاريات البشرية. ولذلك ولذلك ممكن الجو يختلف تماما. هناك العامل وحيث يبدو الجو هناك رائع في تلك المنطقة، ولذلك نريد أن يكون هناك مشاركة من قبل الأفراد المجتمع دائما، حيث يكون هناك أماكن تخصيص للممشى وأماكن للمشي والمدارس، بالإضافة إلى ذلك الأماكن والمكاتب. من خلال 10 دقائق يمكن الوصول لتلك المنطقة في اليوم. أيضا أفقيا نقوم بذلك بطريقة أفقية في اليوم، ولذلك بدون أن يكون هناك ارتفاع. ولذلك لدينا هذا التواصل وتلك العلاقة التي يمكن أن نسميها بالحركة النشطة. ولذلك لا نحتاج من الناس بأن أن يحتاجوا إلى مركبات ولذلك نحن نعلم على سبيل المثال بأن الناس يخدمون تجارتهم مرة أو مرتين في اليوم، ولذلك لا يمكنك أن تفعل ذلك. عليك أن إذا كان عليك أن تأخذ السيارة يجب أن تقوم بذلك. ولكن كيف يمكن ننظر على ذلك من وجهة النظر العملية؟ هل هذا الأمر هل يمكن أن يكون أقل ب10 درجات عن الرياض؟ كيف يمكن ننظر ذلك على أنه طريقة عملية؟ أنا أعيش في دبي وأقوم بالمشي لمدة 15.
Is it actually practical to do this?
Well, I mean, first of all, Dubai is much more humid. I've lived in Dubai, I've lived here. There are certain things you can do outside here in September, October, which you cannot do in Dubai, just because it's drier. In the evening, it really does cool off and it becomes quite pleasant. The reality is, too, that and one of the reasons we attach ourselves to the Wadi, if you've actually dropped down from the plateau into the Wadi, you'll notice there's a 4 or 5 Celsius degree difference in temperature. So it is a microclimate in and around the Wadi. So that's the first step in, I think, the right direction. The other thing is, we're going to be scaling our streets in such a way that you really do have shading. You have the arcades, you have the shading, and we will be semi-conditioning certain areas. Not to mention an important aspect, which is the air quality in general in Riyadh is very poor. So we're looking at urban scale air cleaners so that when people are spending time outside, it's a much healthier environment and atmosphere to breathe. And that's actually something that's often not discussed, but it's a reality. And by the way, Dubai also has very poor air quality, but I don't know of any projects that are actually dealing with this particular issue.
Thank you. خالد، دعنا نتحدث عن مشاريع البحر الأحمر. البحر الأحمر أمالة، ماذا يعني عندما نقول
What does it mean, for example, when we want to change these projects into humanitarian, to have and to consider the humanitarian perspective as well? What criteria you are using, for example, so as to put the human in the priority of the urban planning as well? Thank you very much, Laura. Before, for example, I start giving you some information about, for example, the project in the progress that we achieved as well. We're talking about, for example, an area estimated by 28,000 kilometers square as well, which is nearly approximately, and the area of Belgium as well, we're talking about 200 kilometers. I mean, it's just like in a coastal, it's a coastal area, for example, it's first unique. 90 islands, for example, are existing there. We have 1,600, historic sites. We're talking about tourism, and we're talking about what we wish and what we can call, for example, the sustainable tourism as well, and regenerative tourism as well, and where we can put man and environment and nature all together in every corner of our work and every scale of our development. Taking into consideration the needs of the villages, surrounding villages, and the inhabitants and the dwellers in the region, and the residents as well, where we working on all the planning levels, either locally or, for example, regionally, and so as to reach, for example, the international global competitiveness. And this was going to help us a lot to attract foreign investors that we are trying to attract here based on the Vision 2030, for example, and to achieve, for example, and actually a vital economy and urban planning, for example, now taking into consideration the fact that it's based on the humans and environment, and at the same time working so hard so as to create, for example, I mean, an economy that will a unique diversification of economy, and in addition to expanding our activities that will enrich the economic, for example, I mean, infrastructure of the Red Sea region as well. And the first phase, where 50% of the progress has been actually accomplished through our work, and in the 3 hotels are going to be established, for example, going to be open this year, and actually with completing the rest of our works, for example, the first phase next year, and at the same time, of course, I mean, the series of the company, for example, to achieve the Vision 2030 has reached has an amount of 1 billion as monthly spending, as well as a part of the transactions that are done in the region. So we have a complete planning, as well as I mentioned before, for example, where we connect, for example, the Red Sea with the tourism, infrastructure and the ecosystem as well. And now, for the time being, we started to operate a number of residential districts as well, so as to allow the workers in the part of Red Sea to live right over there. And we are going, for example, to reach more than 15,000 residents, I mean, in addition to with their families, in a way where we can actually recreate as well a community that will enrich the urban ecosystem in general. Mr. Abdullah, for Sadaya, which role does it play, for example, as regards to the use of artificial intelligence and technology as well, for example, just to help these projects, for the mega projects as well, to be more acceptable. I mean, to be acceptable by the residents as well, the living. And yes, of course, today is playing an important role, for example, to support and humanitarize as well the cities as well. The first role is to help the decision makers through the use of artificial intelligence. And before, for example, we have been working since the establishment and foundation of Sadaya 2019 with all the government entities through supporting them with the data of the artificial intelligence based data to support decision maker process as well. We providing great support, for example, for us actually, such as the focusing on the overpopulated areas, about the internal immigration as well, the level of income, the level of education, and many other aspects taken into consideration as well. The most important thing that we take into account as well, the works that they can play an important role in providing support in big projects and the operational related issues as well, in addition to other related technical related issues as well. We are working in Sadaya, for example, to help the government entities as well, so as to develop them to implement the concept of smart cities as well. As we know, the smart cities concept is very flexible, it's very large as well, under which many concepts can be incorporated actually based on to deal with all. For example, the challenge, one of the most important challenges we're working on for the time being is to confront, for example, the visual pollution in big cities as well. This is one of the most important challenge we need, for example, to take into consideration as well. We know that there are many negative phenomena cause the visual pollution, such as the waste such as writing on walls and deforming, for example, the walls or in addition to the other buildings and we concentrated in the city of Riyadh, for example, so as to enhance the role of artificial intelligence through promoting a number of trucks as well to clean the streets of Riyadh regularly, and of course, this is to deal with the infrastructure, for example, so as to put a hands on the visual pollution related issues as well, so to take into consideration by the operators as well. So the first thing we focus on is to support the decision making process, in addition to providing technology and data as well. And artificial intelligence will help smart cities, not by making them smart cities, but sustainable cities. So my question, for instance, and to Mr. Hashim, what about the sustainability practices, the most important sustainability practices that you're applying in Ashir province. So thank you very much for such important question. This is the 64th question. Let's start from the beginning. Our goal, for example, is to have to be an international destination as well. And Ashir, and before a short time ago, we're talking about the climate in some of the provinces in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and in summer season, in September and October. And it might be before the 3 months as well. In Abha, the capital of Ashir, a province, for example. So, for example, the temperature does not exceed in its climate from 30 in summer, where it cannot exceed the 30 degrees. People come to Ashir because of the great nature over their side, and the climate, the atmosphere is great, and the climate is great. If we do not actually keep the nature right over there and the environment in Ashir province, this means that really our strategy is not going to be sustainable. So that's the reason why we have a big topic, which is sustainability, how we can keep the environment intact and the nature. In Ashir, for example, we have a bigger project, for example, and which is related to a number of other, sub-projects in a way that we will be very able to preserve the nature in Ashir, for example, that's going to be based on richness as well, the richness of the nature as well. As we know all, that the nature in Ashir is not a secondary, which is just like a superficial aspect, or this is the main cause of our success. We need to take into consideration the same thing for apply. And 95% of Neom city, of course, is specified for nature as well. And you have a great, strong, strict measures and criteria to preserve the environment. Do you have other technologies, for instance, and sustainability? I mean, we look at it within two perspectives. The first of which is not only to keep them preserved, for example, the nature of the city, but for example, to regeneration, it's regeneration, the nature as well. Actually, based on the problems that the city faced before. So the nature has been changed for many malpractice and negative practices. And that's the reason we need, for example, taking such kind of practice as well for the next coming years as well. And the other perspective, actually, the Lion City. This is now and today, for example, it will be built 100% actually on green energy and renewable energy, and through solar energy, wind, and hydrogen, green hydrogen, and hydrogen, of course, is one of the most important components as well. And the other thing is, we're going to achieve sustainability in a way where we can where we take the water we don't, for example, we don't have to change the nature of the sea. We're going to benefit from the saline water as well, and so many industry-related projects. We have the carbon emissions as well, which is one of the most important components to focus on. So we started to get rid of the carbon emissions. What about the construction materials? Sometimes some of the construction materials are sustainable. This is a very good question. For instance, as for the construction materials, and we have three main pillars. And to reduce the construction materials, as we said before. So instead of being on 1,600 kilometers like London, is going to be less than that, where the infrastructure is going to be squeezed, and 30% less than, for example, in other city. So the second thing we need to take on the consideration, we're going, for example, to increase for example, we'll use more innovation, for example, actually into the process of using concrete and other green materials. And all of these kind of things will be compensated with the green national as well, use of concrete. I felt that Chile, the construction sector, is responsible for 30% out of the carbon emission. That's the reason why there is a very urgent necessity so as to look for alternative solutions in the construction process. Then my question comes here to you, for example, I want to ask you about this. I know نحن نعلم بأن الدراسات على سبيل المثال ليس تعتبر
by the U.S. Green Building Council. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, we did receive the platinum rating. We were actually shooting for gold, but we received platinum. And this is largely because we're truly creating a pedestrian-focused environment from the outset. So That is very much consistent with the heritage of At-Tarif and traditional cities in the region. But we're actually taking the technology layer underneath the city to free up the ground surface to be very, very human scaled so that it can be a walkable environment, et cetera. Now, what is important, and just harking back to your question before about the climate, we acknowledge that several months are going to be very warm. How do you keep people walking? So there will be some underground connections within, for example, Diriyah 1, so the first area that will be opening. But we're also anticipating the semi-conditioning of some of those outdoor spaces. And we're also taking into consideration that people are basically living in the evening, especially during the summertime. So we're not as worried about what the temperature is going to be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon in July or August because people simply don't go out at those times. So we focus on those times where it's really practical for people to be out. But let me mention another dimension of sustainability which is very important to us. And that is, we want to make sure this is an environment that is sustainable because the life pattern is different. And that sustainability is not just about energy sustainability, it's about the well-being of the people who are living in that environment. So one of the things that I've been able to achieve in projects in Europe was actually a 12-year life expectancy delta between a city and a district that I was able to shape, which is about the same size as Diriyah 1 and 2. So one of our objectives here is not just to make sure that the project is beautiful and attractive and has a lot of visitation from tourists, but we actually want to impact in a positive way the quality of life of people. And I would like to target a 14-year difference between Riyadh, which is typically a 76, 77-year life expectancy, and what we would want to be able to achieve here, which we would hope to be more than 90 years, simply by having a much better life pattern for people from the time they're children, from the time that they're aged. And this is something I've already been able to achieve in Europe, so I'm sure we can achieve it here as well.
Thank you. Thank you. خالد، بشكل مختصر لو سمحت، هل لك أن تسلط الضوء على ممارسات الاستدامة بمشروع البحر الأحمر؟
Red Sea project. We adopted, for example, the three main pillars and concept and sustainability, for example, urban, environmental, and economic sustainability, and social as well. As for the environmental and the urban sustainability, we developed, for example, 1% only of the area, for example, of the Red Sea project. And as for the energy which is used, for example, 100% clean energy, renewable energy, and where we use, for instance, for example, and solar system generating, plants as well, and 650,000 megawatts, and with capacity of 650,000 megawatts, and the clean energy will actually reduce the carbon emissions by 470,000 tons a year. This is actually for environmental and urban sustainability. As for the economic sustainability, we have laid out laws and laws, urban-related laws and obligations as to preserve and to preserve the construction materials, and we put some of the specifications as regards the construct of the green buildings, where, for example, we generalize them actually in the whole project. As well as for social sustainability, the Red Sea project is not only a tourism-based project, but it's a project that really that provides services to the neighboring or adjacent, for example, areas like Omlich and Watch as well, and at the same time just to enable the community, the local community, in the development and sustainability as well, and to promote the culture of sustainability. One last final word, Mr. Abdullah, what is the most remarkable challenge? Because in 1 minute as well, what is the most remarkable challenge through incorporating artificial intelligence in such a project. Do you think there are some concerns, for example, where, for example, where we lack the human resources so that they can run the interconnectivity using the artificial intelligence? You mentioned two main examples, for instance, as cybersecurity and efficiencies as well. One of the most important, remarkable challenges facing any facility, any sector, as regards the use of artificial intelligence is scaling. Actually, it's very easy, for example, to build BOC, and you can actually prove the success of the idea. But what's really difficult, for example, to bring up to scale, and where the topic so as to have a high level of operational efficiency for years and years. This is the main challenge. In addition to what you have mentioned, actually, thank you very much. Actually, you took us to the future, and actually you showed to us how model and smart cities can be in the future. Thank you for your participations, for all of these great ideas, for this exciting effort ideas, and thank you for your attention. Certainly. And this is one of the most important sessions, and I know that really why we should commit to time as well, and I know the reasons why we feel. And now it's time, for example, to honor the participants in this session as well by His Excellency. Honoring Engineer Hashim Dabbagh, for example, for being responsible for developing the Ashir province. Engineer Hashim Dabbagh.
السيد
Mr. Guy Catherine Mary.
الأستاذ طارق القدومي.
طارق القدومي.
المهندس
Engineer Abdullah Dawad.
والمهندس خالد عبد اللطيف.
Engineer Khalid Abdul Latif.
شكرا لكم جميعا.
Thanks very much, everybody. Folks, would like to send my appreciation to Engineer Abdullah, Deputy Minister for the Minister of House Rural Affairs, and at the conclusion this first day, of course, ladies and gentlemen, I come to the official announcement of the end of the first day. For example, let's get together, for example, tomorrow morning for the election in time. With this, we come to the conclusion of the MC presentation. That's me, submissive from all of you, and this is Dr. Osman, interpreter, Tarjumat Company for simultaneous interpretation services, wishing you all the best.